Out of Tesla here. All right, let's slow this down. Space is coming down here. Space is puking. And that's the thing about space is, the news has already been made. They already played the news. Apple, we got to watch Apple this week. This thing's going to be is it all-time highs. Apple's down. Let's say.
Hello?
It ran up this morning. Hey, can you hear me?
Speaking.
Okay.
Hi there.
Can everybody?
Permanently, if you booked it for an 8 o'clock treadmill echo cardiogram tomorrow.
All right, let's watch Tesla here again. We'll take another run at this thing. Shopify is so hot this morning. The video's coming up. The GS is moving. Net pulled up, pulled all the way back down. Etsy's trying to break support on the weekly here. Let's pull up Etsy. All right, something acting weird. Where is that back? All right, the video's long. All right, Where's the US? Got to be messing with this more. There you go. BA's coming up on a shooter. HD just kind of sitting there right now. HD is pushing. Oh, HD needs to break this 324 level here for the next push up. That'll break out of this consolidation right here. On the daily, I think it's a 345, 355. All right, shop. What a beast. HD's long if anybody wants any. HD. And cheap. HD. HD breaks this high here. You can enter long in it. HD's long. We've been swinging this thing since last week. Starbucks was on my list. It's moving right this second. I just put that in there last night. I said it till 3 o'clock last night. Starbucks is long. It's breaking. It was on my list. I felt last night. I actually liked it so much I put it on my screen. All right, looks like everything's giving everything back. Etsy coming all the way back. Woo! Better not be nothing. Shopify. What? Jesus, one. If you were quick, you got a piece of it. I still think Tesla can come back up and say the high. All right, here we go. Shopify breaks 15, 13 be long. QoS lags so bad. It's just now alerting me about this stuff. Let's watch Tesla here. Pull back right here at the top. If Tesla starts moving here, it can come back through this level. Keep an eye on it. If it does, it'll see $700 today. That key level is 676.50. If it breaks 676.50, it'd be long here. I still watch the Starbucks break 118. It can keep going. HD hit the top of the hit it high. AC broke through that pivot and came back down. There goes Starbucks. Starbucks is long. Starbucks is long here. It's breaking all-time highs, and it's breaking out of consolidation on the daily. And it's got a PMG on the weekly. So I love this thing. I think it'll see 119 easy. Sorry for being late this morning, guys. All right, keep an eye on Tesla. Starbucks this long here, guys. You should see 119 easy.
NVIDIA is going too.
Thank you, sir. All right, guys. Tesla break 676. It's gonna be long here.
Yep, NVIDIA too. NVIDIA coming back like Tesla.
Oh, nice. Thank you so much. Yeah, so NVIDIA, guys, is long right this second.
Sorry, Jerry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's all right. No, dude, I'll give you full permission. Just shut the movement. I'll give you full permission. I'm still halfway awake here. Got to get on that open. All right, Vic's making a doji right now. SPY doji QQQ. Space went all the way back down. NVIDIA's still rocking and rolling here. Tesla breaks that high, it's gonna be long. Here comes Tesla. Yeah, it can see $700. It can move $800 this week. It's got a big old 2-2. It just made a higher low on the daily and the 4 hour. Tesla's long right now. Tesla's long. You better get some. The video's long. All right, here's the first 15-minute, boys, where the real stuff happens. Everything that just gave that stuff back and give it right back in. Tesla's got a hammer coming up. Finish that last candle solid green. NVIDIA is coming out of the bottom of the chart. Look, NVIDIA can come up to 835 today too. See a cup right here on the daily, down, up. It's that same pattern. It's the same pattern we show all the time. Incredible pattern. It pulls up, down. We're looking to take this top here, but we can take it lower on the bottom so we get confirmation on the 4 hour and a push up on Friday or on the 5 minute. Any kind of reversal is going to be on that lower time frame first. Remember though, it's the first 15 or 30 minutes of the day. HD can come up and see the pivot high again. Amazon coming in from gap fill. Space halted. That's what I said. All right, look here. HD can come up and touch this high. Shopify is Amazon short. Everything's currently inside. As you wick all the way back down, now it's heading toward a pivot low on the 15. It can come all the way back down to a pivot low on the 60 if it wants to. Space here. All right, space breaks slow to go lower. Right now, it's starting to curl lower just a little bit. You can see it came down to pivot low here and kind of stopped. It's in an ugly range here. It needs to break this base of $42. It can go down. So look here, space breaks through 43.80. It's gonna be short, guys. 43.80 is that key level. The thing is, there's a support zone at 43. So you're only looking at about 80 cents there. Like a mushrooms. Test coming back down. Starbucks coming back down, touching that pivot high. It blows through there. So taking these things short. Take them all the way back down in big green candles. All right. If you're still in testing, it needs to hold 669. You shouldn't be in it anymore if you're in it. But if you are, 669.
Amgen, Jerry Amgen.
Sir? Hey, yeah, puke. Yeah, puking. Oh,
Zoom short,
yeah.
Zoom short, I think.
All right, I'll take a look at that. Amgen, it can come up and see 250. Amgen looks good. The whole market's puking. That thing's moving up. There's natural buyers out there. Amgen law. Not sure what. It must have news or something. I'm not sure. Zoom.
Zoom and Novavax too. Novavax, Snow, both of them.
Zoom
Novavax,
short.
Zoom, Novavax, Snow. I look at all three of them.
Yeah, Novavax needs to break that that bottom of that 3. And the pivot low right below it.
Yeah. So Zoom, Novavax, Snow. Also, a Crowd is puking too.
It's short here, guys. Thank you, sir. It's short. Target pivot low. Now Novavax is short.
Looks like Netflix is short too.
Space is short. Nice. Etsy short. Space short.
Netflix is
Ah, my
going
little
down, right?
pretties.
DA's long, Jerry.
Awesome. Now remember, they're puking right now, but they can turn around any second. It's very volatile right now. Let's feed all of these accounts, boy. Tesla's coming back down. Tesla's gonna be short. Tesla's short. Bottom of that green candle is gonna be the target.
And
Again.
Tesla's riding the VWAP
Yeah.
right now.
Mm.
Tesla might be turning around on the VWAP.
Oh hell, it didn't break below 669. I don't trust the short team watch. I think it's a trick. We'll scalp the hell out of it other than that.
Yeah, I'm sitting, just watching them for turn around. They're coming down too fast.
Shop trying to gap fill here. Shop short. We're gonna target that pivot high. A lot of tricking going on right now. Nvidia's giving up all his gains. And VIX is a straight doji, which shows you what's going on with it. I am strictly scalping, guys. I'm not anything less than, I'm not probably in it more than a minute. Unless it looks good, and I'm just gonna say it.
NVAXs are reversing,
It's so crazy, isn't it?
so is MU.
Yeah, Novak should go back up to 190 for one side.
Tesla's reversing. Trying to.
Boy, if you're long, you got stop. You got short, you got stop. You got long, you got stop. Etsy trying to come back up. Novak's target 188. Etsy come back up like a rocket. Tesla come back up like a rocket.
The crowd had a big fall and it's coming back up big now.
Baba's coming up like a rocket. BABA's coming up. Dang. If you're new to trading, guys, stay out. Don't mess with nothing. Baba's long for gap field target 205.90. Then come back up to 207 once they Baba's long. Here comes Starbucks gonna add to this beast. Get it ready. I'm still in Starbucks. It's cheap. If it doesn't make a new high here, I'll take my money on it though. Yeller. Starbucks is fixing to be long here. Add to it. Starbucks is breaking out on the daily. Starbucks is gonna be. Hang on, what's on green? You're gonna be longer. Add to it. Starbucks is longer. Add to it right now. BA got target to the high. Yeah, Starbucks looks damn good. Dude, machine gun right here on the weekly. Been nice being this last week. Come up with my Bob scan, and also it's breaking the month. If you remember, Amazon last Monday broke the month. It ran $40 in 5 minutes. Netflix is giving it all back. Boy, I tell you what. Bob, we're coming up with that gap fill. Here comes HD fixing to break here. Gotta add to it.
Mern is ripping.
All right. Yeah, Murray needs to break that pivot high 15.
Yeah.
Novak's coming back up. Target top of that red candle. Nope.
Tesla has a hammer on the 15.
Break that high. HD needs to break the high here. But we want them to break the high because if it fails to break the high, that double tops here and come back down. Starbucks 118.15 could see 119. Starbucks is long here. Cheap. All right, here comes HD, guys. HD's gonna be long. People's got small accounts. Here you go. Starbucks and HD. Better get it. Hey, look, HD's gonna be. It's still a swing at 345. We got a Momo hammer last week. One up. It's gonna go 2 this week. Here's that same pattern we're seeing on Starbucks. It's a money pattern right here.
Tesla's going for it.
Oh yeah. There's the money pattern right there. Boom. Right there. We can take this bottom here. We're gonna aim for the top. You can only take the bottom to get confirmation on the 4 hour. The reversals always happen on lower time frames first. All right, if Tesla breaks here, Nvidia can do the same thing here in a minute. If it starts to reverse, come back through. Amazon gap fill. Amazon's gap fill. All right, Net's coming all the way back through range here. Netflix still dying. Yeah. There goes Tesla.
Myrna,
Tesla's
Jerry.
long. Oh shit, Murray just broke it, didn't it? No. Murray and Novak, they run together. Murray's target 240. Murray's long here. You need to wait on a pullback to get in it, guy. It could PMG up to 245. Yeah, Momo hammer on the month. Damn. We played this breakout right here too when that whole week went up. That break and retest on the weekly and back up. Myrna, and you got Novak's doing the same thing here. Novak's has got some stops to take out on the way, which could make it stronger. Myrna is going to be long as soon as it goes back solid green. I tell you what, it's before 10 o'clock still. At 10 o'clock, they turn a switch on, this thing goes to spot. So remember that. It looks good now. We'll go Starbucks again. Shopify Gap Field, thank you very much. Shop. Starbucks. If it looks good, it's on my screen. The video might be short here for Gapville. Look at the video, or Starbucks. Go, Starbucks, go. Go, Starbucks, go. The video is short for Gapville. If you want, you can wait till 10 o'clock. The video is short right here. NVDA short. About $2 here, real quick. Shop. Ugh. This is still beast mode. 14 o'clock, you scalping here. HD, there she goes. I don't know if that guy's in the room. The guy that took HD last week for a swing, he should be in the money now. Pretty good in the money. We're swinging this thing to 455 or 355.
I'm with you.
All right, there we go. Our target's 345, and when it breaks the week here 2-2, it could quickly, dude, it could come up this week and touch 340. That big red candle's money. Remember how HD is. If you want to take your money, you can. This thing usually pushes up for the first hour till around 11, then it'll start rolling back over, and it'll puke the rest of the day, or not really puke, but roll over and touch. That's just this pattern. Not a pretty pattern, but it's this thing. All right, guys, SPY. People like SPY. It's long right now. There's a break or retest on the pivot high on the 60. Yeah, SPY's long. People like them small, cheap contract. VIX is coming down like a rocket gap fill. SPY needs to hold. But there's a really tight stop on it, 435.80. The reason it's pulling back slightly right now because VIX is pulling back. It won't hold long, I guarantee you that. There's some tomfoolery going on. Ooh, Oracle. I had an alert set on that thing. It looks good too. All right, they made a higher low right here. If you come right back up to 88.55 on Oracle, it's a retest on the pivot high. Look, this thing can take 88.55 out today and then keep on going. This thing's a rocket. All right, Oracle's long, target 88.55. Oracle's long, ORCL. Oh, ORCL. HD, if you took that short there, it should hold it should hold a pivot high on 15 by 10 cents. Starbucks, gonna add to it here. Shopify, yeah. 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock. 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 4 o'clock, o'clock Tesla. Shops, Warner took shop for short. We take it up, down, sideways, left and right. Shopify's gonna be short. Target could see 14.57 today. Shopify's short here right now. Better get you a piece. The video we got that Momo shooter fix that gap fill there. Keep on Tesla here. Amazon short. Scalp it. You better be scalping these damn things. Remember how I showed you? We'll be going into detail later about the gap fill or the catching that spread, using it to your advantage. If you have not watched the video in the Discord, the video I posted in general chat, you have to watch it. You have to watch it. If you're playing options, you better know how these things move. I don't give a damn if you've been trading 20 years. If you need to watch that video, if you don't know how the market moves. It's first come, first serve. These orders are in a queue. All right, they're in a queue on the bid ask. All right, when that stock goes up, everybody goes. They ask. All right, the first person in line gets sold first. All right, the cheapest one gets sold first. If somebody puts a market in there for 20, if they put a market buy order for 20 contracts, well, the cheapest one goes first, and then the next one goes next, and then they go to the next one until there's 20 contracts sold instantly. If you happen to see somebody put one through, they usually put it in a low volume. They sneak them in, all right? Because as the price pushes up, you got FOMO coming in. Space is short right here, right now. Space is short. You got FOMOers coming in there, and they're buying that shit at market, and they buy it for whatever price they give them, and they're sneaking these high orders in there. So if you're
That was
watching
a
the
great
ask,
video, Joe.
thank you. Yeah, if you watch that ask, you can see them sneaking in. If you put yours in there 25-50% on that next push, you get sold instantly because you're in the market order, the buy market order. I mean, that's how you get sold out. You don't have to go through a $5 or $6 move to get to the target. If you're watching the ask, the key is you got to sell in the strength. If you wait, Myrna's fixing to be long right here. Add to it. Nobody's gonna be long right now on the Momo hammer. Here comes Tesla again, boys and girls. You're gonna see that $700 a day. Sure. Oh, I went ahead and took my profit on Starbucks. Shopify, I hope you got your piece of that. I hope you got you some shout to the short side. I hope you got you some space to the short side. Should have been a few minutes ago. BX is coming up, 212 up, breaking right this second. BX is long. Now we're getting some momos. Etsy, gonna break. All right, there's Shopify. All out of the Shopify. Tesla trying to come back up. Only thing I'm in is HD. Tesla's long. Tesla's gonna see at $700. I'm telling you, it's gonna see $700 today, if not this week. Let's pull up the daily here. Dude, you don't even know how beautiful this thing is. It's making higher highs and higher lows on the 4 hour. It's making higher lows on the month. Amazon's still short here. Look at this pattern. Holy shit. The only thing that separates these patterns is time and price. That's it. Same pattern you see on the 5 minute. It is on these higher time frames. So look here, if I saw that 2-2 on the lower time frames, my target is going to be the high. All right. So the only thing that separates these things is time, price. Price comes up, expands. Remember, we got expansion on the pivots. There's expansion. There's a BF. All right. It'll expand down here sometimes. Coming up, making higher highs, higher lows now. There's a pullback. There's a Momo hammer. Gone, gap up, gone. Target here. Wick, wick. All right. And on top of that, you go look in the higher time frames. Gone. There's 2 inside up. Target's going to be there at 700. And then 748.89. The key is that 700 break. Now it made a higher high here, pulled back pretty good, broke through the pivot high, which is just retest. Oh, this is a break and retest, just kind of chopped it on the way. That $697, $700 is key. It's key. But it came up there before and it failed twice. Novavax is going to touch the pivot high here. Murray has 2 retests there. So there's a 2-time rule. I'm sure you've heard me talk about it before. If price comes up and it doesn't make a new high, the second time I'm moving higher, it gets cut instantly. All right, looks like this one might have made a higher high. All right, it came up. First time it went back down, it came back up and tried to take a run again. Now it's pulling back. All right. It's holding the stop, but it needs to come up and make a new high. Otherwise, it'll start chopping sideways here. Starbucks keeps on going here. Can't be greedy. You still should see 119 for in it. Starbucks. I was pretty damn good, but a few ads. I just took my money. I was greedy. My guy. Yeah, Starbucks should still see well 118.98 without a doubt, easy peasy. Same pattern. This pattern here is beautiful. I mean, it's just a beautiful pattern. Breaking that month, this thing can go another $3 or $4 here. Before 10 o'clock though, I'm locking in game. There goes Tesla, guys. Tesla, give me 700. Tesla's long here, guys. They're DQ pace, making higher lows, higher highs. It's trending up. Murder's fixing to break to the upside here. If it does, you'll add to it or go long. Starbucks is still pushing here. I may re-enter back into Starbucks to get a nice pullback on it. BX is pushing up. Etchy needs to come on down. Etchy needs to die. Etchy made a higher high or higher low. I'm sorry. It needs to break down. If Etchy breaks this prior high on the or prior low on the 15, it's gonna go. BX is pushing here. That's when I added to my charts too, along with Starbucks. I want to tell you something. Blackstone is long here. Blackstone and Vanguard. Let me make sure I'm saying it right. I wrote it down. Blackstone and Third Guard or Vanguard. I can't know the other one. BX is long. It's got earnings coming up. On top of that, BX, Novavax is long if it breaks to the 15. This thing, these 2 companies own 80% of every company. Microsoft, they own Apple, they own Bio, they own the banks, they own everything there is. They're owned by a family that's private. You don't even know who owns this damn thing. It's owned by the Rothschilds and stuff. These companies own 80% of everything. Google, they own Apple, they own everything. All those, I'm telling you, it's crazy. You can go look at
Blackstone and who?
I think it's Vanguard or something. There goes Tesla, boys and girls. I hope you got you a piece of that. I'll have to look at the other one. I got it wrote down somewhere. I found it out this weekend. But you can go and look it up, and it's incredible when you see what they own. Hang on, I'll tell you exactly what it is. Tesla's up. Thank you very much, Tesla. Starbucks is going to hit that 119. BX is long here. This thing can keep rocking, and they're cheap. I'll pull that for you. They own 80% of everything.
All right, well, Blackstone, just for you guys, he's saying that Blackstone is a huge ETF company. They're
Vanguard.
right? They're private equity firm, but they also have a huge amount of ETFs, and Vanguard is the largest mutual fund company in the world.
All right, here we go. So Vanguard and BlackRock are the top 2 owners of Time Warner, Comcast, Disney, and New Corp. 4 of the 6 media companies that control more than 9% of the U.S. media landscape. They're a secret monopoly that own about everything else that you can think of too. And all they have ownership of 1,600 American firms, which in 2015 had combined revenue of $9.1 trillion. When you add the 3rd largest global owner, State Street, the combined ownership encompasses 90% of the S&P 500 firms. Vanguard is the largest shareholder of BlackRock, and Vanguard itself, on the other hand, has a unique structure that makes the ownership more difficult to discern. But many of the oldest riches in the world are linked to the Vanguard. I mean, dude. You want a long-term hold, you think they're gonna let this thing die? Hell no. Look at it. Look at the damn year on it. It's crazy. Once I found that out, it's incredible. Dude, and it's breaking the freaking daily right now.
All the iShares, those are all BlackRock funds.
Yeah. So if you look at BX on the year, green, Momo Hammer up. And I mean, man, if you ever see this pattern on anything, that is a buy. That hammer is a pullback to the upside.
Blackstone owns the company I work for. They own a ton of companies, Hilton's, a ton of things. Incredible. Oh, Tesla. Tesla is still going.
That's gonna give it $700. Okay, I'm telling you, Tesla can break. I'm telling you, I'm gonna hold Tesla this week. I'm gonna hold it all week. I just want you to know that I'm holding Tesla all week. I hold one. I'm gonna scalp it during the day, but I'm gonna hold at least one the rest of the week. In the money. I see big things coming.
The volume on Tesla is pretty big.
Yeah, it's incredible. And if you look at that, the pattern on the higher time frames, I mean,
684 is the weekly break, right?
let's see. BX is long here, guys. Yeah, 684, 694. Let's say. I'll tell you exactly what it is. It needs to break 701. It needs to break the lower ones first. So 697, there's a small pivot there, and then that 701. That's the two key ones that need to break. That's what it needs to break.
And I think 684 for the week, right?
Well, the week's is gonna line up with these pivots. Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. That hammer. Yeah, I don't even care about breaking the week. Yeah, it's like 680, maybe 684, something like that. Yeah, look here on the 4 hour. Let me show you on the 4 hour here. It's going to this huge red candle on the 4 hour. All right. And these big red candles are just, they're like a gap. There's no resistance in these areas. So first order is going to be body, wick, and then right here, this is basically just a big green candle with nothing there. So it can come out through there too. Myrna's long here, guys, or add to it. Tesla, I hope you got you some Tesla. That's all I can say. I hope you got you a piece of it. All right, guys, keep it on Zoom. It bounced off pivot low here and come right back up, touch pivot high. ZS, it just went through the pivot high, just like Tesla. It's trying to come back up. We need confirmation though.
I'm on vacation and Tesla has just now paid it.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's a great call out.
You're welcome. That's how we do here, man. Everybody's got to eat.
Oh, I know. I know.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you said that because tomorrow we're going to leave. We're going to go to a cabin in Alabama, and I'll trade tomorrow morning for the first till around 11. I'll be able to trade Wednesday on my phone. Amazon's fixing to break the downside. BX is still going here, guys. I'm telling you, BX has got earnings coming up. It's their earning run up, but I would own this long term. And then Thursday we'll be back. I'll trade Thursday morning too on my phone. I can make good money on my phone. Roku's puking here, guys. So I just want you to know that. I meant to tell you last week. I kept forgetting about it. All right, stop on Tesla. You're in it. Your stop should be pretty tight on this thing. 680.50. There's your stop right there. 680.50. All right. Let's look at Zoom right quick, because this could be a pullback to downside. Myrna's long here, guys. Myrna is long again. On Zoom, you see how it rolling over? This on the 5 minute could be a pullback to the downside. We need to take a look at it deeper though. It's starting to roll over on the week. That don't mean shit, because it could just be a pullback to the upside.
Nice long run.
It's kind of chopping sideways on the 4 hour. It's trading sideways on the daily right here, which means it's just a compounding subbar. You can see it right here on the 30 pretty easy. See what's chopping sideways? Your safer bet is when this thing breaks out of this range, either the top side or the bottom. Now you be careful when it breaks the bottom here. We gotta give it more room, all right? Because price can expand it and go right to the top. So right now, Zoom is not that safe. So if you look at the 5 minute here, if Zoom comes up, you know, and touches the pivot low here, rejects, and then we can short it. First target would be this low here, and then it can break to the pivot on the 60. Right now, there's not enough information.
Hey, Jerry, are you gonna keep the
Mine is
Zoom
long.
open, the Zoom open that other people can use, or?
Yeah, I'll leave it open. Yeah. Kim might not like it though.
Jerry, am I reading this right? Twilio, if it breaks 395.30, get long to hit the top of that big red candle and then the high of the day.
Ooh, Twilio. Yeah, this thing could PMG back up. It bounced off a pivot low. We got to be careful right now. It's kind of early, and here's why. Well, I'll explain in a second. Right now, it's trying to break the daily, the 4 hour, and the weekly. It's inside doji up near the top 25% of that candle a month. Okay, right now, it just made a big, it expanded off the 30 here, right? And the 60. See, it pushed up, it rejected, come back down. So there's a couple things that can happen right here. It's either, it came back down, it's testing. It's either going to pull up in reverse, or it's going to pull up and then come back down. So we really want to see at least another pullback on it for the upside. There's one pullback. That's going on right this second. Here, I'll pull up the 5 minute. So we can see a little bit better. If this thing's going to reverse off that hammer on the 15, that 2-2 back up, we want to see some confirmation. And there's a set of rules that go with it. All right, this is one candle. We want to see at least 25% above the base. We're going to pick a closest candle support resistance, which is the strongest one's here. So it is coming back up to it, right? And we got one pullback. So the first entry would be when it breaks this wick here. All right, we want to get at least 25% from the base. We want at least one pullback. We got two. And here's the strongest support resistance is at this level here. All right.
Nice. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that 395.30 or 395.40 or so, right?
Yeah, absolutely. If it breaks that 395 level, she's hot. And you could even take it when it crosses here. But that wick says, you know, I've got here before and I pulled back at this level. So if it breaks this level, then you're pretty much guaranteed to get to 398. 398.60. Yeah. And then from there, it can come all the way back up to 403. So absolutely, looks beautiful. BX still going.
JPM just broke the 4 hour pivot, Jerry.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you said that. I got to look at Goldman Sachs. I had earnings before open, and that'll give us an idea of how JP Morgan and the rest of these banks are going to do this morning, because they got earnings coming up. So Goldman Sachs looks pretty damn good this morning. It ran, right? So that could be an indication of what's going to happen. JP Morgan's earnings. JP Morgan portion. Oh yeah. So JP Morgan's really long. It breaks 157.60. There's a break retest of that daily or that 60. Myrna's long here still, guys. Myrna's beast mode. Damn.
Jerry, what about Baba?
Baba? It made a higher low. It made a higher low. That's all I can really say about it now. It's stuck right inside. We got to give Baba just a little bit here. I'll take a look at it for you. But yeah, JP Morgan looks really, really good. Looks really good. And I tell you what, its target's 167. Yeah, we can break that 157.60 level here. You don't want to touch it till it breaks that. I don't know. Myrna's kicking ass though. Hope y'all got some of that too. Oh, it says it's trying to go again here. Myrna. What a freaking beast. It's ugly on the way up, but it's moving. All right, Baba. Starbucks shooter back down. That's why I'm never mad about taking profits. Sometimes I'll take profits that'll keep going. I don't care. I lock in profits. I don't care what happens after that. Baba's in a huge downtrend. It's ugly as hell. 212 down, trying to pull back up a little bit. Inside weak down, breaking through this pivot low. It went all the way down at gap fill. Now it's on its way back down. Baba is got a shooter on the daily and the 4 hour. This thing wants to die. Tell you what, Baba breaks 202.98. It's a short, and it can see 198. All right, it's dying. This thing's not going in. It ain't going up anytime soon. So put Baba on your radars. BABA. When it breaks the pivot low of 202.90, it's a short. This thing ain't going nowhere. Tesla. Let's look at
Yeah, it looks
Tesla.
terrible on all the different time frames.
Yeah. Baba is ugly, but it looks good, you know. Yeah, Baba. If it breaks that pivot, whew, it's gone. That's a 212 monster down. All right. The strongest support level on Tesla right now is this 677 range. It's got another one at 678.90. So you want to put your stops pretty tight on there, but 678.90 is seeming to hold right now. If it breaks through there, it can roll over. You want to know where your closest support resistance levels are. That way you can get out. Look, it's best to get out. All right, it's best to take your profits and get the hell out and re-enter when it takes it long again. I know people that's got a smaller account, they want to, try to get as much money as you can, but you let this thing keep going, it's going to go from green to red on you. Now you're going to be bag holding. BX pushing still here on a Momo Hammer Fiber back up. I mean, this thing's going.
JPM's coming up on that
Here comes
target.
Tesla. JPM looks good. Yeah, it needs to break. Yeah, it needs to break that 157.60 range. We do have a measured move right here too. So it's a break and a retest of the pivot high on the 30 and the 60. The first target was right here. It broke it easily. Right now it's chopping sideways. So it's doing 154. It's resting. That's a big move it just made. It needs a rest. So we got a $2.50 measured move here. So 158, 159 is the target on it for the day. Myrna's still going. MRNA. Tesla's trying to go again. Tesla. Today's volume is kind of high. It's starting to roll over just a hair here. So make sure you're starting to roll in. Tesla's chopping sideways.
Any thoughts on FedEx?
Shit. It's breaking that 60 pivot. Remember, the longer consolidation breaks the break, also the longer the higher the time frame these pivot breaks are, the bigger the move through it. Like Starbucks is fixing to break the month, so I can't imagine how big this move's gonna be. So FedEx is breaking a pivot high on the 60. Imagine what that pivot break on the month is gonna look like.
So we're looking at 302.4 or something like that.
Yeah, so your closest one's gonna be, yeah, let's say. Your closest pivot is 304, yeah, 69.
Oh.
And then 320. The thing is, it's gonna need a pretty good pullback here in a second, so just be mindful. Myrna's pushing up. BX is still going. BX is going, but it's not a great big mover. FedEx looks good, but it's gonna need some red on that 5 minute.
Tesla's at a new high again.
Yes. That's a Tesla. I want to see $700 like Tesla. She's slowly chopping, making higher highs and higher lows. All right, now the new stop on this thing is at 682, guys. 682 is a new stop. And you can even tighten it up more. 682.70. You could do 682.50. Tesla's longer add to it right here. Just a small consolidation for the next push up on Tesla. BX is pushing again. I love it. They keep eye on ZS. Etsy really wants to break down here. Go Tesla, go, go, go. Current volume up 190% over the last 30 on 1 million shares traded.
Cheaper
Picking it up
place,
right here.
X looks okay.
X.
Not a big mover.
Myrna's still pushing here.
Love you, Dad. Head out.
Where you going?
Go Tesla. My wife and daughter just said they're going shopping. I really do this one to go.
Go Tesla, go, go, go. Tighten your stops up, guys. You know how Tesla is. Stop should be at 682.50, guys. 682.50 is your stop.
Yep, I got my.
Use a hard stop.
Yeah, 10-4.
Tesla. BA's trying to break that pivot on the 15. Etsy is flagging near the bottom here, guys. It is making higher lows, but it's making lower highs at the same time. It's flagging. Hopefully it's a big ass bear flag is gonna die here. All right, starting to roll over here, guys. Better tighten them up just a hair.
Yeah, watch the flip here.
Yeah, Myrna just dropped $1.40 in about 5 seconds. So that was nice. I shorted that thing up there at the top, 239.90. I'm out. Quick scout.
I do not understand this flip.
That's crazy.
The flip is just when the algos turn on and off. We know that. That's all it is.
Oh, thank you.
Well, technically, the flip is a brand new candle. It's a brand new candle, but the bottom of the hour is when the algos come on. Really, a true flip is just a brand new candle.
Yeah, yeah, they just turn the algos on and off. They
Yep,
just say
yep.
sailor by. It's for real though. It's a real phenomenon.
So you said 10 and 10:30?
Every flip. 10:30,
Oh, okay.
11:30, 11, 12.
The strongest is the bottom of the hour, the second is the top of the hour, and then the next two are the 15 of the hour. But they're all brand new candles, and that's usually when they turn the algos on.
Yeah,
Thanks.
that's 10 o'clock. To me, the one I'm more concerned about is the 10 o'clock flip.
Yeah, the first 10 o'clock flip is really good. But other than that, it's all the bottom of the hours. And then
Yeah.
like Corey said, it follows after that.
Yeah, you gotta be paying some attention to that stuff.
And sometimes you'll notice they turn them on like 2 minutes before the flip. You know, it's just right around that time. They turn them on or turn them off.
Look at Baba, it didn't die. Incredible.
Jack, I know it did that the other day. It puked up like that. It's so crazy. GG Tesla, I love you. BX trying to Momo hammer back up. I tell you, B8 or Baba is the craziest kicker you ever saw. B8's broke through that pivot on the 1530. Still going. Yeah, Baba's crazy. It made a higher low too. So this thing's the ugliest thing you ever saw in your life. And yeah, Friday they pulled up in the morning. I went ahead and took my money on Tesla. I can always get back in it. I'm not gonna get much back. BX and Momo hammer up. Starbucks trying to come back up that 118.59 level. Come on, Etsy, die. We're looking to take Etsy short here on this bear flag. All right, look here. Etsy breaks pivot low here. It's gonna be short, target 185. And she breaks it, it's flagging. Pull it up here. There's your flying right there. BX is long again, or add to it. We want it to break through this. Of course, it can do whatever it wants. It can come out the top of this flag here. If it does, target's going to be 200.
Jerry, Amazon 2-2 reversal off the 15 coming back up.
Carvana trying to come back up. HD kind of stuck right there in the center. Etsy needs to come on over here and die. BX is still going. Oh, I got a bunch on this 2-1 scan here. I'll take a look at that. I thought that was it. I thought I had my 10% scan up. What's going on? What happens when I wake up late? Dude, I set up too late last night. I set up to like 3:30.
Facebook is going.
CLBX. Oh yeah, we got to keep an eye on snow today too. Facebook's this good. It's breaking that pivot. 312 on this 30. Beautiful. They get 2-2 right back up at 358.79. So it expanded. You can see it expanded on the 4 hour here. That's going right back up. It's still a choppy mess hole, but other than that, it's pretty good. Let's take a look at Amazon here. It's a reverse off the base. Netflix too is 2-2 trying to go back up. And I tell you what, if Netflix reverses here, it's going to come up that huge red candle and it will quickly push up to the top here. Amazon did expand on the 5 minute, trying to come back up. If you look at the 60, this is such a tight range here. You can still trade it, but you gotta be careful with it. There's that 2-2 right there on the 15. It comes back up. Here's your first pullback. There's your second pullback. It needs to break. It needs to break 37.30 before you take it anywhere. And We need to take a look at Netflix here. It could be one hell of a move. Shopify 2 back up. And this coming up the same thing like Netflix. We're going to look at Shopify here in a second. Got a big red candle come up. All right. Netflix is coming up. It can go to 540. Right. So Netflix will be long when it breaks 535.54. All right. You see at 2230, it's beautiful. That big red candle, money. Absolute freaking money. Shopify is long. Shopify is long. Target 1530. That's $27 away. You better get you a piece of it.
Facebook
BX
looks like it might be long too.
Ah, thank you so much.
Nvidia is kind of choppy, but it is coming back.
Yeah, on NVIDIA, you have to wait till that 813.88 breaks before you go long on that. 813.88 is the key on NVIDIA.
So
I agree.
I went ahead and took my money out of Tesla a few minutes ago, just so we're clear. It's had a stop down here. I just wasn't interested in giving it back. I was up almost 100%. The thing about Tesla is great, right? But it's not spreading, which, you know, would seem counterintuitive, but man, I love it when it's got a huge ass spread. BX is still going here, guys. Anybody's got a small account should be in that.
Yep, I just got out of Tesla too, right when you said that. And my stop hit.
Yeah, NVIDIA's a choppy shithole right now. You can't be in this thing. It needs to
It
break
really
at
is.
least. It needs to break at least 814, 815. Because it's stuck inside this range. I'll show it to you. If you look at the 62, where's that one inside candle? Here, I'll just do this. I don't have to draw it.
Yeah, it's right in the middle of the ORB, the opening range breakout. I mean, it's been trading in the middle of that all day.
If we see an inside candle in the middle, you better run away from it. I'm not trying to put anybody down, but you always want to look at that. If it's in the center of it, you don't want to trade it.
Yeah, for
It's that
sure.
important. Look at Tesla. Never be upset about taking profits. Ever. Now this does have the next stop on this thing is at 678.80. If it starts to come back up, we'll get back in it. Space could be trying to go down. Etsy's still trying to go. They didn't make a lower low that time. Starbucks trying to come back up too.
You got some volume now coming in on NVIDIA though. I think if it breaks that red candle, Jerry, I think it might be a go.
Yeah. Yeah, if it breaks that 815 level, it could
Yeah,
still
it
go
looks
to
like,
819.
yeah, it's right there. There's some volume. That last candle was huge volume.
Yeah. 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 You could trade that in the middle of the inside candle, but it needs to come out at the top of the bottom. But as long as it's inside that range, that tight range, you can't mess with it. So the first time to take it long is when it breaks 815. But the thing is, it can come up to 819 and bounce. Or it can break through there, who knows? But it's gonna be long as soon as it crosses this candle here like 10 cents. Yeah, so
And the
until it
VIX is
breaks-
going down.
Yeah, SPY, if anybody took SPY long, it's still moving. It's for cheap accounts too. I'm trying to put
All right,
more
guys.
cheaper stocks on here.
Good trading today. I gotta go. I'm on vacation.
You
You guys have a good one. I'll see you. Yep.
All right, have a good day, bud.
That's pretty good when you go on vacation and you make money on your vacation to pay for your vacation.
Yes, sir. Now you do it. SPY. Yeah, so what I do is I'll leave the room open. That way everybody can communicate with each other. I'll still be trading. I won't be able to see all my streams. I'll probably be on, I'll probably take my laptop with me. I'm sure they got Wi-Fi there. I stay on my laptop all day, no ways in killing.
There it broke. NVIDIA broke 815. Jerry, what do you think?
I think it's a long, the target's a high though. I'd give it 10 or 20 cents though.
You mean the high pip? Oh, you're not going 819, or you're working your way up?
Let me pull it up. I'm having problems with my phone. I'd give
I
it a
pulled
second.
back. It just
So,
pulled back.
Yeah, let me
pulled
show you. So the entries when it breaks this candle, but you still gotta, it's still gonna act as a pivot. So,
Right.
so here's the high, that wick. All right, and price can expand and contract off these points. All right, it's that important because well, it just is. So if you're going to take it, it needs to break it by at least 10, 20 cents. Yeah, and
I
it breaks
jumped
that.
it.
Look at here. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I said I jumped. I got ahead of myself when,
Well, it's okay. It can still
when
work
Corey
out.
said it. Yeah, it still looks strong.
Well, it's got some volume. It's got some volume coming. Another candle with some deep, above average volume.
Yeah, just hang on to it if you're in it. It can still push. And if it pushes, your first target's going to be the body. So we always target the body and the wick as two separate targets. So 818.50 and then 819. And if it was me, I would be selling before it got to 818.45. I'd be selling at 818. Because right now it's chopping sideways, which means it can come up, expand the top a little bit, and then come right back down to here. All right. It can come up, expand just a little bit, and then pull right back down, chop. So yeah, it's long right this second. Yes, sir. Good one, Corey. Good job.
Well, that volume tells a lot. Like you were sitting there teaching.
Volume's everything. Say it's not. It is. If you're not looking at volume, if you don't think volume has got anything to do with stocks, then there's a problem. All right, here goes Etsy. To say volume's irrelevant, it's just that's not a very smart statement. All right, NVIDIA target is the top of that body on that red candle. Murder's trying to be a mumble handle. Baba's even long, but it's almost a target now. Etsy die. Look, I want to see Etsy puke out to this 5-minute pivot here. It's a 312 now, but it needs to be solid red. That solid red candle takes us through the pivot low here. And when it does, guys, Etsy's going to be short. We want it to expand through the pivot at least by 10 or 20 cents. So 190.30, 190.20. Dan, your mic's open.
Sorry.
Sir. All right, guys, Tess is giving back Ghost. All right, keep an eye on Netflix too, still too. NFLX. And next Netflix is trying to break up that pivot. Well, it could expand and come right back down. We don't know. We don't have enough information yet. Now, if the video rolls over here, you need to cut it. You need to cut it pretty damn fast. The stop on the video is going to be at 8:13. The reason being because it just made a, if it breaks that stop, what happened is it made a lower high here. So even the best setups fail sometimes, and that's not, it's nobody's fault. It just happens. But it's best to cut it short and hop back in it. You don't want to take it on down and hoping it's going to bounce off that lower. You're going to be out. Take your damn money. Take a small loss. DVD, that's on Roku at 10:38. All right, that was a great mount on the bottom. Yes, sir. Yeah, that was a great mount. Let me take a look at Roku. Roku's looking kind of ugly. It's trying to tutu back up, but it's got to break through that pivot low, or the sorry, pivot high. And the reason being is because
BA's ready to go, BA.
Nice. The reason Roku's got to break that pivot because it can come up, touch it, reject, and go lower. Okay. And I want to tell you, everything that's compound inside on this 60 is going to be kind of choppy. Now, Roku looks pretty good. It's a Momo hammer on the Munch, which can take it up to 486.72. So this could just be a pullback here, but this candle, current candle here on the week and the day, it needs to go green. All right, because if it don't, it forms a lower high. So what I'm saying is, let me pull this up. BA is gonna be long when it crosses that candle by 20 cents. Okay, could be a break and a retest. Make a solid green candle. All right, so it's doing this. It's kind of, we don't know what it's doing on the higher time frames. It's inside in red. Come down. All right, so it's doing this, coming up. It could come up and test the pivot and go lower. All right, now if we do get a bounce off of it, it'd be your cue to go short, and your target would be these wicks down here. All right, but we know it's rejected off this base 3 times because of the wicks. All right, it's showing some kind of strength here. All right, so it's showing some kind of support. So to take this thing short, it needs to break below this level here by at least 30, or I'd say 30 to 50 cents, bare minimum. If it does, your target's going to be the pivot low. Now, if you're going to take this thing long, say it pulls back here and goes high, I would not touch this thing until it broke through the pivot high by at least 50 cents, okay, if not $1, because we know price expands on these pivots. All right, they expand to the upside, to the downside, and with that knowledge, price could come up. It looks like it's right here. Price could come up, expand it, and then come right back down. All right, so just because it starts to reverse, we're getting a pullback to the upside and breaking through it. It's not an automatic go. All right, it's best if it comes back, retest it, and then goes. You can take it when it crosses the high. Right now, we're kind of in the limbo. All right, because this could just be this green candle could just be a pullback to the downside. If it is, you take it 50 cents below these wicks here. You don't take it when it crosses the wicks, because this tells you 3 times when it got to this level, it shot right back up. All right, so you're gonna give it extra room. And look at Etsy short right now, guys. It's doing the same thing. It's the same setup right now as Roku. So I'm short Etsy here, but I've been watching it for a while. I wanted to go short. So I've been in it for a little bit. So same thing. See how they've got the 3 weeks here? It finally broke. You take it when it's about 20 cents below this. So, and the target's going to be the pivot low on the 60, which is 185.19. But really, you want to target the body 187, 185. All right, that big green candle is money because there's nothing stopping it. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and set an order here to catch me a big old ass gamma spike. Good Lord willing. What I do is I keep an eye on the bid and ask. When I see him send them through there, I get my order ready for it.
Tesla's got to hold what, 376.5?
Yeah, let me show you. There's a stop sitting right there on that top. Remember, when we're doing our stops, they go on the strongest support resistance level. You know, it had 2 or 3 stops it already blew through, but if you're still in it, you're going to go to the solid one. And that solid one sits on top of right here. See it? There's 1, 2, 3. So the more touches, the stronger it is. That stop is 10 cents below this candle. So it's got 1, 2, 3, 4 touches. That's very, very strong as opposed to here. But really, This stop right here was just as strong. And it broke
Google's
through.
long.
Awesome, thank you. So the stop here was just as strong as here. If it blows through that stop, you need to cut it. And then I'll give you an actual price on it. And that stop's sitting at 676, 676, that's your stop. If it blows through there, there's a problem. And this green candle could just be a pullback to downside. So you can even tighten your stops up even more now. If it breaks below 677.06, it's out, it's gone. All right. The reason being, if this is a pullback to the downside, when it crosses below that and turns back red, she's gone anyway, and that stop's not going to do nothing for her. Two stops. Now, this could just be, in the whole scheme of things, this could just be a minor pullback overall. If you look at the 60, this could just be a small pullback. Who knows? Let's take a look at the goods. GOOG. Thank you so much. I know. Hey, what day are we coming back from the cabin?
Thursday midday, I guess.
Yeah. Love you. Good. Gee. Yeah, anybody says they come to trading for learning, they're lying. You go to trading to make good money, and anywhere in the world. That's what brings everybody to trade. Good looks really good. 2-2 what? 2-2. I like.
Hey, Jerry.
good.
Jerry, tell Mrs. Jerry we said hello.
Kim, everybody say hello.
Jerry, Facebook.
I like good, but it moves. It takes a few seconds for it to pop up there, but I tell you what, it is long. So good call. Target's 26.12. I like trading good on like Thursday, Friday. It is strong though. Again, it's still strong. Facebook's pushing here. Right too. There's a pretty good, there's strong resistance right there where it's at 352. 350. There's strong resistance at 352 and 353. Very strong. Let me pull this up for you right here. If it breaks through there, is what I'm saying is it can rip, but if it don't, Nvidia's to your target here, guys. Start taking your profits. Look at the ask. Join the ask right now. If you don't know how to do it, join the ask right this second. And take your profits now, and then when it re-breaks on a pullback, you can take it again. I would be taking my profits right this damn minute. Because when it comes up, it can form a double top and it come back down. It actually be a triple top.
Look where Tesla bounced off of VWAP.
Facebook. Is it bouncing?
Yeah, bounced right off of VWAP.
Yeah, Facebook's looks good here. Okay. Show you. So there's like 4 or 5 candles here. There's a bunch of candles stacked right here. So you'll look at these support resistance line that's hidden in these right here. And that one extends from all the way over here. There's minor support resistance and minor pivots too. Facebook is definitely coming up. It's just when it comes up, you want to be mindful of these support resistance because it can act as resistance.
Jerry, how'd you know to stay in NVIDIA when it was pulling back around 10:45? I got out there.
It's got that big old ass, that big red tank. Let me show you. What time did you get out?
10:45.
All right, let's pull it up. I'll show you exactly how we do it. Starbucks going on over here. Actually, you need to die. Okay. Draw. It stops right here.
Yeah, what dollar amount's that? I think I got out when it was at 816.
Let me zoom in a little bit. 816. It's right. Okay. There's 816.04. Your stop should have been at. Okay. Here's your closest support resistance level. All right. And it's usually 10 cents below that. Usually a little bit more. So 815.40, something like that. But I think we took it after that, after this candle here. I have to go look on the 15. It was just in a strong uptrend. It based. So here, I'll just show it to you how I'm looking at it. And it's well, all right. So this thing came up, pulled back, starts chopping sideways. Right here's a very strong level. All this right here. If this extends all the way from over here. From here, let's squeeze it in here. To here is a compound inside one. So it's the 2 inside and then a 2 up. Right?
Okay.
So if you take and okay, here's support resistance right here on this level, right? Because it expands all the way from over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you want to look. I made a video on the stops, but the stops are on their closest support resistance. And the more candles that you can get to line up, the stronger the stop is, the stronger the support, right? So our stops go on the strongest resistance support line, minus 10 cents. You can even give it 20 cents. So here's the strongest because it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 touches. That's one hell of a resistance level, minus 10 cents, because the support resistance can act as a minor pivot, and we know price expands on them. So your stop would have been here, minus 10 cents. And then the next one would have been here, minus 10 cents. But I think we entered on the break here. But when we entered, we took it on the break of this candle here, with the target being here, but the closest support at the time of entry was here. Right? It was right here, minus 10 cents. Right? So until it broke that level, it's still in it. With the hopes of it reaching here. Now look, as it come up, remember you want to sell it as it gets to the body, because the body and the wick, they're both targets. And on this move here, you should have been selling it when it got to, let me clear this out of the way. Here's a target right there. You want to be selling it 50 cents away from that. And if you'd been selling as it pushed up, your ass would have been out already.
Okay.
Yeah,
it was hovering around. It was hovering around the midpoint of that big red candle. And I thought sort of like a gap, maybe it would pull back around the midpoint. And once it stayed there for what felt like an extended period of time, I just closed it.
No, if it don't break your stop, you stay in it. Yeah.
Okay.
Break your stop, stay in it. And then look again, the thing is, you know, some people want to take that whole move. You can't. You got to be selling as it gets to it, because now you're catching the top of the ass. You're going to catch that. If you take the top of the ass, you sell in the strength. You automatically catch that spike, right? You're setting your price you want for it. Now, by doing that, you're taking your profits early. You're catching an extra $200 or $300. That extra spike makes up for getting all the way through the pivot, right?
For sure.
And plus, the less time you're in it, the less risk you have. You don't have to worry about catching a whole move, because you just caught in a bonus for staying in it. And the chance of it pulling back is incredible. I mean, you see right here, it's pushed up, pulled back, and it automatically makes a double top. Then it gets, you know, we should have been taking the profits there, and then it pulls back. And that's a classic example of why we take the profits pushing up the target. That's exactly why I say that all the time. That's not to say this thing can't pull back and then shoot straight through. It can. So say we take our profits right here. All right, you should have been taking it as it got close to that 50 cents away. You would have took your money, you've been out of it. Now this thing could go, it can pull back and shoot straight through there.
Myrna's ripping.
It can. So if it breaks through the pivot here and it pulls back, guess what? We take it long again. Right? So you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out. You catch a gamma spike, you're out. Catch another one, you're out. Myrna's long again, guys. Yeah, so set your stop on the closest support resistance. If it don't hit it, don't mess with it. BX is gonna push again here. Yeah, if it
So
hit
don't worry if it's hovering around the midpoint of the big mother bar type candle.
No, hell no.
And it's on an
If we're-
uptrend.
Yeah, if we're in it, it don't matter. Cause look, we don't take entry until we're out of that mother bar. All right? Cause we consider it's one solid candle. That individual candle there, to me, it's not a mother bar.
Okay.
I don't even think it's a mother bar. It's not.
Okay.
Cause this whole candle, all this whole candle here is a 2. All this combines a 2. That one candle, it's nothing. Don't even worry about it. Yeah.
So then
Mhm.
basically if that was all a 2, where it was hovering was around 25% of that big candle
Yeah. So
of the 2.
yeah, so let me show you. Really, this is a 2. All this is. But then you have a separate 2, which is here. All this.
Uh-huh.
And it doesn't matter because this price was in the top 25%.
Right.
So, yeah, I know the strat says to worry about mother bars, but don't. Look, dude, I love mother bars. Why? Because they're like a big gap. There's no resistance in there. Now, when you pull out of one of these candles and you've got a bunch of candles sitting right in the middle here, then you want to wait till you get out one side or the other because there's so many things that can chop you up, stop you from going through, stop you from going down. I mean, there's so much stuff in the way. It's like falling off the cliff and there's a bunch of branches that you're gonna hit on the way down. So
Okay.
in this range here, there's hardly nothing there, right? There's nothing there. As opposed to all these candles. There's a bunch of stuff in the way here. There's hardly nothing here. So with a mother bar, you got one candle and you got a bunch of candles that's down here, right? So it's a lot easier to get through this right here than it is to get through all this chop right here. So once you're at the chop, there's nothing but just blue skies all the way to the top. So just look at it like that. Down here, it's hard to get through. Big mother bar is freaking go. There's nothing to stop it from pushing through there. And the reason they work, well, if you pulled up the TPO profile, Myrna's long here again, guys. And if you pulled up the TPO profile, you would see it would look like this. It'd be a void here. It would stick way out here, and then it would start to pull back in here. It'd be a big old cave, right? So wherever the most shares are traded, that's point of control. Wherever the most shares are traded, the profile is going to be sticking out. And I've noticed wherever there's a huge candle, there's a void, there's a cave, right? And there's nothing there. There's nothing there. So this gap here looks exactly, so a profile in this gap looks exactly like a big red candle or a big green
Right.
candle.
Okay. Uh-huh.
The reason they work so well is because those big candles, there's a bunch of stops stacked in there. So if it's a big green candle, imagine all the stops you're going to hit on the way up through there. And it's just green candle after green candle after green candle. So they work so well because there's no resistance, there's no candles that stop you on the way up, and you got a bunch of stops to take out. So it's just like double win. It's a double win.
When you're trading options and you're looking at level 2, are you looking at the level 2 for the option that you're in or the stock?
I'm looking at the option.
Okay.
I'm going to sell the option. All right. Test it 2 back up. But I'm looking at, so I automatically send a contract to level 2. And I'm seeing, I'm not even looking at the bid, I'm looking at the ask. But as long as the price is pushing up, most of the people is going to be on the ask side. And did you watch the video in Discord?
I did. It was awesome.
Okay. Imagine people with buying a market. All right. You hop in. We don't never chase it. We always hop in on a pullback. Right? Let me explain. So you hop in on a pullback. We get in early. At that point, the price actually contracts. All right. The spread contracts, gets tighter because there's an equilibrium going on. They don't know if it's going to go up or down. So they tighten up, right? Because they're trying to sell it. They're both trying to sell and the price contracts. Anyway, after that we get in, the move starts to go up. Now you got retail and everybody on their brother trying to hop in. They're out there FOMOing. All right. The people selling the contracts know that. So what they're doing is they're setting big orders, big spreads. All right. So say a contract's $3 and then it's $3.10 and $3.20. What they'll do is they'll throw in for $6. Okay, at the bottom of the ask. If these new retailers come in, they're like, shit, I need to get in now. They put an order in for 20 buy market bid. All right. First come, first sold. So the first one's going to go, the second one's going to go until they get 20 contracts. The market's going to sell 20. First come, first serve, right? from the cheapest to the greatest. Now what they do is they'll throw small orders in like $6, $7. They'll just throw 1 or 2 in there. So it's part of the queue. So if I see that come through the bottom and ask, it takes 2 seconds to go through it. I'll set one in, all right, because they're probably smarter than me, 25 cents below it. I'll set it in queue. A half a second later, 10 seconds later, another market buy order comes in and boom, I'm kicked out instantly.
Okay, yeah,
That's
okay.
how it works. It's crazy, but the key is you've got to sell it as it's pushing up. You've got to sell it as it pushes up. It ain't gonna work. If it starts to come back, now you're screwed because now you're chasing the bid. You've given up your spread.
Do you
Give it
find
up.
that it's important to pick options that have high volume and open interest?
Yeah, I'd rather have higher volume than open interest. I
Okay.
don't really pay attention too much. I do pay attention to volume, and I like to see some kind of open interest on the contract, but I'm more worried about people looking at it, people trading it right now.
Sure, okay.
So at least, I like to see at least 100 volume or higher at least. It's like Goog. If we pull up Goog right now, the volume's kind of low on it. You can still get in and out of it, right? I like to trade it every once in a while, but the volume is minimal, which means when I go to sneak an order in at the top of the ask, it could take a few seconds to get filled. And I'm talking about it could take a minute to get filled because the way the pricing is on it. There's not, it's so expensive, there's not much volume. Quite a bit of volume on it today because it's making new highs and stuff, but usually the volume's about, 40 or 50.
Do you give any weight to the current volume being higher than the open interest? Because open interest is from previous day, right?
Yeah, open interest is just contracts that's still out in the open world.
So if the volume's higher, then that means that buying and selling is happening more today.
Yeah. So open interest, they're holding the contracts. They still haven't sold it. They're in their possession. Volume is like we got a bunch of contracts that we're selling right now. So they're not holding them long. They're just in and out, in and out.
Yeah, around the
many
money on
trades.
Myrna right now, the volume column is bigger by far on some than the open interest column.
The volume shows you how many contracts have been bought and sold for the day. Yeah, so you want to kind of see it higher. It tells you, hey, price has been, it's been trading on that thing. Yep.
Yeah, Myrna was a good call by whoever did that.
Yeah, somebody pulled it up this morning. Pretty good. All right, Etsy's trying to break through the pivot low here. Hopefully it rejects and it pulls back down. And we'll see. If we get a break right here, come back up to 196. Let's keep an eye on that thing. Yeah, Myrna was nice. Novak still would have run this morning. Myrna was a stronger of the two. Right now we're seeing a lot of chop. BX though, still hovering near the top. So BX is not a very big mover. It didn't move much, but it moved its full range today. And contracts are pretty cheap on it. So I'm trying to focus people on the highest probability setups on these smaller tickers. So people with smaller accounts, they can eat too. All right, not everybody can afford chop, Amazon, Tesla, but you can afford, some space and some BX and all these other.
Yeah, Jerry, I'm stuck on JPM here. I got in a little above my target, which was 157.65, and now it's just kind of hovering. And I don't, like I said, I don't like to hold things too long.
All right, let's take a look at it. Are you want to day trade this thing or swing it?
Right now, I'm not sure, to be honest.
Well, I tell you this, it's going to be a beautiful swing. How long is it going to take to get to target? I don't know, but the target's 167.44. Beautiful. It's making higher highs, higher lows right there on that weekly. It's breaking through the 4 hour. Right now, it's around lunch, right? So what's going to happen is we're going to see it chop, and then we're going to see it break.
Jared, I think it has earnings tomorrow or Wednesday too. So.
It does.
Oh, really?
You're right. Yeah. That's one of the reasons I was interested in Goldman Sachs this morning, because Goldman Sachs had earnings for the bell and it ran, right? So that could be a good indication of what's going to happen JP Morgan when earnings come out. So it might be something to.
Okay, yeah, maybe I'll hang on to it then. Thank you.
Yeah, but also the stop on this thing is 157.40 or actually 35, and it's holding your stop. So it's pushing up, it's making higher highs and higher lows. Right now it's just chopping sideways. So here, I'll show you exactly where the stop's at on this thing. It's sitting right
So
here.
even if I was planning to swing, you would get out at that 147.5 or
157.40 range. Right
Nothing
now,
like
what it does, it does this. It goes, so it went up 2, it went inside, it made a smaller 2, it went inside. You probably see another 2, and you'll see it go inside. It's what they like to do. They like to pop, then go inside, pop, go inside, just small little pops. All right. After 11, they'll do that all the time. You'll see every stock will do that. That's why it's important to catch that first 30 minutes.
yeah.
So it's just micro ones, but it's consistently pushing up. But yeah, what I do is I would drag my stop up. So your stop right now should be here. Let me clear this out of the way. I'll tell you exactly where it should be at. It should be at 157.35, where your stop should be. And then if it breaks through that, I'll tell you exactly where your next stop's going to be. Here's your strongest support resistance levels at 157.70. Your stop would be at 157.60. Yeah. So when it pops through there, you're gonna put your stop right back right there at 157.60.
I see.
Yeah. So it pushed up, goes inside, and it pushed up right here. It pushed up at 157.54. When it broke that, it moved up roughly 24 cents. And now it's chopping sideways again. So until it breaks that, it'll chop. Yeah, it looks good. You're still good. You're still in good shape. But just put a hard stop on it. Seriously, put a really hard stop on it.
Okay, thank
So
you, Jerry.
Goldman Sachs has earnings tomorrow morning. I don't know if you said that or if you said it this morning, but it looks like tomorrow. Same with JP
Which
Morgan.
one? Oh,
Goldman
JP Morgan?
Sachs and JP Morgan have earnings in the morning tomorrow.
Oh, I thought Goldman Sachs had earnings this morning. Pre-market. I could be wrong. I'm wrong a lot.
No, it looks like tomorrow. I like to use the website FinViz. It
Oh,
usually has
yeah.
all the lines on there.
Huh. Let me see. Myrna's pushing up.
Hey, Jerry, look, I've had Disney.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. JP Morgan, if it breaks above 157.80, 85, it'll be long. You can add to your position each time it breaks. I like JP Morgan for a swing. This thing ain't dying anytime soon, I'm telling you. Yeah.
Well, the only bad thing with JP Morgan on a swing, they got earnings tomorrow, so you could get clobbered on the IV.
Yeah, it'd be best to wait. Yeah, because you could be down.
Wait till after earnings and then make your decision.
Yeah,
don't hold it through it.
Okay.
Disney's looking good. Let's drop this thing down. Look at the higher time frames. Consolidation is breaking this consolidation. It breaks this lower consolidation at 181.01. It's a 212, but it's a hammer, so it's a 2-bar rev strap to the upside. Breaking to that 4-hour, taking out these pivots. And it's breaking out the daily. If this thing keeps coming up, first target's going to be 181.20. And breaking to 60. Boy, it's coming out of that bowl. So, it was long down here if you were in it. It'd been long at 178.80, target being 179.80. If it breaks to 179.80 and retest, or you get a pullback and a break above pivot, it's going to be long. And it's coming up right now pretty good. It's breaking on low volume. It's 11 o'clock, so be careful here. I would let it break at least 30 cents above it, or I wouldn't take it. All right. The reason being, let's pull up the 15-minute. There's a couple reasons. After 11 o'clock, you got to be real careful on taking these breaks. In the morning time, you won't hesitate to break them when they take that 10, 20 cent range above it. Murder's gonna be longer ad when it breaks the high, the 15. Momentum of 30. So yeah, it's breaking right this second. The only problem is it's low volume. Well, I take that back. The volume's starting to creep up. It's just 1 minute to this new candle.
If you look at Jerry on that
Disney's
Disney,
long right here.
if you look at Disney on the weekly, if it clears that 181, it's got out of that sideways flat for the last 9 weeks. Takes that out, then it should go.
Disney's long right
181.
now. Disney's long. And actually, volume's increasing on this thing. So you see it starting to cup up right here. I looked at that one volume, it was kind of low, but it was actually just 1 minute to the flip. Yeah, it definitely could go. Yeah, there's a 2-2 on the week. It's breaking out of that range right here. So this range, I want to show you. This range is nothing more than a compound inside one. Show you right here. All this is a compound one. It's trading sideways, so it's a all this is a 2. All right, it's a 2 right here. It goes inside, so you either want to see a 2-1-2 reversal or 2-1-2 continuation. Right now, it's just made a higher high on the day. It's 2-2 week. All right, it's on its way back up. I've got to look at the 4-hour and the daily. It's breaking the pivots today on it. All right. So it's going to have a reversal. It's going to happen first on the lower time frames. It's looking good. And it's got that big red candle to come up. We always looking for them big, huge candles because they're like a gap. So the weekly target on this is 185.83, and then 187. She's coming up. And short term target's going to be 181.20. And then see 189. Space has got a bear flag. Amazon's trying to flag. Tesla's flag, and it made a higher low. BX is going to go all day. Etsy's rejecting off pivot low here, so it could roll on over, hopefully. And let's pull up back BX here. It's got earnings coming up. It's running to the earnings. So, did anybody take BX this morning? It's giving you no signal to get out yet. None. Grow them small accounts. Yeah, so if I say something is cheap, or I'll say small account, this is for you. Or for, it's really for anybody. You see on the 60 here, it breaks to 60 and retest. I mean, shit, that's a strong signal.
When you're buying BX, Jerry, are you buying, since it's such a smaller price for option, are you buying 10 contracts to start off with, or 20 or
No,
something?
I still buy one. I always just buy one.
You still buy one, huh?
Yep, still buy one. And then I might load 10, 20, 30, something like that. It might look a bit different, but I always start with one. It's just a habit. It's just a habit.
So you start with one, then when you add, you'll add like 10 contracts or something like that?
Yeah, so usually on the bigger ones, I start with one contract, and then on the next ad, it'll be 5, and then 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. SPY, you know, I try to be consistent, but SPY, I don't say this much. I don't want anybody to follow what I do because it's safer to add one. But on SPY, it's about the only exception. I usually start with 10. I usually start with 10 on SPY because I'm usually just going to be scalping SPY. So I take 10 on SPY because they're cheap, and Tesla's breaking down here. It's going to be short here in a second. But on the cheaper ones, yeah, I'll add more. I'll add more just so I can take full advantage of that move when contracts are so cheap. But I always start with one, and that helps minimize my loss. If I'm wrong, I'm just wrong a little bit. If I'm right, I'll add some heat to it.
So you're doubling the ad, so like you'll do 1 and then you'll do 5 and then you'll add 10 contracts, or are you just gonna add another
Yep.
5?
Nope, I'll add 10.
Twitter
Okay.
neighbor.
5, 10. The next time I'll add 15 contracts, and next time I'll add 20, then 25, and 30.
Awesome, thanks.
You're very welcome. But it's safe, always start with 1, because look, if we're taking a break of something, the upside, downside, through range, if you add 10 and it goes against you, man, you can be hurt, especially on the bigger ones. But if you add 1 contract and you're wrong, then you have a minimal loss, right? But if you're right, you add to it. Yeah. And here's the other thing too. I don't use a hard stop when I first enter. I use a mental stop because the volatility can, it shoots down 10 cents. It stops you out. So what I do is I set alerts at my stops on the actual stock price. That's my stop. If it breaks my stop, it alerts me. Or if I'm watching it and it breaks it, then I pull up the 5-minute chart to see exactly what it's doing. Right? Because I don't want to just stop it out instantly. I want to look at it and see exactly what it's doing to see if there's any closer resistance support nearby, or see if it's wicking through 20 cents. I want to look at the volume stuff where I just sent it out. Now, after I get in the money, if I'm in the money pretty good, it's time for a hard stop. I'll put a hard stop on that damn thing, and I'll give it as much room as I can. If it starts to look like it's going to start the strength
Donor
is
just
gonna
broke
slow
the
down.
higher day.
What's that, BA? Which one?
Myrna.
Right.
Myrna did. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It needs to go. It still needs to break inside 15. It needs to break that high there. It's almost there though. Tesla's starting to roll over here, but once it's in the money pretty good, I'll put a hard stop on it. And if it's coming up and starts chopping sideways, then I'll put it even closer.
Hey, Jerry, can you look at Amazon and look at on a 5 minutes, the first 3 candles? I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
On Amazon, the first 3 5-minute candles of the day.
Yeah. 1 second. All right, guys, we're gonna be looking at short Tesla here in a second. It needs to break below. Well, we're gonna wait till it breaks below 672, and we might take it before then. I'm just trying to look for the safest zone to take it. 1 second here. Let me get this marked up for alert. Amazon. Before I do that, real quick, Corey, just give me 1 second. I want to pull up Etsy real quick. I want to show you something. I want to show you a break and a reject to the downside here. So if we look at the 15 on this thing, it's coming down. It's a compound inside bar on the 60. If we look at the 1530, here's what's happening with it. It broke through this morning, so you could have took it long. It came back through range. All right, so it looks like this. It pulled up, come back down, retest. Now it's trying to come back down. Right, so that's just a pullback to the downside. It'll be short when it goes solid red here. Target's going to be here. Right, your safer entry. So you could take it short here with target being here. Your safer entry is when it breaks this wave right here. So the bottom of this wick by 20 cents. Because the reason being is it comes down, pulls back up. It could come and hit the wave and start chopping sideways. Right? So that's one reason we like to take it when it breaks the high or the low of the wave. Right? Because we want to see higher highs or we want to see lower lows. So it's safer to take it when it breaks that. Otherwise, it forms a double top. Okay, it forms a double top and goes back through range. We don't want to be in the range. We want to be out of the range. We want it making clear higher highs or higher lows. ACS short target's going to be right here, 190. All right. I want it to break 190 and keep going to the bottom of the earth. Amazon. All right, Corey.
On the 5 minute.
Yep. All right, have it.
Okay, so when it opened up, I guess it gaps up how do you know, I guess that first candle didn't matter because it stopped there, but let's say it gaps up that much and then the next candle, let's say you take a TTO up, how, since it gapped up that much, what's to watch so you don't make a stupid mistake that you take it going up and it turns around and reverses on you? You
On the
understand what I'm
second candle
saying?
here?
No, well, this didn't work. It was, I was thinking something else, but it has the same principle. Let's say the first candle gaps up like that. So let's say the second candle comes up, takes out the TTO, and it's due to a gap up. It's sort of dangerous to take that second candle on a TTO. It didn't do it,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, let's say it did, right? You know, and forget that major pivots there. You understand what I'm trying to say? That so you don't, get hit.
Maybe take a look at Disney on the 5 minute. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because otherwise you get, the second it takes it out, it reverses on you. Yeah. That'd be except that one went up quite a bit. But let's say
right
it
here?
didn't. Yeah, but let's say that wick's not as strong. Let's say it's not as
Okay.
strong. Let's just say it's cut just a little bit, even much closer to it. Let's say, I mean, now,
Oh, the break.
today, you see it, but let's say you
Gotcha.
didn't see it and you go
So
and
it-
take it and next thing you know, you get knocked out. If you
So you're
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, so basically you're saying, hey, it breaks this candle here and then
Yep.
goes and then comes back. Okay, it's easy. Here's what you do. First off, say it goes 2. That's a nice measured move candle, right? And it actually made the measured move. Here's what you got to wait on, and it didn't happen. So when this thing opens, this candle needs to pull back, all right, and then go green.
Okay.
And you
okay.
could have took it. You could have took it with it being a measured move. You would have scalped it, of course. But the key is it has to go inside first.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
Right.
Thanks.
Because this thing, it took off. So the next candle form, it went solid green. You didn't have a rest. So, after this big move here, you better have a rest. So inside up. So you want to see that hammer. If it's just solid green, do not take it. That inside candle, it's got to go inside. It's got to go inside, and it needs to stay around the 25 to 30% range of this candle here. All right. So
You mean for the rest?
yeah. Let me show you Amazon a few days back. It was beautiful. I hit it like 5 times in the first 20 minutes of the day. Let's see if I can find it here. It's gorgeous, actually. I think it was Amazon. What day it was. Here we go. Look at this thing. This thing goes up, it opens, it breaks the high from yesterday, you take and scalp it. And then it goes inside. All right, it opened up inside this candle here. All right, and it comes up. I don't think I scalped it here, then it goes inside. I think it's okay, it goes inside here. All right, you take it when it breaks the high here, it goes up. You scalp it as soon as it breaks, then it goes back inside. As it goes back up, you'll scalp it again. And I probably would have been, I don't think this is the exact one here, but there was one, it was just one candle after another. It was solid green, so this right here would have been a scalp for sure. The next candle opens, goes inside, so it was a hammer. And then the next one it kept going. It's actually a pretty good green candle. The next one opened, it went inside again, came back up on a hammer. There's like, I can't remember.
Yeah, but I thought what you're saying, it's got to go inside. If it doesn't go inside, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, I know it's on here. Yeah, it's got to go inside, and it just makes it perfect. The hammer's where it's at, Yeah, the key is it's got to go inside. That because
that last one you just had. You had one there that went inside and it still, you got knocked out some. But it don't matter. You got the, right there. You see that number 2, I mean, it's not in the beginning, but go over where you see the biggest candle roughly around, what, 12 o'clock, 12:30, you see a big candle and the next one's a doji after that. So that somewhat went inside.
Oh, right here?
No, up higher.
Here?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, those two.
Yeah.
That red
That was just
doji.
the top of range. It's hard to say. You know, for a lot of people, it's easy for them to look at the charts after the fact and see shit. I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? I've got to see it as it happens. It's hard for me to look at stuff and see, because I want to tell you why. It's easy for people that don't trade to say, oh, it did this and it did that shit, right? But in real life, this candle here, it was red, it was green, it was a hammer, it was a doji, it was solid green. You know what I'm saying? This candle was 20 different things before it closed. So it's easy to say, oh, this thing went inside and it went down here on that 212. But, you know, this thing opened, it went green, it went down, it pulled right back up. I mean, I like watching, I like being in the real. I want to be in the real time, seeing it unfold. So it's hard to say what it does, what it's doing after the fact. Because when I'm looking at it in real time, I see the candle form. Just like, you know, if I got the 5-minute candle up and it's solid green, right? So we got a solid green candle. All of a sudden it pulls back and now it's a shooter, right? And then that candle starts to come up and now it's back above the high right here. Well, guess what? On the 1 minute, it's a pullback to the upside. So what do? I'll take it, I'll add to it or enter as soon as it breaks right here. But you can't see it on this. You see what I'm saying? You can't see it on these right here.
No, I know,
So
I know.
each individual candle, this candle here, could have been a shooter. You see what I'm saying? And then it went solid green. There's a pull. That could be a pullback. That could be a pullback. That could be a pullback. You know, after the fact, it's easy for people. It's hard for me. You know what I'm saying? It's hard for me to tell you what happened because, you know, I'm watching it happen and unfold in real time. It's hard to explain it. It's hard for me to explain something that's already happened. It's hard. I can't explain it, but it's hard for me to explain it.
You look at Tesla and both NVIDIA, and NVIDIA is bouncing off of VWAP, and so is Tesla coming up through VWAP.
Mm-hmm. Everything's chopping sideways right now. You got CRWD hanging near the bottom pivot. HD came back down, is going to touch it. If it breaks through there, we might see problems, especially if it breaks that 320.47. We know HD. I mean, that's HD's, you know, MO. That's what it does. It likes to push up in the morning. It likes to come back after lunch.
Hey,
Or
Jerry,
it likes to push down. Yep.
I have a question for this level 2 thing that you watch on the options. So if I'm watching it right now and I saw, like for Tesla, my call, it's at 1590, and then I saw like an 1840 pop in, and then it.
Hell yeah, throw 18 in there right now.
Oh, I failed.
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
so
Look,
as long as mine is below what the highest one is.
hell yeah. Look, throw it in there instantly. So go ahead and drag it, pull your $18 up and set a limit on it now, like instantly. But the key is price will be pushing up. But that's an extra $300 a contract instantly. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Once you do it, man, I'm telling you, your eyes will be open. So yeah, you saw that order, they sneak it through. And if you saw it, it sent through instantly. So it went right up to the top, the ass. Right? It happens because what happens is FOMO's retail's chasing it. Smart people are throwing those in there, sneaking them in. They're just throwing a few contracts in at a time. They're selling them really expensive. Anybody that does a market buy, they're buying the cube. So, you know, cheapest to the expensive until their orders fill.
So what if what if that was the highest one I've seen, but what if I've had a limit order in for like 20?
Yeah, you'll still get filled, but prices got to keep pushing up.
Okay.
Yeah, so you know, I use that spread to my advantage. So if he's pushed one through at 18, it's sold. Right? All you gotta do is set it set one 25 cents, 50 cents lower than that. I mean, you can set it a buck lower if you want to go faster. Right. But those guys that's sneaking that stuff in, they're smarter than I am. And you know what I think it is? I think it's algos. I think it's algos taking advantage that they're making money off the spread ask, the bid ask, and they sneak them in. It's like, it's precise. It's a sniper entry. And they know if they can sneak in one here, one there, one here, one there, they make $20,000, $30,000 a day. They don't look, they're not standing in 50 of them. They're standing in just one or two. When you see that come through like that, you set yours 50 cents, 25 cents below it, and you set it, and then you just wait. All right. BA's rolling over.
And so that's the thing though, if my order was in already and theirs is lower than mine, even if it's a queue, theirs will fill first.
Yeah, because when they send that order in, there's gonna be some close to his or a little bit above it.
Okay.
Not necessarily. I mean, basically, so the way it works is think at every single price point, right? If you looked on a price chart or your order ladder, you can see it, right? There's going to be limit orders that are stacked up at every level, right? And the markets will start coming in. But at any given second, there's so many limit orders at every single price point. But this is happening like every second. But what happens is that those market orders fill at every price point until those limit orders disappear.
Yeah.
So what happens is that there's going to be a time, right, where it's moving so fast. This is what Jerry's saying, that if you put an order in that's high, there's so much demand from the markets that the limit orders can't keep up, so that those market orders will blow through the limits at every price point. And so automatically, it's not that there aren't enough limits, it's that the market orders will blow through all those limits and they will come all the way up and grab your high one. And then what will happen is, because people will see that there's, what we would call a breakout, then all of a sudden the sellers will start putting limits in. But until the sellers can fill those in, right? And remember, this is happening in like milliseconds, right? But until that happens, there's sort of there's like an imbalance. And so the market fills immediately. And as soon as those price points where the limits are gone, it bumps the next one. It goes to the next one. It goes to the next one and next one. And so it doesn't really matter, right? It's like, as long as it says, oh, there's no more limit orders at this price point, I got to go to the next one, next one, next one. And that's why it's a great thing that like you can put in whatever price you want, because if there's a market order in there and there's no limit orders to fill it, it'll go to the highest one. You put $1 million in, if there's no more limits, the market automatically fills.
Right. It's like a supply and demand. So I think it's algos, because when you look at the ask, you'll just see one at 300, you'll see a couple at 301, and you'll see 4 at 305. They time this shit so fast, man. If there's not enough, remember it's queue, so they know there's very low volume on the ask side, right? And price pushing up, it's gonna shoot through there so quick. If there's 100 at 300, if there's 100 options for sale at $300, and there was 400 at 301, you never do it. But there's an imbalance, like he said. There's not many contracts for sale for a split second. So whatever you put it at, they buy it at just to get filled, because they're chasing it. So yeah, you explained it really, really well, John. I appreciate
that.
Right,
and what happens is that number of limit orders is always changing. It changes because people put the limit in or they cancel it, right? So like if you were seeing it real time, like just because that there are more markets than limits, right? The limits keep coming in, and so that's why price starts staying at a certain level. But once there's no more limits coming in, right, then it has to move up or down.
Yep. Yeah, there's only so many contracts there. There's only so many contracts for sale, and people that want in, especially the market fills their order. They just fill it. They don't give a shit about price. They just want to fill the guy's order.
I think that's where I was messing up before. I kept changing my limit.
Oh, hell with it. Yeah, you're selling the strength. You're selling as price gets up to target, and you're watching you're watching, what you always want to do is keep your limit on the screen, put it above the current contract price. And sometimes I'll have mine above the contract, right? And before I can take and grab it and drag it higher, prices move so quickly it runs me over. I mean, in just a split second, it'll kick you out. It'll just run you slap over because there's like you said, there's an imbalance between the sale and the bid. And if there's not many people selling what you want, the price goes up. You can get whatever you want out of it. You go, well, it's like at Christmas time. They come out with PlayStation 3s or 4s or 10s or whatever they are, and there's only a few to go around. Well, they can drive the price of whatever they want. There's more demand than there is supply. So
I mean,
sneaking in.
technically, it's also why how a gamma spike works, right? So if you guys think about what Jerry keeps talking about with the gamma spike, right? So if you think about what I was just saying and Jerry was just saying, so if there's all these limit orders, right? And then the price starts going like a rocket. What happens is that the markets are taking out all those orders, right? They're going up really fast. Well, what that does is it creates a vacuum of limit orders at all of those price points below the order at the top, right? Where the gamma is. And so what happens is you always see that big pullback, right? So you want to get it there and then boom, it pulls back. When it pulls back, it's not pulling back because people are selling. What's happened is it's pulling back because all the people that saw it go up, all of a sudden, all the limits came in at the lower prices to fill where they didn't have any orders. So now what happens is that the same people that were selling that were getting filled at a higher price are now getting filled at lower prices because all the limit orders that were not there filled in where there were no more limit orders. So it's not selling that pulls it back, it's buying that occurs at lower prices.
FedEx is long here, guys. It's got a beautiful, beautiful pattern. This is the cleanest pattern I've ever saw. It broke through the 60, it pulled right back, and now it's coming back up. Pivot machine gun on a 5-minute, target's 301, and then new highs. I didn't mean to interrupt you. This pattern right here is gorgeous. My goodness.
No. I'm glad you did. I don't want to keep making money. I was just
saying. That's beautiful. No, you explained it perfectly. I
Yeah,
mean,
that was a really good explanation.
a lot of stuff I can see, but it's hard to explain it exactly. I appreciate that very much.
Jerry, can you look Amazon?
Yeah, Amazon's choppy, chop, trap, crap. I wouldn't mess with Amazon right now for nothing. It's making lower highs and higher lows. It's flagging.
Jerry, one more question. So if I'm watching the level 2 and I see like it's at 15 and then I see an order for like 24.90, but it's still in there, it hasn't disappeared, it hasn't been filled yet, right?
Yep, that's right. That's right. Now when you're watching the level 2, Myrna's long here again. And also BX is still moving. If you're in it, I mean, hell, you should be up at least 100%. So if it's not, the thing is, the price has got to be moving. It's got to be moving up, because if they're not buying it. And another thing you want to look at too is you can tell if the price is moving up by the ask. Where's most of the people sitting at? If most of the people sitting on the ask, they're buying. If most are sitting on the bid, they're selling, right? So the key is to even use it, to even take advantage of that spread, is the price has got to be pushing up. So say at 2.2s and starts coming up and you're coming up a big candle. Well, guess what? Immediately start looking for them huge orders coming in, because you could be in the trade for 10 seconds. You start seeing those big orders come in. Go ahead and sell that damn thing for a $500 spike. I'm telling you, I caught them up to $800 a piece. It's crazy. But look at the volume. Look how many people are sitting on the ask. And when retail start chasing and they start FOMOing, right? They want to get in. They see it moving, right? That's why it's so important to wait on a pullback to get in. Because if you're chasing, well, your fill is going to be shit. You're gonna be paying the top price for that thing. So they're trying to get in. So you're looking at volume. All right. You want to see a lot of volume on the ask side. And there's a lot of volume on the ask side that whatever that big order you just talked about, it wouldn't even be sitting there for a split second. It'd be shoving right through there instantly. Right. And on the bigger ones, the low volume on the contracts actually works in our favor. You know, you want enough volume that it pushes through quickly, but you don't want so much that there's 1,000 contracts sitting at one price, you know? Yeah, so price will be pushing up. The volume's got to be on the ask. You know, if you see a big order and it shoots through there, you'll see it from the bottom go right to the top instantly as they're filling those big market orders. You sneak it in there. Yeah. Yeah, because look, if they're filling a, you know, if price is at $300 and all of a sudden you see a $600 order shoot through there, I mean, you know, you can stick a $550 in there. You know, just go up there, hit limit at $550, and the next market order that comes through and the price is still pushing up, it gets filled instantly.
Yeah, I'm watching like it's going from like 15 to 25.
Yeah, what are you on? I'll take a look at it right quick.
I'm looking at the Tesla 675 call.
675 and it expires this week.
Yeah.
All right, I'll help you. I'll pull up the total too. I'll tell you where to set it. Now you already have your limit order set on Active Trader above the current price, right?
Yes.
All right, it should be at least 50 cents to $1 above. Now let's send it to Active Trader. Charts. All right, the key for it to work is price is gonna be pushing up. Okay. Now we're looking at the bottom, and I want to tell you this too. It's hard to do it with Tesla, and here's why. There's a lot of volume on Tesla, a shit ton. There's not going to be a big spread on Tesla. It's hard to do it on Tesla. You got to do it on Amazon, Shop, the ones with the bigger spreads, Carvana, all right, Zoom, Etsy, Roku. The reason being because there's so many volume. You know, you might catch a $20 spike on this thing, but you will never hardly catch a $300 spike.
See that 25 right there?
Yep, I see the 25. But here's the thing. It's first come, first serve. If somebody puts a market order for 50, well, they get off 50 filled, you know, with a 3-cent difference on them all. You see what I'm saying? So there's 35 on the ass, 50 on the ass, 60. I mean, you're not gonna sneak one that big in. You can see a great big one pop up on the screen. All that is somebody setting a limit. If you go up there and you click a limit order, try this right now. Go up there and put your limit at say 17, and you'll see it pop up on your level 2 if you expand it enough. Your order will be in queue.
I see.
So level 2, based on that video, is only limit orders.
It's limit and market orders. Yeah. So if you
I thought the video said you could only see the limits.
No, yeah, you can only see the limits. That's right. That's right. But they're getting filled mostly on market.
Right. So the reason that it's not necessarily first come, first served is because the people that we can see have set limit orders. And when a market order comes in, it's matched with a comparable and equal limit order. So if there's a market order that comes in at 1550, then it's going to then the limit order at 1550 is going to get filled.
Well, if you set a market order in, you're not setting any price. You get whatever they send you, whatever is the queue in the limit slot. So the limit just tells you how many contracts are at that price. So when you market and say you want 300 Teslas, well, they're going to fill them instantly, but they're going to go through the 1550s, 1520s, 1530s until they fill your order.
Right. That's going to go. The market is going to be the lowest one. So if it's a market to buy, you're going to buy it at the lowest available limit order that's out there.
Yep, lowest to the highest till you get filled.
But if somebody has a limit order and they say, I only want to buy it at this price or better, this price or lower, then and a market order to sell comes through, then it may not get filled. Right?
It depends on how many they want.
Because the person that's selling, well,
we're working on market orders. We're working on retail that's chasing this damn thing. I don't give a shit about people wanting to set a price and get it paid.
So to answer
we're
your question,
setting the limit.
Well, wait, to answer your question, right? So Jerry was talking about like first come, first serve, right? So let's say that going back to the video that Jerry sent out, that first one. So if someone markets in and you've got all these limit orders, then that video did a good job of explaining how, like, if a person had more orders than there were at each price point, then it would take out at each price point in the order that those limits came in. So if it didn't need all of the limits at a certain price point, then it would, and you came in last in the line, then the person in front of you at that price point would get filled before you,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Right,
Right.
like, so that first come, first serve is in place when it comes to markets filling limits on
Right.
different price points. But it
Right.
doesn't work the other way around, right? I mean,
Right.
limits don't get filled unless, like,
It
you
meets
know,
the criteria.
right.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're setting a limit sale up there. So on Tesla, you can't hardly do it because there's so much volume on the ask. Like, you would never catch a $300 spike on Tesla, not in a million years. But on something with lower volume, let's pull up Amazon.
Hey, check out AVGO. It might help what you're talking about. Because that thing just ran, and so the spreads are kind of like wonky and lower.
I want to show you the volume on these things right here. Okay, now here we go. We're looking at Amazon right now. You see how there's not much volume on the ask side? Now the price is going down, so it look better with a put, but the volume is smaller. All right, which means there's not as many contracts for sale on each level. So if we see order come through there, see that, like, say somebody put a market order for 50 contracts. Well, hell, they're gonna buy all these limits through here to get filled, right? So if we see a spike come through, we're gonna set a limit up there, and we're gonna sell to the market maker so they can fill the guy's order. You see what I'm saying? First come, first serve. If the guy wants 20, you're gonna have to buy 2 here, 3 here, 6 there, and 4 there to get his 20 filled. And if we're in queue, remember when the price is pushing up, everybody and their brothers coming in chasing this damn thing. So you get market order after market order after market order after market order. And market order don't care what the price is. They're just going to fill it for the guy. They don't care what the price is. They don't care one bit about it. So if we got our limit order in there and they're marketing in real fast trying to chase this price run up, well, we're going to get filled. And there's low volume, which means there's not so many contracts for sale. Whereas Tesla, you got 50 contracts here, and you got 200 a penny apart, and then you got another 200, it's 3 cents apart. So it's hard to get it, any kind of large spike on Tesla whatsoever. So we're targeting these wide spreads on low volume, low contracts.
Gary, do Amazon you have like now, but pull the puts. The puts you probably should see a bunch.
Here we go. Here's a put side. So you're still looking at the ask for the puts. So there's not many buying, or there's not many contracts for sale. So again, all you do is look at the bottom here and you wait till they send a great big one through. There's 4,000. The spread's pretty tight on this thing right now. That's because it's shopping inside of range. But when the key is it's breaking a range and it's pushing up. It's breaking out. And that's when, and another thing too I've discovered is when we're taking a pullback and we're entering at the top, price, they're kind of comfortable paying the price because I don't know if it's going to go up or down. So to even sell, call or put somebody, the spread decreases, so it's tighter. But once it breaks out, say we're taking the call, it breaks out. What happens is the bid stays the same, but the ask increases in size. So the spread opens up, but the bid stays the same. The ask goes up in price. See what I'm saying? So it moves higher. The spreads cause people want to buy it. So the ask keeps getting higher and higher and higher and higher. But there's not many contracts. See right here, there's 2, 3 available. There's 10, 6. There's not many. There's just not many for sale. And we use that in our favor. Roku's pushing here.
That makes so much more sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope so. I don't want to make it too complicated. So to catch the spikes, you really need to trade something that's spready. I mean, it sounds counterintuitive, but it's got to be kind of spready, and and it don't have much volume. You want enough to be able to get in and out pretty quick, but it can't be. It can't be. You can't do it on something with a tight spread. You can't do it. Roku's pushing up 2-2 back up. It's bounced off the pivot high several times. Rejected. Yeah, I hope that answers. I know it sounds complicated, but man, once you understand it, you will be on a different level. I've never heard anybody talk about it. I mean, like I said, I always said there's nothing new under the sun because there's nothing that I've discovered that's not already been discovered. But I'm sure if you looked up some videos or something, you'd see something, and they would probably be a video that would explain it a lot better than me. But to the best of my understanding, that's how I believe it works. From my observation, I don't know. Space is trying to go 312 down 60 as it breaks through the lower pivot. Amazon is 312, but it's not going to be short until it breaks the pivot. It's safer entry. Myrna's pushed back up. It's kind of consolidating near the top. There goes Novak's breaking through that pivot on the 15er as it goes back up. So let's look at Novak's. Novak's is breaking. 2-2 back up. BA puking. BA short here. You're going to target that pivot low on 15. So if you look at BA or Novak's right now, there's 3 tests, 1, 2, 3 of the pivot low, rejected 3 different times. Now we can expect it to go right back to 196. That's Novak's. It is in a really tight chop on the 60 right here. So if you're not in it yet, I'd probably wait just a little bit. I'm going to tell you this. It's safer if you take it when it breaks 196. Yeah, you're giving up $6. It's safe. That's a safer entry. You could take it when it breaks right here. You'd want to let it break at least 191.25. But the safer entry is when it breaks out of range down here on the 60, because that's a really, really tight range. And let me pull it up right here so you can see what I'm talking about. So if you see these tight ranges, it takes a lot, and I mean a freaking lot, to get through it. And that range is really tight. Yeah. Draw it right here. This range right here, it's a compounding inside bar. And if you drew it, this bar here, it's right smack in the center of it. And overall, this is a 2, and all this is inside of it. But there's sub ranges, and this thing here is so tight. It's coiled up so tight. It's best to let it break out here. But you could take it to here. You could take it to this level here. All right, space is going over. I hope I didn't make that too complicated. BX, I hope you took BX. It's still roughing, still going.
Oh, it made a lot more sense.
I hope so. If you still have questions, send me a message, and then if you want to, we'll get on Zoom later today. And I'll walk you through it. We'll slow it down a little bit. And I really want you to understand it's that important. I'm telling you, it will, once you want to understand it.
I feel like I have a decent handle on it, but if you would do a Zoom, I would definitely be on.
Okay. Because once you
I love the Zooms, Zoom moments.
Yeah, once you understand that, I'm telling you, it'll change you. I mean, first off, the less time you're in, the less risk you have. If you know how to take advantage of that spread, all right, you could literally be in Netflix, Shopify, Amazon, anything with a wider spread, Baidu, Carvana, Crowd, Etsy, Roku. You could be in it for 20 seconds as prices pushing up. That's important, as they be pushing up. Catch the top of that ass, man, as they send them orders there and be done. Like, you don't even have to catch the $60 move. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to sit through the pullbacks. You're just in and out, and that's it. Super, super easy, super easy. The key is, where you're taking your entry, because you want to get a good feel on it as it's tightening, and you want to sell it as it's widening. BX, what a beast. It's gonna break that 102 level. It breaks 102. It can keep on going. 102 is a side number, and it's pretty important, this ticker here. But you see, it's 2-2 on the month. All right, it's breaking out of consolidation. That's what we're always looking for. These breaks, they're that important. So here's a consolidation. It starts square. All this is a compound inside bar, and it starts over here. All right, and all this is really at 2 right here. And all this right here was an inside bar. The compound inside bar is marked by pivot high and pivot low. So it's inside. It breaks it right here. It goes up. It starts to chop sideways again right here. And now we're breaking. And look, each time it breaks, see that break? Moved up quite a bit. Now it chops sideways again. And now it's breaking again. The longer price chops sideways, the bigger this break is. All right. Remember that. The longer consolidation, the bigger break. Consolidation on the monthly, if it's consolidating for a year or two, is a massive break. A consolidation on the daily is a massive break. Consolidation on the 5-minute is a break. It's not going to be massive, but it could still be 50 cents to $1. So a consolidation break on any time range is relevant. It's even important on a 5-minute. And that was, we was looking at one earlier, the guy brought up just consolidation break after consolidation break, just really tight range. Amazon trying to break the downside here. Tesla could either roll over here or roll up. CRWD, gonna keep an eye on that. Tries to break the pivot. We got a lot of stuff trying to break the lows here. Amazon is going to be short. AMZN short, and our first target is going to be 36.93. And then it's going to be 36.16. Now, if you want, you can wait to take it. Also, when I call something, it takes a few seconds to get in. If I look back at all, it takes about 6-7 seconds to get in. If I look back at all and it is wicking any, I will not enter, okay? And I suggest you do the same thing. You need to. If I call something and before you send it, you need to look and make sure it's a solid red candle, solid green. And if it starts to wick back, bounce, all right, any at all, you just stop. You just need to wait. All right? Because I hate to tell you to get in something, and I look back and it wicks and I don't send it, and you're in it. I don't want you to do that. All right? It's very important. And as far as stuff goes, everything I call is just, it's a suggestion anyway. It's not really, I'm not really telling you to do anything. But I tend to think of us as a group. And when I say we, I mean me. And of course, you don't have to do anything I say. But I want you to know there's 3 different ways you could take these breaks, okay, or a trade. If I say it's long, I believe it's gonna go up, and if it's long, I'm gonna buy calls. And if I say it's short, well, I believe the ticker's gonna go short. I believe it's gonna go down, and you would buy a put. So when you enter, if I call something, you can do 3 things. 1, don't get in it. All right. So this guy's an idiot. He don't know what he's talking about. I want to get in it. All right. First off, you need to, if I call something, you need to go look and see why I'm calling it and where it's called at. Secondly, you can wait until you get a pullback to the downside and take it. And if we take a break, so we take the break to the downside here, you can wait on a retest and then take it short. So there's so many different things you could do. Right now on the 5-minute here, it broke the pivot low. It broke this line here by 20-30 cents. Right now it's getting it pulled back slightly and trying to come back down. All right. It's pretty clean chart so far on the 5-minute. It's pretty consistent. Push down, chop sideways, off chop. Here's our first pullback to the downside. Here's our second. Here's our third. This could be the start of our fourth. As soon as it breaks the low, it's short. If it breaks this low, it's short. breaks this low, it breaks this low, it breaks this low. All right. So one of three things, don't trade it. If I do call something, first thing you need to do is go look at the higher time frames. You need to see if it's even worth you taking it. You need to look at the spreads. Is it too spready for you to take this thing? Really, you should always be asking you, why is he taking it? What's he looking at? Tesla's trying to push up here. Let me take a look at that. Your ultimate goal is to figure out how to do this stuff yourself, right? It's always the ultimate goal. How's he doing it? Why is he doing it? What's he looking at? What's he seeing? All right, 2 down, 2 up on the week. Oh, that's good. Making higher lows. We're gonna make a higher high this week. Need to break 706. I still think we break 700. Could do it today. All right. I'm gonna call it. Let's see. I think so. I think we break $700 a day. Let me show you. Same pattern we see all the time. This is a beautiful pattern. And another thing you need to remember is every time frame is just on pullback. So we're seeing this nice pullback on the lower time frames, but in reality, it's just a simple pullback on the 60. So again, it's the same pullbacks. It's the same pattern that we see on everything, and there's a pattern right there. You know, you could take it when it crosses right here. The target's going to be here. You know, and on a smaller time frame, you can take it when it crosses right here, or the top of this wave right here. Now, as the day progresses, we can take it. We can take this trade in the bottom, all right, with the target being the top, as long as we got confirmation. So it's a 212, or 22, or 312. I don't care what it is. We'll take that as long as we get a pullback to the upside on the 5 minute. So just like we, you know, look at the monthly, weekly for signals, confirmation comes in the 4 hour. Just like we're looking at the 30, 60 minute for reversals, continuations, we're looking at the 5 minute for confirmation. We do that with pullback to the upside or to the downside. So here's our wave. There's 212. That could be the start of a reversal back to the upside. Right now it's currently chopping. That's all it's really doing. It's set up just like a NVIDIA a few minutes ago. Now it is breaking. All right, so it's breaking out of the compound inside bar right this second. It's 681.05. And now it needs to break 682.10 before it's long. And your target's going to be body wick, 684.09, 685, and then 685.80. All right, so as soon as this candle goes solid green, it will be long. But remember your targets. All right. Once it breaks that, your stop will be right here. It'll be at, you have a really tight stop, 681.50. If you look at the 60 here, we want this to be a pullback to the upside. So we really want it to do like this. Oh.
Yeah, it's a JPM question again. I did get in that contract and it's still looking good. Somebody mentioned if earnings is tomorrow morning, I might get IV crush if I hang in there.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead and cut it by the evening.
All
I'm
right.
up 50% on Disney. So Disney must be rocking and rolling. Yeah, go ahead and cut it before it closes. I mean, look, you might get lucky in this damn thing, you know, risk it open. You know, it's really, it's safer to cut it. You don't ever want to hold through earnings.
Yeah.
You can't tell you what to do. Some people make a lot of money playing just earnings. You know, they'll do
Well,
some kind of spread or something, or straddle.
I prefer not to. I'm just looking for a good place to get out. Maybe I wait till volume comes in after lunch to cut.
Let me take a look. All right, guys, if Tesla crosses 682.40, it's gonna be long here. JPM. Let me do Disney right quick because I'm in the same thing. I see what's doing. Up 51%. So if y'all took this with me earlier on that beautiful, beautiful pattern, you should be making some money. JP and Disney was cheap. All right, Tesla's gonna be long right here, guys. All right, we're gonna target the high and then new highs. Keep a tight stop on it. JP Morgan looks beautiful, man. I'm telling you what. You have no signal whatsoever to get out. Here's what you do, my friend. You look at the 15th. Don't look at the 5 minute. Cover that shit up. Hide it. Cover it. Get rid of it. Block it. Put your paper on it. Because you put your stop too tight, you'll stop yourself out. So what you're going to do is you're going to pull the 15 minutes chart up. All right. Who cares about the other time frames? You're in it. You're making money. So here's what you're going to do. Let me get this out of the way. You're going to wait on a 2-2 reversal against you. So say price comes up, it's making a new high. All right. The next candle comes up and it crosses below. As soon as you get a next candle that crosses below this, you're going to cut it. Now, if you want to try to stay in as long as you can, you're going to put it on the closest. You're going to set your stops in the closest support resistance level. So if I was you, I would just trim my stop up. This level here was extremely tight stop. All right. Your next stop is going to be right here. All right. So when this candle here closes, you're going to set it right on the base of that candle. And you're going to, okay, so say that's 158.50. Your stop is going to be, we'll say 20 cents. It's usually 10 cents, but put it at 158. If it's 158.30. All right. So every candle, trail it up. All right?
Nice.
And also right now, your stop should be at this level right here. Let me, here it is. I'll tell you exactly where you need to put it at.
Let me see.
158. So it will do 157.90 as your stop right there.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And if you use it, if you look at the 5 minute, man, it'll scare you out because it moves
Right.
so
That's what
much.
I've been. Yeah.
I've been there and done it. And the reason I know all this stuff is because I've made all the mistakes. I was lucky enough to learn from them all. So JP Morgan's still looking beautiful, man. Hang in there. Show your stop up. You don't want to give any back. If this thing decides to roll over and puke on you, and it could, anything can happen. Don't give it back. Just take it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And also, I want to say this: each time this thing pulls back, so if this thing goes inside, say it went inside on this candle here and pushed up, that's an add. So you might not be to that point yet, but let me pull this up real quick.
And that's when it does the triangle, right?
Yeah, that's all it is.
Pulls
So
back.
this thing was beautiful. 2-2 back up. You can enter here, target here and here. All right, this thing pushes up. It goes back inside. All right, it's red. It went inside. As soon as it crosses the high here, that's an add. The next one, 2-2, it's a little bit exhausted. It pushes up here. It goes inside here because it opened here, it went inside, it was red. All right. As soon as it goes back and crosses here, it's an add. Same thing here. It pulls back, goes up, add.
Now
Pulls
you're
back.
adding at the top of the wicks or the bodies?
At the top of the wick, yeah.
Okay.
Because the reason being, when it crosses the top of this wick right here, it's then making a new high. Right? And if you hit the body, if you wait until it hits the body to add, then you could it could double top at the wick and then bring you back down.
And then bring you back. That's right.
Yeah. So you wait till it crosses. And the same thing we do when we cross the pivot, we add 10 cents or 20 cents to it. So you could add about 10 cents to the top of that because, again, price can expand on these points. It's a minor pivot. That's all it is.
And
there's expansion there.
And one more thing, you mentioned something last week on the Zoom about where the next candle opens. It has to be in the top 25%.
So the candle's always going to open right at the close of the next candle or the previous candle. It's always going to open there. What I'm talking about is for a reversal.
Okay.
So say you have a compound 2 and the price is chopping, right? And it starts to come back up. So the rule is to take this thing reversal back to the top. It's going to be at least 25% off the base of it. All right. And then you're going to look, there's going to be some kind of support resistance level there. You're going to see a bunch of candles stacked up. So we'll just say this is the 2. all right? And then price starts to push back up. So you're gonna have at least one or two pullbacks. And say there's a bunch of candles coming down. So your closest support resistance above the 25% would be right here. So not only does I need it to be 25% above the base, but I've got to have at least one to two pullbacks to the upside, so higher highs, higher lows. And I want it to break, I'll pick the strongest support resistance level a little bit above the 25%, right? Because I hate to get in there early and then it hits this strong resistance and then it turns around and bounces and goes lower. So 25% above the base, two pullbacks to the upside, and it's going to break through support resistance. Yeah. So that 25% has just got to do with reversals or continuation. So say that is a big candle, right? Say it's a big candle, and then price chops in the top of it. You know, as long as it's the top 25%, it's a bullish signal. So you'd wait until it crosses the highest candle by 20 cents and then take it long. And there's some more tips, man. Like say the beginning of the day, the first 4 hours of the day, you got a big strong candle. It's strong as hell. The rest of the day, it chops sideways, and it finishes the day strong, right? So it's almost at the high of the day. As long as this chop is in the top 25% of this candle, if you buy it at the end of the day, 9% of the time this thing gaps up the next morning. That's good to know.
And that's at the 4-hour candle?
Yeah, so what you do is you take my 2-1 scan here, and actually Tim made it even better. He improved it even more. But if you take that 2-1 scan, throw it in the scans, change the time from 15 minutes to 4 hour, you're going to target 2-1s. You can target the 2-1s on that and then trade them the next morning too. Or you could find them in the evening if you do the 2-1. You do a 2-1-60, you know, look at that consolidation. Because after lunchtime, that 2-1 scan will find compound ones. Yeah. By the end of the day. Here's another tip. Say the ticker's been running pretty strong all day, like Amazon. In the last 20, 30 minutes of the day, the damn thing pukes. And guess what? Buy that bottom. The next day, it's going to gap up. Here's another tip. If the morning you see a ticker and it's pushing strong all day, you know, it don't have to be making big moves, but it's consistently pushing up, just like BX. We'll say BX. And BX, say it continues to push through, say lunch, say 1 o'clock. Well, 99% of the time, it'll continue to push the rest of the day, but you've got to be aware between 3 and 4 o'clock, a lot of times they'll give a lot of it back. So around 3 o'clock, go ahead and start putting your stops up pretty tight.
Okay.
And all this is from observation. It's not, and I'm not following anybody else's lead. It's just strictly from patterns, observation of the market, how it aggregates and moves. That's it.
Wow, that's crazy, man. Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome. Bunch of stuff there, man.
Jerry,
Yes, sir. What's up, brother?
can you check if anybody can help me out with the TC 2000?
Oh, yeah. Tesla's pushing, guys. Tesla's still strong here if you took that call from us ago. Does anybody have access to the TC 2000, maybe like a pivot scan or 2-1 scan? You guys need a little bit of help with some of that stuff, maybe some scripts or something.
He can probably check with Rob. Rob uses TC 2000.
Don't let them know you know me.
Oh, I don't know what I got to do.
Just Rob. He's the only one I know that uses TC 2000.
Rob Smith. Rob in the black. I like Rob, you know. That guy.
The one guy on JPM, if you wanted to keep it, what you could do is keep it overnight, but what you do is sell some out of the money calls in order to protect yourself. So if it falls, you at least keep the out of money calls.
Base is trying to go short here.
That's a good idea.
Now so you can sell out of it, and if the thing pukes, at least the people that buy your out of money calls paid for your you know, for the deterioration. But just as a thought.
Oh, thank you.
All right, guys. If SPCE, it's been short all day, but if it breaks 41.50, it's short again, 312, and I'll give you a target on this thing as it comes back down. Remember, what is it, Corey? I know you know it. It's you buy the run up and sell the news or something. How's it? Somebody knows what it is. What's the
It's always, but buy the rumor, sell the news,
Yeah, there you
exactly
go.
like space. So it's space
Exactly
did.
like Spain, yeah. So we actually played this last week and made some pretty damn good money on it. Tesla's long here, guys. You should have been in already. Target's going to be that high. We want to break new highs. Also, NVIDIA is fixing to go long. It breaks this pivot on the 15, so get ready. It's just a flat top breakout. And Tesla, we really are aiming for a breakout here too. So pull your stops up pretty tight. We're looking to push it on through. Myrna's doing the same thing. Myrna's trying to do that flat top breakout to the upside. Bob is still strong. CRWD is trying to break the downside here. So keep an eye on space here. If it breaks below that, it's going to be short. And, again, you can go ahead and start selling your Tesla when it gets close to the top. You should be trying to get rid of it, but it's a good idea to try to hold it through this. Actually, you want to hold it through this break.
Have you been adding to Tesla on each one of those 5-minute candle breaks?
No, not yet.
No. Okay. Just.
I want it to break through. If I get it to break through this here and get a small pullback to the upside, I'll add to it again. Yeah. But you definitely can. You can add as much as you want. I just haven't had time to actually manage it. So I'm in it, but I'm not actually managing. I'm looking at other stuff right now. But I'm going to pull it up here. And if we get a break right here, which is trying to, it did break, and get a pullback to the upside, I'll add to it right now. And I also want to see volume start to increase here, because I'm telling you, everybody and their brother right now is looking at the fucking Tesla. Sorry for my bad language, but I'm telling you, man, the psychology of the market, they are looking at it. Bet on it. All right, 10:22. We got 7 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. Volume is increasing slightly on it. All right, it's starting to curl up. You can see it. If you pull this chart up, I'll show you. So we got in this Tesla early. It's 2-2 up. All right. So you can get in early if you know what you're doing. You see that pull back to the upside. Target was going to be the high first and then the break. All right. So we look at the volume down here, and it is starting to cup. See it? Now this candle's down. Why is it? Because there's still 7 minutes left in it. Will it get up to this candle here and keep going? Yeah. Yeah, see it? It's curling. You're seeing the curl. And just like this right here, look, it pushed up. There's a wave right there. All right. Now, we can always take the 2-2 back. We don't want to wait on that break. The safest entry is always to break to the wave. But, on a lower time frame, it's just a smaller wave.
Just a bit on Tesla. Looks like Germany extended some 4-year subsidy for buying EV by 4 years. So that might explain this $100 million call that came in on Tesla.
Well, thanks for sharing.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Tesla's sitting on that 5-minute pivot there, Jerry.
Yeah, it needs a breakthrough here. So if you're in it, go ahead and pull your stops up pretty tight, because look, it can break through, expand, and come back down. So tighten your stops up now. Don't give it back. We can always get back in it. Don't give any back. That's the thing. You don't want to let this thing go red, hoping it's going to go up, because it could, and then it could reverse and start chopping again. So take your money, and then we'll re-enter on the break. All right. Of course, it'd be nice if it pulled back here and went higher. We don't know. I'm not guaranteed anything.
Look at JKS. It's breaking out off the flat top from today's high. JKS.
JKS. Thank you. Tell you what, we talked about swinging that thing, 2 months ago? JKS and Ryan, can? Because we know money's going off in it. Yeah, and the target was 85.32 on it, and 90. It's still a swing. If it breaks that 4-hour and the daily, she's gone. And the reason I called it for that, I didn't, I got in, I chickened out, but PMG on the month. Yeah, we got 212.15. It's breaking a flat top breakout right now. Oh yeah, so JKS looks just like Tesla right now on the 60. So it's kind of exactly what we want to happen is to break that way. But it actually looks a little bit better than Tesla because this inside candle is a hammer. And a hammer is beast mode because that's a pullback in itself to the next push up. Target's going to be pivot high 63.46.
Now, with these flat top breakouts, as long as the candles are making slightly higher highs, you stay in, right?
Yeah. So we got to play them a little bit different after 11. All right. And there's some rules. And the rules are after 11 o'clock, you got to give it more room over the pivot. So during the morning, we can give it 10 or 20 cents. BA's still short here, guys. Target's below 15. So the rule is you got to give it, instead of 10 cents like in the morning, we want to give it 40, 50 cents, $1, depending on the price of the ticker. On JKS here, you could give it 20 cents. The second rule is you got to have an increase in volume, because what happens is we know price expands and contracts on these pivots. What they like to do after lunchtime is on the flat top breakout, even if it's not marked by a pivot, it don't have to be, it's still a flat top breakout. They like to expand it just a little bit, and they know everybody and their brother is looking at this thing, and they're going to enter as soon as it breaks, right? They don't have no rules. So they enter as soon as it breaks, all right? And if you enter it on low volume, then it's probably going to be a trap because they're going to trap you and they're going to yank it right back down. So the rule is you give it an extra 20, 30 cents, maybe 50 cents, and then you got to have increase in volume, right? If you don't have those two, you don't mess with it. Yeah. So like JKS right now is breaking out of the pivot on the 5 minute. We have an increase in volume, and it's at least 10 or 20 cents above the pivot high. And on top of that, you got a Momo hammer on 60. I mean, this thing's going up. So it breaks the 5 minute on high volume. All right. Now, what we do is our stop. So the stop is just as important as the entry. Your stop's going to be right on the closest support resistance level, and that's going to be right here. You can see it, but it's right there. Wherever you get the most candles touches. All right, so right there, minus 10 cents is plenty. And I want to say this too. This is the 5 minute candle here, a 5 minute chart. You've got a pivot high here and a pivot high here. Now it's breaking this pivot high here, which is great. But really, you don't take it until it breaks this pivot high here. All right, since it's so close, you always go for the highest one. And the reason being is if you take the pivot break on this one here, the lower pivot, it can come right up to this one and then take and bounce, right? Because there's support here. It's a relevant support resistance zone. So you take this one.
I have the. Oh, sorry.
That's right. Yeah.
I have the pivot study, but on Trading View, is your look
Tesla's
back
going,
8 days?
Yeah, 8 days. Tesla's long here, add to it. So yours goes back 8 days?
Oh, I can adjust it. I'm just making sure I have
let
it.
me make sure. I'm pretty sure.
It'll set one candle, such as like on the low, all right, and then it's got to be 8 candles after that candle higher and a reverse on the high side.
Yeah, 8-4.
So it's almost acts like 9 candles.
FedEx broke the flat top cup. I tell you what, FedEx has got the prettiest chart I've ever saw. So FedEx is long as well. It's been long. You might want to wait to get in it now, but it's been long.
Whoever was in JPM, there was a huge XLF order that just sold. So maybe it might take the financials down.
Uh-oh. Okay, thank you.
If you have TOS, you can put up a trade flash and it shows you that. But a huge order just came through a sell on XLF.
Ugh, yeah, I dropped about 10% just now.
Yeah, so it might be someone's getting out. So just it was like 4 million.
Oh my. All right, let me move my stop up a little higher. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Sheesh.
Yeah, so Doc use basically It's compounded inside right now on the 60. You can see it. It's smack in the center, inside. It's trying to do a breakout of the month, which is just awesome. Right? We're starting to pull back so that see price can expand on these pivots, even on the monthly here. So right now it looks like it's expanding. That don't mean it can't go back solid green, but right now there's not enough strength to do that. It needs to break that 298.75 to take it on through the break. There wasn't much volume, but you can see it was strong on the way up to break that pivot on the month. Man, it would have been massive. It would have been a nice catch this morning. A bit late on that though. So what we're going to do is it needs to break one side or the other. When it's smack in the center like that on the 60, it's dangerous. You don't want to mess with it, and it's always safer to let it break, pivot higher, pivot low. So you look at Twilio. You got the low. Space is trying to break down here. Etsy's still rejecting off that pivot. Don't mean it won't get strength and break through there. It can. All right, same thing. Twilio, inside 60, smack dab in the center. I'll show you. You gotta train your eyes to see these. If you're smacking the center of these things, guys, please stay away from them. You can trade them. All right, you can trade them, but you gotta be careful. All right, so this is a 2. All right, it's a compound 2, and this stuff is really right smack in the center of it. All right, it just sticks out. It's a little bit off center, but it's in a dangerous nose-go zone. This is, you don't want to mess with this thing at all. It's a no-no zone. So what you got to do is you got to wait till it breaks the high, the highest candle in this range, and give at least 20 to 50 cents. And the same thing with this low. You could take it when it breaks this low here, but your target's going to be the wick here. And same thing, you take it when it breaks this highest candle here, with the target being the body, pivot high, and the wick. All right, the body and the wick is very important. They are 2 separate targets. All right, and I say that from patterns, from actually watching the charts. I know what price does when it hits them. Well, I'm invested. I care if these things work or they don't. I look at every single thing when it comes to one. And I want to say this: not every one that I play is going to work, and I'm okay with that. Because I know it is only going to take one trade to make up for the entire day. Yeah. So if I get stopped at a few times in a row, 3 or 4 times, hell, even 5 times, I does not bother me one bit. But first, my stops are extremely tight. And secondly, I know one good play could wipe out all those losses and put me in the green for the day. And as long as you know that in the back of your mind, it helps with emotions. So I know if you get stopped out 3 or 4 times, I know I did when I first started trading, man, I'd be discouraged. And now I'm second guessing what I'm doing. And, I'm scared of pushing buttons. So now I'm hesitating. You don't want to lose more money. So that's why it's so important to trust your setup. Even with the best setup, it's not always going to work.
Yeah, you know what happened on Tesla when you called it go long, you did it 1 minute before the flip, and then when the flip hit, it reversed.
Yeah, it's still holding though.
Yeah,
good.
But that's why it's important. I think always before you take the trade, look at when the flip comes up.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. So the stop is 10 cents below the pivot. It's still holding right now. So we're still in good zone, good hands.
Corey, you said something a minute ago about a large sell order that came in for JP Morgan. What does that sell order look like? How do you know it's somebody selling and not selling calls against it?
Because in Trade Flash, it tells you it was a minus. Let's see if I pull it back up again. That's what's nice in TOS. It said sell minus roughly 4 million of XLF at 37.05. It tells you. So it's good to have Trade Flash up.
Is that a subscription service?
No, it's free on TOS. If you go down to the bottom left corner of your chart and hit the plus button, the very bottom has like a left arrow, a plus and a gear. Hit the plus and then hit Trade Flash and it'll come up.
Trade Flash.
Flash.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, just click it. I keep that about on one of my screens. It tells you a lot. A lot of times you get some calls that are being bought or something that comes out good.
So I see a lot of things that say big delta trade.
But that's a looks like a call spread. So that one I wouldn't worry about. You just sort of learn as you start watching it.
So a delta trade is a call spread?
Yeah, call spread. See, they had a buy and a sell. So someone's doing a spread.
How do you get it to just do certain tickers?
I haven't figured that one out. You know, let me know.
So
I
you
just-
actually type in certain ones to see?
No, I just let it fly.
Okay.
So I keep it on the corner of my screen and I just constantly glance at that one screen I have and see it, but it helps a lot. It just gives you some stuff. I found some stuff that pops up before, you know, a lot of stuff knows. Before a few things go, and it helps me, you know, get in something or at least investigate it.
Mm-hmm.
I had to talk to Jerry this weekend. I told him about your options. Well, you know, he's pretty inquisitive on that stuff. He said he'd look at it for you if you wanted him to.
Yeah, I'll message in my login if I remember.
Yeah, I take a look at that.
Mm-hmm. I think you could find some good stuff.
Would be
It's
nice if
live
Gary,
options flow.
it'd be nice if Gary came back on, the guy from Canada. He has some service and he knows how to find the, you know, the hot stuff.
Okay. So you can do searches for symbols in Trade Flash. I just tried MU because I saw that come up.
Right.
And I don't know what the time frame it's organizing by.
Yeah, well, I have it sorted from highest to lowest, so the stuff that pops up.
I'm sorry, Jerry, what?
On the option thing, can you set criteria like show me orders that come or high orders that come up on the ask?
Yeah.
And then give a list of
Oh,
tickers?
I'm specifically to ask that I'm not sure about.
Yeah.
I believe
'cause
so.
I want to see high volume on the ask, because if there are a bunch of ask orders or a bunch of buys on the ask, they're really buying the hell out of that. They want in now. If it gets down,
Has
it's
it-
very bullish.
Nicholas, that other gentleman came in that was out there in Indonesia that wanted to help Jerry build that website from the Navy.
Oh, shit.
Remember the other day? Remember the other day, there was a guy that was from the Navy, was gonna donate a website to Jerry.
Mhm.
I haven't heard him on, have you?
No,
That'd be pretty cool.
I don't personally know him.
No, but I mean, that day when he was talking, I was telling Jerry about it.
Yeah, there was a guy that came on that said he would donate a website. Apparently he made it for someone else and he said
Yeah.
it coyly, like we should know who that person is, and said that person didn't pay him and that he would donate it to you.
Wow. That'd be nice. It'd be great for the whole community.
Yeah, it'd create everyone with a login ID, which then you could go into Zoom and then you can sort of screen people so you don't get a bunch of riffraff coming in.
Yeah, I like that. Keeps everybody focused and not have to worry about stuff like that. That'd be nice.
Yeah, I've been in a lot of Discords, and this by far is the most mature and helpful. So I appreciate all of you guys.
I agree.
Yeah.
I found some nice Discords. I found other nice Discords. One specifically, but nothing related to the strat.
Yeah. Well, we're invested, so we care if these things work out or not.
Yeah, Jerry's invested. He don't want to battle.
I don't want to battle nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be stopped out 15 times before it goes. Look, I don't want to be stopped out 10 times on a gap up for it to go 30 cents. That's just not, that's not
Yeah.
me.
Well, you know, Jerry, look at NVIDIA. And Tesla did the exact same thing that you always have taught. Look at the 15, look at that pivot. You draw that little broadening
Expand it.
formation. Where'd it stop at? Boom, right there.
Yeah, that's why it's important to give it a little bit of room, especially after 11. Let's expand there.
Can you look at chop?
Shop is stuck right in the middle there. It's making lower highs and higher lows. But let's pull it up on a 60 right quick. So it is.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
See, if you look on the, anytime you look at stuff, guys, always look at the higher time frames. And if you can't see the chop right off the bat, look at the 60. The 60 will tell you everything you need to know. It's the inside, right in the middle. If that no-go zone, that's a no place. Stay away from it. Look at this thing. If you see a chart that looks like that, it's coiling up, but it's not, it's ugly. It's just, and it's an ugly place to be. You can't do nothing with it. You cannot do anything with it. You will get stopped out every which way you go. And it's coiling up too. So anybody that went long, if you went long, you got to stop. If you went short, you got to stop. You know, and every time it's just a horrible. It's sitting right in the middle of this pivot too. So that's even worse. It's right in the center. There's no direction. So it's basically a 2. And it's all right in the middle of it. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I feel like if Trade Thinkorswim would not notify you on alerts that have triggered, I wonder if they would manipulate other things like possibly Trade Flash.
They're dirty. Yeah. You know how many times I come in and I alert stuff, and then 20 minutes later it shows me. Crowd's trying to break it down here.
I don't think they're doing that, just being dirty. I think it's just, there's too many people on it. I don't think they have enough servers to support everything. Everything's free. I don't think they.
Well, they're free because they're making money off the spread.
I know, but ultimately they're not. I think it's just delayed. I think there's, they just need more servers.
Crowd's trying to break down. I'm almost shooting down. It needs a clean break to that pivot on the 15.
Thanks for sharing that, Corey.
No problem. I mean, really all trading is, that's what's so great about this room, is sharing knowledge that you have, right? No one corners all the knowledge, but if, I might have a little, Jerry might have some, you might have some, together, we all pull it together and we all got a lot of knowledge.
Yeah, I agree.
Wow, what a kicker.
It's just hard to believe Jerry's got so much knowledge for as little as he's traded.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's traded little. It sounds like he's been trading a lot.
Well, he's only done about 16 months. Usually Jerry's got like 20 years of experience relative to somebody for 16 months.
Yeah. I never saw a chart or anything till March of this year, last year. Right after the crash, actually. So, but I sucked for a long time, man. I sucked real bad.
That's what you call a prodigy.
I believe so.
Or a savant.
It had to be. There's stuff beyond my understanding, and it's not till like Corey asked me about it, or somebody asked me about stuff, that I actually start to dig in and realize, it's like first you usually you study to figure out something works, but it comes to me, and then I have to study to see how it even works. I don't understand. I give all the credit to God. That's all. I mean, I don't know. There's stuff I know that I don't know how I know it. I don't know.
It sounds like you're not filled with a lot of bias or any type of too much of baggage or the stock market of what you may or not heard in the past. So you're just moving forward on what you know without all this other crap.
Exactly. And I agree with you 100%. I don't, you know, since I started trading, I don't have a set of rules or somebody tell me, hey, you can't do this. This is impossible. You know, I don't know any better. You know what I'm saying? So I'm taking this stuff and, you know, finding these patterns myself and, you know, the way they work and even the strategies and stuff I use. I don't know any better. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Well, but yeah, but
you
that's,
shouldn't do
that's
it.
true and also false. You might not know no better, but if you're not taught right,
Yeah.
you know, you could be doing something wrong continuously and keep making
Yeah.
the same stupid mistakes. I mean, whatever he learned it right the
Yeah.
first time.
He was a
He might
right.
not had to unlearn something, but he learned at least whatever the process was right the first time.
Well,
Yeah, so-
something that you said just a second ago, the fact that you're humble and you're willing to be humbled means that you're willing to learn what the market's going to teach you. And that's what you've done. And so many people get hung up on, you know, if they have a success streak, they get real, you know, they end up getting, you know, a little bit too cocky and arrogant, and they lose.
Yeah.
And the fact is, that's one of the biggest things in a lot of trading books is to stay humble and to listen to what the market's telling you.
Yeah, you're right. You hit the nail on the head. I mean, Jerry, for what he does, it's just to not have an ego, it's unbelievable. And to give everything away free and help and then show what you're doing is unbelievable. I read
think
some guy.
karma plays a little bit of part in that too.
Oh, yeah. I read something this week and I sent to Jerry about some guy wrote on the internet. He says, you know, the people that charge, they have something wrong because apparently they can't make money what they're doing. So they have to charge. Really, the market should be everyone helping each other because you're not going to beat the institutions. And I think that's what Jerry's learned.
Yeah. 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 It's like the more I give, the more I receive. And I'm not biased, you know, and I'll take a trade. I'll take a stock up in the morning. I'll take it down at 10. I'll take it back up at lunch and back down after 2. I don't care.
Here comes Tesla. It almost looks like a 5-minute cup and handle going on.
Yep. Yes. Inside, it's making higher lows. We can break out here. Starbucks is fixing to break back out again. BA's still short here, guys. You're taking it short. But yeah, I have no bias whatsoever. I'll take a ticker up and down 10 times. I don't care. But you know, I gotta say this too, is I put a lot of work in. I put so much studying in, and I think the path I took, you know, I learned the right things when I was supposed to. So it's like everything fell in place, learning wise. I mean, I put in 16 hours a day. I put in, you know, 8 hours a day looking at charts without even getting up to use the bathroom for months. I mean, I put the work in. It's just a lot of stuff's natural, but it came with sacrificing work. I mean, without a doubt. There's a lot of stuff that I studied and stuff. It's there's some work that went into it. There's nothing easy. It looks easy, but you've got to put in the time. I mean, there's like looking at charts and the patterns and the way the market moves. It's like a dance. I mean, you can only get that with screen time. You know, that's it.
It's funny, but when the light turns on certain things and you have an epiphany, it's, you know, it's very difficult to try to walk away midstream while you're learning.
Yeah.
You have that revelation. You're like, I don't care if I have to go to the bathroom. I'm not gonna go for this for
Exactly.
another hour.
Exactly. Yeah, I remember when I first got it, man. For the first 3 weeks, I was doubling my account. But the first time I got it, man, I was scared. I thought it was luck for the first 3 weeks. I'm like, damn, this is luck. And every day, man, I was scared I was going to lose it. And then the weekend come and shit, I'd be so scared come Monday because I thought I'd forget how it happened. And it's each week it happened over and over and over. And the more it happened, the better it got. It's crazy. But you're exactly right. Once the light comes on, it's like riding a bicycle. But at first, boy, I was scared I was going to forget.
Yep,
and that,
exactly.
And I want to tell you, you know, the longer I've been doing it, the easier it gets. And I try to break it down. You know, I try to cut out any kind of noise I can to get you straight to the facts. And that pattern I show, man, if you can see this pattern here, you will see it in everything. That pattern is in absolute everything. that is it. If you see this, you'll see it everywhere. It's in everything. You see it in Tesla right this second, happening right now in 5 minutes.
I was just thinking that.
That pattern is in everything. If you look at even FedEx and Tesla, JP Morgan, even on the 5 minute, 30 minute, and 60 minute, it's everywhere and everything. I like it so much. It's part of the logo that the group made. And Corey sent me something this weekend, and I realize there's nothing new under the sun. I know there's been discoveries, but when you can see it and then you get confirmation, it's even better. But he sent he sent it, and then I looked it up, and it was the wave. It was that wave, and it's called something Donner wave or something like that. But it's just to me, it's just incredible. The confirmation.
It was called the Darvas box. You can get the Darvas box out of TOS to use it. But,
there you go, guys. That might help.
But basically, it's your TTO.
Dude, it's in everything. Yeah, if there's a way to help you see that, man, that's it. That's it. And if you look at the logo, the top line, the green line is the entry, and the bottom is the stop. But not only is that a pullback, but it's a 2-1-2. It's a consolidation. So if I draw the wave, there's a consolidation right there.
The whole time at first when he would talk about the wave, I thought he was talking about the Elliott wave theory.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Google it. It's very similar.
Yeah, but basically Jerry's playing the ebb flow.
I like that wave. That wave is, to me,
If anybody's ever whitewater canoed or kayak, it's kind of reminiscent of an eddy. You go through a really strong rapid, and then you pull over on the side for a minute. To me, it's very reminiscent of that.
I love the eddies. When we're trout fishing, we'll throw our flies right in the eddy. It's a stagnant spot. It's a slow wave.
It's a little bit of a quiet zone.
Yep.
Barry, I got a question for you. Are you still in Tesla?
I'm out of Tesla.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did you take Tesla at a loss?
No, I was still in it from this base down here.
I mean, that was a big pullback.
Yeah.
That's what's so much important around those doggone pivots.
I got stopped out. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So after something starts chopping, so when I first enter something, I don't use a hard stop. After I get in the money pretty good, I'll put a hard stop in. Or if something starts chopping sideways, I'll go ahead and put a hard stop in. Because when it consolidates, when it starts chopping sideways, at that point it can go either way. So it's just a safety net. It's a safety net, all this.
Gotcha.
Now look, bullish is making higher lows. And this right here.
Making higher lows on the what?
On the 5 minute.
It is?
No, not now.
Oh.
No. Let me pull up the big tank. That's why it's hard to. It's hard to show after the fact. I'll show you. It's hard to see it now. But when this candle right here opened up, it had made. It was making higher highs or higher lows. I'm sorry. Because this one opened up here, and at that moment it was still high because it went green here. See, people that don't trade, they like showing these charts after the fact. It's easy for them to read, but after the fact, it's hard for me to read them because this shows green, and at that time it was. These are all making higher lows. It was flagging at the top. This first sign of weakness here is when I saw a problem was when it failed to make a higher high. All right. That's when I pull my stops up. And that's that 2-time rule. I know I was talking. I wasn't saying what I was doing, but anytime something comes back up and fails to make, on this one was okay. It made a higher high. This one came up, it made a lower high. That's the first sign that there's a problem.
So if it makes a lower high, you put your stop, you put a hard stop.
Yep, and it's going to be really tight, like extreme tight. Yeah, so it's very important. So if I'm talking, it's important that you know the 2-time rule. Very important. So came up, it made a higher high here. See, expanding. They just cannot open. It still made a higher high or higher low. This one came up in green as soon as it crossed the low. There's an exit, goes out. Very important. 2-time rule. Because the way I figure is, if it came up and it failed to make a higher high, then it could do a couple of different things at that point. That's the first sign it's going to reverse against you, or it's going to go back through chop. And a lot of times these troughs, or it could be $4 or $5 wide. So, so that trough is that wide, and it actually could extend all the way down to here. So, like this. There's a compound inside one there. So it expands, makes a higher high on this point here. It goes inside. Now this is the first sign of weakness here because it didn't make a new high. But that's okay because it's still inside. When this came up, it was green and it failed. So now it's wicking down. Then I move my stop to right here. And the reason I do that is because it can come right back down and start chopping again this range. And from here to here, there could be $5, there could be $10 there. And I'm not comfortable letting this thing chop sideways until it decides to break out, because when it starts chopping, it could break out to the upside or it could break to the downside. And I don't want to sit here and sit through this until it decides which way it's going to go. So at this point, I take what money I got left in it right at the top, and I wait for another signal to get back in it. So if we can break this thing and it moves up, 50 cents above it, and we see volume start to increase, I'll look for another entry. And same thing at the bottom. If it starts to break this low here, about 50 cents to $1, I'll be looking to take entry in it right there, with the target being here and here, and gap fill.
The SPY and Qs are a perfect example of that right now, actually.
Thanks, sir. Let's take a look at that.
Thanks, Jerry.
You're very welcome. Novak's a PMG right back to the top there, but it's just a small move. I wouldn't think it'd make a new high, but when the stops are stacked that tightly there, that move is pretty much guaranteed. Yeah, so SPY is just kind of chopping. And what it did is it came up, it made a lower high, and now it's chopping sideways. So it's sitting on top of this range. So here, and that's why the wicks to me does not matter much. It's the bodies. Came up, made a new high from this one. This one right here opened a little bit lower as a first sign of weakness. On that sign of weakness, your stop goes right on the low of this candle, the power candle. All right, because if that wick is so important to pay attention to everything on the candle, the wick, the body, and everything. And if that next wick opens and it's a penny lower, if it fails to come up there and it stops a penny short, there's a sign of weakness. And we see it come down. Now it's chopping sideways, and we don't want to be in this. And a lot of times it'll come down to this low here and take this out by a penny. So if you come down, take it out by a penny, come back up, take this one out by a penny right here, and start chopping sideways again. It could expand on this range, and you don't want to be in it. You can't sit through this, especially on come Thursday, Friday. Don't want to be in it. JP Morgan's still looking good, guy. If you're still in that thing, there's no reason for you to be out of it.
I'm still hanging on.
Yeah, come 3 or 4 o'clock. There's no sense. You got come 3 or 4 o'clock. You need to tighten your stops up, because between that time they really love to drop the bottom out. So, I want to show.
Where do you think the bottom is on BA?
BA? I'll tell you exactly where it's at. It's on that pivot low on the 15. Now I want to tell you, you got to be careful on BA. I like BA. I watch all the time. It's smooth. It'll move up in the morning and come back down in the evening. But you got to have after you get in the money on BA, you got to use a hard stop, because this thing can turn around and go back as fast as it came down. So it's a beautiful ticker. It's consistent, but it makes some dramatic moves, and you got to have a hard stop. Yeah, I like BA. So target's going to be at pivot on the low, but right now you got to pull back on the 15, 2-2 back up. That green candle could just be a pullback to the downside, or the start of reversal. If that's going to be a reversal, you're going to see that pullback to the upside on the 5-minute chart. All right, confirmation always comes on that pullback. All right, on Novax, I want to show you this right quick. All right, if this thing, first of all, it's 2-2 on the 15, right? So we got 2 down, 2 up. We got all these stops to take out. So it's a high probability trade that it will get to the pivot. Will it break through? I don't know. We don't care if it breaks through there. We're just caring about that 2-2 here. All right. So if you want to scout these PMGs on the 5-minute, especially if the candles are stacked really tight together, is a high probability trade. The thing you want to look out for is how much range is in this V. Right? From here, there's a bunch of stops to take out. Red candles, they're really tightly stacked. They got to be solid red all the way up through there. If that's $2 from the bottom to the top, the trough, you can take it. So the higher the trough is, the more money's in there, the better the trade. And a lot of times what it'll do is it'll come right back to the top and reverse. But we don't care. We don't care if this thing makes new highs. We don't give one. We don't care. We're just playing this this pivot that's taking these stops out real fast. I'll show you. It's not. I looked at it on my screen and it's doing that 2-2, but it's not. This one's not ideal. When I see one that's perfect, it happens 95% of the time when these candles are stacked in there really, really, really tightly. All right, a bunch of little small red candles or greens for to go short. Man, they stop out instantly, and it's a really, really quick move. The high success rate play. Again, we're just playing the trough, the top to the bottom of the trough. As long as there's enough range in there to make money. Yeah, and you really want to have at least a 4-to-1. So if you're risking losing $50, you want to try to make at least 150, 200. But the thing is, when I say that, you want the risk to be 4-to-1, but we're not looking to take the whole move. We're looking to take a portion of the move, right? But you want the probability to be a 4-to-1 at least. You see what I'm saying? So if it's a $4 move, we're not going to catch the whole move. We want to catch part of it, maybe half of it. Right? We want to be in, we want to be out, and if it's spreading, we'll catch the top of it because there's a very high chance it was at the top of that range, right? We don't care if it hits the top. Will it hit it? It probably will, yeah. Well, but we'll be at way before it gets there. We're sailing the strength. As people are chasing that move back to the top, we're gonna take advantage of it. You can use volume profiles to place stops behind that volume nose. I've never tried that. Can you elaborate, Haladri? Lisa? Interesting. Yeah, space expanded. Let's pull up space right quick. Space expanded through the pivot low on the 15 and started to push back up. BA, the guy asked about BA. We got a big green candle here. If this starts to, if you get a pullback to the upside on the 5 minute, I'll pull it up in a second. And we could take this thing, PMG, back up to the top. You know, that's what I love about BA. Guess I might be going short here in a second. Let's see, space. Let me move this out of the way. So whenever you look at a ticker, always look at the higher time frames first. We see on the monthly, you know, it's wicking out pretty good up here. So every time it moved up high, it came right back down, gave up the gains. On the week, it made a lower high. All right, so it did start to roll over. And there's a 222, that green 2. Really, all that is an inside candle. I don't care if it says a 2 or not. It's marked a 2 because it was down a penny. So I don't care about that. 2-2 filling that gap right this second as it rolls over. You can see, if you draw a line, it's in a channel. Here. Here. Channel. I'm not crazy about drawing the channels. I know they exist. I don't like them up there. It gets in the way. Let's put it out of the way. All I care about is the candles. 2-2. All right, this pivot here extends from back around 6-3. Now I do care about the pivots, right? It marks support resistance. So that would be our first target on space if it decides to come down. It could expand through there. Now, if we get a break of the pivot there, if it don't bounce off that, if it expands through it, then the next target would be pivot low, which is sideways down. Let's pull up BA right quick. I want to show you how we can tell if it's a reversal or pull back to the upside. It's very important. I'm going to time this at 109 and how to tell between the pullback and reversal. All right, here's how you tell. All right, first off, we want to look at the higher time frame to kind of see what it's doing. 2-2 made a higher low. It is in a compound inside bar. All right, you see on the monthly here, it's a pretty tight range right here. All right, you can see the range easy with a pivot high and a pivot low. All right, it is making a higher low. You got to be observant of everything. All right, everything, the candle placement and all that stuff in the range. And you know, if you, the way I used to do it is I would zoom out. All right, if you zoom out, you can see these highs and lows very quickly. The most important ones anyway. So here's one, here's one, here's one, and here's one. All right. Now the pivot marks them fairly quickly. If you knew, you can see them. But each pivot marks a major low, and the high marks a major high. All right, very important. Right here, it made a higher low. All right, well, that's irrelevant right now, but it's telling you it could be a reversal of trend. You can see it right here on the 4 hours expansion. It's coming back up. It broke the pivot low on a pullback to the upside, so we could see very soon 251. All right, on the daily or on the lower time frames, you know, it broke through the pivot high. It came down 3 or 4 red candles. It's currently inside on a 30. It's a 2-2. That could be the sign of reversal. Okay, on the 15, that's all we care about right now. It's just 2-2. All right. is price reversing here, or is this going to be a continuation of the downside? Well, we know that reversals happen first on the lower time frame, right? So if this thing's going to continue lower, we're going to see it here. If this thing's going to reverse and go back up, we're going to see it here. Now, how we tell between a reversal and continuation is the pullback. So the pullback on the 5 minute is going to tell us. All right. So if trend is going to change and it's going to reverse and go higher, we're going to start to see pullbacks on the lower time frame first, which is the 5 minute. So we want to see it start making higher highs and higher lows. Here's our first pullback here. This could be the second one here. We won't know until it crosses the high. Now I've got rules for taking reversals. So this candle here marked from high to low is one candle. That's a 2. Now to take a reversal, we want to see price in the top 25% of the candle, and we're going to mark the highest or the strongest support resistance zone, and that'll be used as an entry because we don't want to take this thing for it to bounce and go back lower. Right. So right now, this right here is going to be the strongest support resistance because there's so many touches here. If you train your eyes to see these, you'll be able to see them. So right here on this level is one of the strongest resistance levels so far. So it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 touches so far. So what you need to say to yourself is, if price is strong enough to break through this, then we can go higher. If it fails to go through here, then it's probably going to go lower. Another thing you need to know is that price can expand on the minor pivots and the major pivots, right? So it can bounce, it can expand a little bit and then go lower. All right. So this area here would be of interest. If it breaks that, we would take it long. All right. And what we do is we target the body and the wick, the body and the wick. And on top of that, we got a PMG setting up because we got a lot of stops to take out in this range right here. There's a lot of stops that we could take out right there. All right. And the faster they take these stops out here, the quicker price can push up. All right. So right now we got a inside hammer pushing up. We're gonna wait for this thing to break the upside. If it does, it signifies a reversal. The ultimate target is going to be the pivot high, but we can also target different support resistant levels across through this range right here. And remember, to be a real trend line, it needs to touch at least 3 different times. The more touches, the stronger it is. So we'll mark them out. Right here is another very strong trend line. Let me try to draw it better. Right here. It's very strong support and resistance. And the reason why is because it's touched once, twice, 3, 4 times. So if price pushes up, this will be one of our first targets here. And then the next one that's pretty strong is right here. We got 3 touches on this level here. All right. We come up, we got 5 touches on this resistance support line here. And the reason that they're relevant is because when price came to this zone here, it hesitated. All right, it hesitated, it hiccuped. You know, price pushed down, it pulled right back up. And it broke through again, it pulled right back up. And it broke through again, it pulled back up. And we see when it finally decided to break out of this zone right here, it dropped pretty quick. So 3 or 4 touches, they finally got the people selling it finally got enough strength to push it through there, and they push it through with a big, huge candle. So the next one is going to be here. So you can target individual bodies in the wicks, but you got to be mindful of support resistance zones through this range. So here's a pretty good one, 3 touch. The more touches, the stronger. Now, right now, this thing's going to be long. The first target is going to be support right here, or resistance. I'm sorry, and the next resistance. All right. So right now, we do have a signal of a reversal of the trend. All right. So we can see it first on the 15-minute by 2-2. All right. But we can't just take it when it hits 2-2. We need confirmation. That confirmation will come and they form pullbacks to the upside. So what that means is to make it higher highs and higher lows. Also, as far as your stops go, if you take this thing long, your stops are going to be on the closest support resistance. All right, right now we got one here. That's 2 touches, so it's not very strong, but that's it. And since we know that price can expand on support resistance, we're going to set our stops 10 cents below this level here. And say we have a big candle. Okay. And then the next candle opens up, goes inside and pushes up. All right, where's your stop at? Your stop is going to be right below the wick of this candle. All right, minus 10 cents. You can give it 20 if you want, but 10 cents is generally enough. All right, so sometimes, you know, it moves so much, we don't want to give much back, so our stop is going to be the base of the candle. Or if you want, it can be in the middle of this big candle, 50%. All right, so this thing is long right now. Reversal, it's breaking through this major resistance zone here and starting to push up. All right, you always start with one contract. That way, if you're wrong, you're not out much. As price starts to push up and it goes inside and up, you can add to it. All right, so each wave can add to it. So here's your first wave. You can enter right there on top of it. All right, with your stop being right here on the bottom of the wave. So the next one comes up. You can add right here. Also, something to be mindful of is price comes up. All right, there's your entry, there's your stop. When it comes back down, it can wick through that level just a little bit for going higher. And that's why it's important to have your stop a little bit lower, because again, price can expand and contract off these ranges here. I want to show you this, it's important. All right, so you take it when it crosses here. All right, on that next wave there, it can expand and go through it just a little bit before going higher. Now, same thing. You want to keep it a little bit lower on that trough. All right. Now, sometimes if it's a strong trend, it won't even come down and get close to it. All right. So the stronger the trend, the smaller these pullbacks are to the upside. And if you take if you pay attention to these troughs, they'll also tell you if the price is starting to slow down. All right. So if your pullbacks are getting deeper, it could mean that trend is getting weak. It's time to start trailing your stops up closer. So BA is reversing here. We saw it. All right. So here's the rules. First candle, to take it back through range, 212 back up, it needs to be at least 25% above the base. All right. You're going to pick right above that the closest and the strongest support resistance zone, and that is going to be marked as your entry. You're going to take that entry when it crosses 20 to 30 cents above that. All right. And you're going to target the body, the wick. All right. And ultimately, your target is going to be the pivot high. All right. After 11 o'clock, it changes a little bit. The rules, the next rule is going to be on the entry. You want to see volume start to increase. All right. So that's the only thing that's different after 11 is the volume has to start to increase. So that's it. I hope I helped you.
Another thing, Jerry, look at the 60-minute. You could add, I can add something to it. If you look at on the Boeing on 60-minute. What did it do? It made a higher low.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
At a higher low. And then if you look at it, where are we at right now? It just broke the open price. Was that significant, showing that
Oh, yeah.
we're green for the day?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Made a higher high or higher low. Hope it breaks out of that wedge right there. And also, you know, it's flagging here. So really, this is a 2. All this is inside. And we're ultimately looking for it to break this high here. Now, I tried to do it this morning. Right here is a false break. You see it? So it tried to push up, came back down. So hopefully this time it comes up and runs, and we get a retest or a pullback, and it goes above that, and then it comes on up. We got a 2-on-2 continuation. BA is kind of nice because it's, you know, it's semi-smooth. It kind of, you know, it's pretty smooth and everything like that. I like that about it, and it can make some pretty good moves, pretty cheap. Now, will it break through there? I don't know. Our target's going to be the pivot high, which is in here. So generally, you want to be selling as it gets close to this area here. Now, you could hold it through there, but, you know, if price double tops and comes back through, you've given up the bid. You give up the spread. All right, Tesla's reversing. Now, I'm going to start asking y'all questions.
So Jerry, would you, if you took that entry, would you add to it when it breaks 238.65, 63, the top of that last, or
on the 15 or 2 or 5? I always say on the 5 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
So yep. So
65.
yeah, I'll show you exactly where we add to it. First, you got to be mindful of the next support resistance zone, because we don't want to add it if there's a major one. There's a major one right here, because we got 4 touches at 238.73. So you can add before you get to it, but you always want to be mindful of that. It's kind of like a minor, what Corey calls a minor pivot, you know, and you got major and minors. So
I see what you're saying. Yeah. So best add would be above 238.76 or something like that.
Yeah, but here's a push up. There's your pullback, and it's gone. So you can add when it crosses right there. There's an add right there on that wave. Yeah. So, you know, in a strong uptrend, I'll add as much as I can. So this thing goes up, pulls back. It actually pulls back to here. I'm having a hard time drawing it, but it wicks up. It pulls back to there, really, and then now it's coming up. So when it crosses the high there, it's an add. And then look, your stops. Your stop right now is right here, minus 10 cents, because price can expand right there. All right. So for reversals, guys, you want to look for the first clue that's going to reverse is going to be on the 15. But until we get that pullback on this 5 minute, we have no damn idea. So say it's pulling down on the 15, and then we get a green candle. I mean, that could be a pullback to the downside. So if it's going to reverse, it's going to happen on the 5 minute first. That's why it's so beautiful about this multi-time frame analysis. There's no guessing. Used to, I look at the volume, and, you know, NQEA is a good book, and you read it still, it's still relevant. But, you know, so price is pushing up, volume increases. When it pulls back and it's just profit taking, it's just normal activity, you'll see volume decrease. And when it starts to push back up, you'll see volume increase again. So it's just it's a wave down there. So say price is pushing down, or say volume is pushing up, it pulls back, but then the volume increases. All right, on that pullback, it could be a sign of reversal. So I would use that before to tell me if this is a reversal or continuation. I would use volume as an indicator. All right. But now what I do, it's so much easier. It's so much easier, and it's easier for anybody to understand this, is to pull back on the 5 minute. And if you're swinging on the month and the week, right, and you want to know if price is going to continue or reverse on a 2-2 on the week, guess what? You look on the 4 hour. Same patterns, it's just time aggregates slower. All right.
Jerry, can you check chop on the 60? It looks like it's flagging to the downside.
It's scary, guys.
So Jerry, what you have on BA right now, where did it stop at? BWAP.
Oh yeah, here it is.
That's why maybe on your 5 minute, you should put VWAP there.
Yeah, it's touching it, but it's still, still got a little bit of strength.
It's just an
Right
area
now,
of
it's-
interest,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely something.
but it's the
to
first
wear out.
red candle so far, so on the reversal.
Yeah. Yeah, it is an area of interest, I guarantee. I agree with you 100% there. BX is trying to reverse completely too. It's coming down, been moving down all day.
Usually when it hits it, if it's gonna go up, it chops a couple candles and then gets more energy and then goes through it.
To the VWAP.
I said, usually if it's gonna go through it, it takes a few times, might bounce it a few times, and if it's still strong, then it'll go through it. Might take it a few candles.
Yeah.
It's sort of like a pivot. What's really weird is why the VWAP number is completely different than that VPOC that you have, or TPO. I think it'd be pretty, they'd merge around there.
Adobe's pushed down this morning. It's hanging around the lower 25% range. So we'll keep it on that thing toward the end of the day here. And FedEx, man, it just puked.
Can you check
Down
chop?
to retails. Yeah, shop looks like crap still. Shop's still stuck right in the middle, my friend. It's wedging. It'll eventually break out, but all you gotta do is look at the 60. Keep on that 60. That's all you need to know. See the 60 inside. Where's it at? Right in the middle. As long as that price is stuck right in the middle there, we do not mess with it. Starbucks just broke here. Yeah, I put Starbucks on my choice last night.
It's
So
the,
sometimes,
okay.
no, go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's the JPM guy again.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
So I'm looking at the 15 minute and I see a shooter
Mm-hmm. And
and
a red candle.
yeah, and a red candle. Does the
Does
shooter
it?
mean a reversal is likely to come?
Let me take a look at it. I'm watching it way here. But let's see. Starbucks just broke here. So right now it's chopping sideways. It's making lower highs. All right, but still making higher lows. It's what it's doing, it's just chopping sideways. So are you trading options or commons?
Options.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the first sign of weakness right there. Doji's not pretty. I would go ahead and put a stop on it, like really close, because that's the first sign of weakness right there.
Yeah.
Because you see how it's been making higher highs, and all of a sudden it made a lower high there.
Now with that is that a shooter? Is that or upside down?
There's a doji forming right now, and the one before it is a shooter.
Okay, so that shooter means hey, pay attention. I might be reversing here.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Yep, absolutely.
And doji means undecided.
Yep, undecision. Yep, 100%. Yeah, so it opened and closed pretty much in the range. If you went long, you got to stop. If you went short, you got to stop. Yeah. So right now, your stop is going to be at 158.40. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So what I usually do, you should have a hard stop in there, but I put an alert right at 158.40. And, if it alerts me, hey, the price is going lower, I would immediately look at the 5 minute. And then if it goes lower, I would stop it out. All right. So right now you're kind of safe. But with option too, every time it starts to pull down, you're losing
Those premiums, get crushed.
Yeah. So here I want to say this too. Here's my 2-time rule, and it's coming up. Can you see my screen here?
Yeah.
If not, it's okay. So if price comes back up right here, all right, and it fails, so say it went green, it came back up and it failed to make a new high here. As soon as it starts to pull down, cut it instantly. All right. Because what could happen is
that's done now.
Yeah, it made a new low or a lower high. It could start to chop sideways, or it could just roll over. And also when you're trading anything, man, you should have VIX up. You should
Yeah.
have VIX up on the side screen or something, because that tells you a lot. And SPY's fixing to break back to the upside here.
Yeah, somebody mentioned in the comments too. I mean, chat TSM. I had a 122 trigger too.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So yeah, I would tighten my stops up pretty tight on it right now if I was you.
If you also look at JPM with the VWAP, VWAP's starting to flatten, and that's why you're seeing JPM flatten.
Yeah, volume decreasing.
And that's for the hourly VWAP, right?
Well, you can put VWAP on 60 or less. It's going to be the same
Okay.
configuration.
Yeah, I'm going to cut it here. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you had a good trade.
Yeah.
No sense giving back your profit.
Starbucks has got a Momo hammer push up here. Starbucks.
Gary, how about space? It looks like it's consolidating.
Yes, it sure does. It's consolidating in that lower 25% range. If it breaks the low of the king on the 60, then short. Yes, sir. So it's just a 2-1 on the 4 hour. And it's right in the lower 25%. Yeah, very bullish. If it starts to come back through, it'd be a nice PMG the upside though. Beautiful. Shopify, it needs to break that wedge. The upside's gonna go long. It needs to break that wedge to the downside if it's gonna go short here. Starbucks 3-1 up in that top 25% range. I'm telling you, Starbucks can freaking break right here and go. If it breaks 119, it's gone, man. Let me show you this right quick. Anybody can see my screen. Take a look at the month here. I'm gonna expand it. I want to show you something. So Starbucks is fixing to break. All right, see it? It's not breaking. Guess what? We're watching the damn thing. It's on my screen. I want to show you a couple of tickers. All right, I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about here. The longer the consolidation, the bigger the break. Here's Myrna, consolidated for several months. This red line here marks the breakout, 190. All right, when it broke 190, it went $55. And guess what? Got a Momo hammer inside. Guess where this thing is going? It breaks 245.70 to the freaking moon. There's a continuation measure move right there, 212. All right, 212 continuation measure on a freaking Momo hammer. Damn, it's amazing. All right, speaking of Amazon, let's look at Amazon. Amazon monthly.
Jerry,
right
would
here.
on Myrna before, would that have been a Momo hammer on the candle before the last big candle? It had a long wick.
Yeah, that is actually a Momo hammer. Yep, and that's a 2. And look, I don't care if that says a 2 or not. That's a 1. And the reason it's marked a 2 is because it went up by 2 cents. All right, that is a Momo hammer. Yeah.
Nicole, the way you tell the difference, a Momo hammer is in an uptrend. A hammer is coming off of a downtrend coming back up.
Yeah, it could be a reversal. All right,
Got
so
it, yeah. It was
here's
the long
Amazon.
wick that I was confused by.
Yeah, and also the head of the hammer should have little to no wick at all, and the hammer should be usually 25% the body, the whole size of the candle. So if the candle's $4, the head should be $1 or smaller. If you get a pin, like a pin hammer, it's even better. Because they brought it all the way down at solid red, and all of a sudden the buyer stepped in and took it back up. All right, we need to keep an eye on BX here at the PMG back to the top. All right, so look at Amazon right quick. Flat top breakout. This thing consolidated for 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 months. All right, it broke out at 35.51. It broke out last Monday. We played this thing right here. All right, the last 4 or 5 weeks. Playing this run up. When this thing broke out last Monday, we were sitting there ready to go. I called it pre-market. And when this thing opened up on Monday, it broke pivot high. It broke the week. It broke the month. It broke the day. And it ran $50 in 10 minutes. And we caught it. We caught it 2 or 3 times. And that's that day we got in. We got in 4 or 5 times. And then after the lunchtime, it ran over $50 and $100. It ran like $200 a day. So here's a flat top breakout. When the longer consolidation, bigger break, boom, there it is. All right, Shopify. All right. So when I see this stuff setting up, it's on my chart. Shopify, same thing. It broke out of the month consolidation at 1505. And when it broke that 1505 there, it ran 82 hours. And we actually played this for the last 2 months. I mean, here's a 2. So this is a 2-bar row straight with a hammer to the upside. You know, as soon as it broke this high here, we took it. As soon as it broke the high of this candle here, we took it. And the target was the wick right here. So these patterns here are the same exact stuff that we play on the 5 minute, the 15, 30, and the 60. The only thing that separates them is this one takes a lot longer to go through than the 5 minute would. Same thing. Yeah, same exact thing, just a bigger move. It's a huge move. $1,000 move right there. Yeah. So flat top breakouts. This pattern here happens in a 5 minute, 15, 30, 60, daily, weekly, month, quarter, whatever. Same pattern all the time. So consolidation on the 5 minute is just as important as a consolidation on the month. Right? So consolidation break on the 5 minute, right, is going to be important too, but it's going to be smaller. So say on Ample, consolidation break on 5 minute might be 50 cents. A consolidation break on Shopify here could be $50. So right now we got Shopify. It's stuck inside, consolidating right here on the 5 minute. Really, really pretty. See, it's stuck between $14.95 and $14.87. So it's roughly what is that, $8, something like that? I can't remember. I don't know. Yeah, okay. But anyway, as soon as it breaks this consolidation, guess what? We'll get a nice pop on it. Long consolidation, bigger break. It's the 5 minute. It does not matter. Longer consolidation on any time frame, the bigger the move. Right now we got a pin hammer forming on BA. If it breaks the top of the high, it's gonna be long. Netflix 212 trying to come up that red candle. BX, we need to keep an eye on it. What else is going on? Then you start to curl just a hair. Apple looks like garbage. DE trying to break out. DE trying to break out right for a second. We'll pull it up in a second. Anyway, the guy kept asking about shop. You know, as long as it's in this range here, we do not do nothing with it. And I want to tell you, because the risk to reward is not there. Even though that's $8, that's a lot of money, right? But it's not bouncing from the high to the low, to the high, to the low. It's right in the center. All right, no man land. And an $8 range in Shopify is nothing. So if you go in here and you're risking losing, you know, $150, you know, then the risk reward is going to be higher. So if it breaks this $14.95 range, and really, I wouldn't touch it until it broke at least this pivot here, at least this pivot here. I wouldn't touch it until it broke 14.9 or 14.96. You know, maybe even 14.97, with the target being the pivot high here. All right. And if we break the base, if it breaks the pivot low here, then the target's gonna be 14.80, which is about $7 away. So, you know, if we can scalp, so the risk to reward, you know, we're looking at taking $7 or $8 here. We're gonna be scalping half that at least. You know, we're gonna catch a big old ass break the downside. We're gonna catch a gamma spike. So the gamma spike, if we take half that move at $4, right? And the gamma spike's another $300, we don't have to take the whole move. If you try to be greedy and take the whole move when you get to the base, and then all of a sudden it turns around, you give up that big ass spread. BA's trying to come back up.
At what level would Amazon get your attention?
Amazon's getting my attention, starting to get my attention right now. It's consolidating right here on the 5 minute here. We got a lot of chop to get through, but it is starting to move up. I'd really like to see it over 37.24. We can play it in this range right here. I'd like to see it break 37.12. to be honest with you. Your
All right.
highest chance of success comes when it breaks out of the pivot high, right? Because here, I'll show you exactly why. If you look on the 60, it's kind of chopping sideways. If you want the ultimate, the best chance of success, the highest move is when it breaks 37.60. It gives you that compound inside bar on a 60. BA's gonna be added to it here. BA's longer, add to it here. Going to that VWAP. So right now we see Amazon chopping sideways. So all this is a compound inside bar. So if it breaks that, yeah, we can take it. But look here, as it breaks out, okay, it's going to have to get through this, 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 and this. So if we take it when it breaks here, 37.24, there's very little to stop it. It's so much smoother. So if you put the TPO profile up here, you would see a semi-void, and then it would jet straight out like this, and then come back down, and then void here. All right. There's a lot of stuff that you'd have to get. There's so much resistance support in this zone here. It's going to be almost impossible. You could scalp it, but you know, if I was you, I would wait till it broke out of here.
You know, that's really the difference between letting it fully set up and or trying to play the trading range on it. 'Cause
Exactly.
Yeah. And what you're saying is basically, if you're trying to get it on the lower end of the range, then you've got to pay a price for that. And that's all that chop. Even if it does work, you got to go through all that chop until you get up high enough where it can really move.
Exactly.
I get
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
So it's best if we have patience and let it get out of that range. For the best, highest probability setup is when it comes out of that choppy crap.
No, and you know, that's the key to this whole thing.
Yep, the patience is key.
Yeah, which is not easy.
Yeah. So what I like to do is, you know, I let the trade come to me. You know, I set my alerts on there, and then, you know, when it sets up in its optimal zone, then I take the trade. And if it don't give me my setup, I don't trade it. I don't trade it. That's why I keep so many tickers up. There's always something. You know, I like trading just like anybody else, but if it's not optimal, don't mess with it. Yeah. All right, BA's trying to push. There's a TTO right here to the upside, or a pullback to the upside. It pushed through VWAP here. Their next target on BA is 239.61. We also need to keep an eye on BX, because BX has been strong today. Blackstone, it pulled back. Guess what? Novak's got to that target up there. I didn't take Novak's, but you know, once you know the patterns, you know the patterns. BX is a 2 down, 2 up on the 15 and on the 30. So the 15 tells you that's your first sign that there's a possible reversal. Now, what is the rules for taking the trade? Right. Well, first off, we see this thing's been ripping all day, right? It's a strong stop. And the first sign, this thing will pop up here. All right, this is a 2. All right, all that's a 2. Pushed up, you know, it's an uptrend because we're getting pulled back to the upside. Right? It pulls back right here, it makes a lower high, right? That's not a sign of a reversal yet. Here's the sign, first sign of reversal. There's a pullback to the downside. All right. Is it reversed? Hell yeah, it reversed. There's a pullback to the downside. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Price reversed. It made a lower high. It made a lower low. It comes down. Here's another thing too. When you're looking at these things, if you look at the wave, you can tell. You know, it's pretty strong. It's pretty strong. It's starting to slow down. It's like a rocket. You know, the rocket comes up when it runs out of fuel. It starts to curve, and then it comes back to Earth. All right. Same thing with these things, man. It's volatile. It starts to curve. It reaches the peak, and it curls back over. All right. Stage 2 booster comes in. Now it's starting to turn back up. All right. Look at the waves. The waves it tells you so much. So price hits the top, it pulls back. The downside, if the reversal, it's starting to slow down and chop sideways here. All right. It's actually chopping sideways here. The first sign reversal is at 2.2 on the 15. Now what we're looking for, see, we never guessed the bottom of nothing or the top of nothing. All right, so 2.2, it comes up, it breaks out of this range. So now this right here is a candle. 25% off the base. All right. We want it to break through closest support resistance. All right. The strongest support resistance, which will be here and here. It does that. There's another one here. It's a bit stronger. All right. And here's our first pullback. There's a second pullback and some chop. Now it broke through 25% from the base. All right. It broke through the strongest resistance. We do got a couple pullbacks. Now it's chopping sideways. So to take this thing long, there is support resistance on this level here. Let's go this out of the way so we can draw it straight across. Right here. And it actually comes, you know, the reason it's hiccuping right there because there's strong support resistance there. You want to know why it flat tops there? Because it touched once, twice, 3, 4 times. Now 5, 6, 7. That's strong as shit. What's going to happen is it's going to do one of two things. It's going to build enough strength up. It's going to push through here. All right. When it does, the target's going to be here, here, here. All right. Ultimately, it's always going to be pivot higher to pivot low. All right. So right now, you do not take this thing until it breaks this resistance zone here. All right. So price comes up, it reverses. It's starting to come back on a pullback. It's going to cross this wave here to take it to here. All right. Also remember that every time frame needs its own pullback. All right. So we're getting multiple pullbacks in the 5 minute. We're getting a few on the 15. We got one on the 30. Now we got that one on the 60. All right. Right there. And you know, if you know that each time frame needs its own pullback, because if it don't pull back, there's exhaustion risk, and it's very healthy after a stock runs for it to pull back. You want it to, right? Because that's how we make our money is on that pullback. So say a ticker is pushing two up month. So there's two ups and a 2 up on a month. It's pushing up. And all of a sudden on the week, you know, it's strong. And all of a sudden we got 2 red candles on the week after it's been a strong uptrend on a month. Well, guess what? It's profit taking, but we don't guess it's the bottom, right? Because we don't know if that's the pullback to the upside or if that's the sort of reversal to the downside. So again, instead of looking at the 5 minute, we'll look at the 4 hour. All right. We got a pullback to the upside, and we got another pullback to the upside. It's 25% above the base. It's breaking through the strongest support resistance. It's a long. We're going to target the high.
What, Jerry, are you calling a pullback a red candle or a hammer as long as it has it?
I don't care what color it is. I don't care
But it's got to have at least a hammer,
Nope.
a red
No
or
hammer.
a hammer or a green hammer,
Nope.
one of the two.
Don't need any hammers.
Pardon?
Don't need any hammers. You don't need
But
a
you need to
hammer,
have
don't need a
some,
shooter.
you need to have something lower than what it was before, the candle before, for what
Yeah,
you call a
so,
pullback.
Let's pull BX up here. I'll show you. It don't have to have a hammer. It don't have to be red. It don't have to be green. It could be any color. I'll show you. So right here, see these 2 green candles here? It's a pullback right there. I'll show it to you. Price pulls up on that wick, comes back down, just pull back on a shooter. So it don't matter if it's a hammer, it don't matter if it's a shooter, it don't matter if it's a green, it don't matter if it's a wick, it don't matter if it's a what, it don't matter. It don't matter if they're all
But it's
red,
anything that doesn't have a flat top, basically, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if there's 2, say there's 2 candles, if that was no wick there, there's a wick there, then that wouldn't be a pullback. Yeah, so it needs okay, say it was solid green here, but this candle had a wick on it, right? So it would come up to here, pull back on the wick, and that'd be your first pullback,
Yeah.
right? So the
Yeah,
wick
so
is
it just can't be a flat top.
exactly, yeah. So if that wick wasn't there and it formed green, there's no pullback on that candle. So this candle here pulled back on that doji, there's your first pullback. And I want to show you exactly on what's going on right now with this candle. It's starting to pull back. Would we have entered this thing right here? Nope, we wouldn't have, and I want to show you why. We wouldn't. It didn't meet our rules. The rule is we take it when it breaks the closest support resistance zone. All right, so let's draw it. Oh, and also 10% or 10 cents above. The strongest support resistance zone is right here. All right, so we got 4 touches right there and 10 cents above it. The reason we do 10 cents is because price can and does expand on these minor and major pivots. Right? So if it never hits your entry, it's no harm, no foul. Right? It was so strong. This zone right here was so strong it went 3 different times before it failed. I'm drawing that kind of correctly, but once, twice, 3 times it failed. We're still going to watch it here because right now all it's doing is it is continuing to chop sideways. All right. So it's doing this. It's going to start ranging. Is all it's doing. So this thing can come back down and take out this stuff here, and then turn around and go back up until it clears this range here. It's no good. Again, the same entry applies. It's still the same entry. So 10 cents above this zone right here is still the entry. So what I'm saying is, say it comes back down right here. All right, say it does this. It came down, pulled up, pulled back here. Say it comes down a bit, and then it starts to come back up. As soon as it breaks this zone by 10 cents, it's still on. All right? Because this is a 2, a 1, and then a 2 to the upside. Or if it wants to come down, break out of consolidation to the downside, it's a 2-1-2 down. All right? We don't care. When it comes to these inside boxes, these compound inside ones, we don't care which way it breaks. You know what I'm saying? We don't care. If it breaks the top, we take it long. If it breaks the bottom, we take it short. It does not matter. You know, if you want this thing to go long and shit, and you're not going to take it because it dropped at the bottom, then you're losing out on some money. You know, don't be biased.
So when you just drew that horizontal line on that 2-1, as long as they're in the same proximity, you're calling, because that's not quite there, right? When you were drawing that line, the horizontal line that you're doing
right
your support right there, yeah.
Yeah, it's in that
They're
zone.
just
So
their proximity, right?
they're very
not-
close to each other. Yeah. So there's
Yeah.
a small gap here. So if you look at that, there's this range right here. This range right here, that's where it's at. Now, because it's touching here at the top of this range, it's a small range. I'm still going to wait till it takes 10 cents above that range, right? So it's 10 cents above this top line. Yeah, 10 cents above it. So that's the highest wick, the highest resistance in this small group here. Yeah. And look, there's one here. All right. There's resistance here. There's a very small resistance here. There's 2 touches. And if you want, you can call it 3. The more touches in a zone, the stronger the resistance or support is.
Yeah,
And
that's a
you
good
can
choice of
say-
word, a zone, right?
Yeah, it's a
Zone.
zone. Yeah. Yeah, it's not exactly a horizontal line. And also you gotta remember, price expands on these things. They expand. But remember it.
What do you look, what do you think of Upstart right now?
Let's take a look. UPSD. So look, it pushed up, it's pulling back on that those green candles here. So look, it could be short with the target being 101.19. All right. And it would be short, but you know, the RDR, the risk to reward sucks. It's only 20 cents. So you always want to look how much money you're risking to win together. Okay.
Where would it start getting your attention on a long?
On UPST?
On Upstart.
Zoom out a little bit. Always go to the higher time frames first. So let's take a look at the higher time frame, kind of see where it is in trend. Ooh, it's kind of wicky on the month. It's just not the best. It is making higher lows, lower highs. It's chopping right now, smacking inside the middle there, which is, there's still enough range in here. You can trade it. There's almost $80 in there, which is, it's not too bad. 134.77 would be ideal. I mean, if you had the time to wait, we can still trade this on lower time frames. Right now, you see on the daily and the 4-hour, it's a very, very tight range. And we'll see how much money is in that range. It's about $20. Right here, automatically, you can see price expand. Say these pivots mark price expansion. So this is a reversal. You could actually swing this thing right here. But we'll dig down to the 5-minute in a second. So price knock this stop out here. Target's going to be the pivot high. Here's your first pullback on that hammer to the upside. And that we do. Yeah, it's built to the lower times range. So it's heading to the top of that range right there. It's super wiki on the 60. All right, so it's inside doji. All right, target's going to be 130.90. Really, you can't do anything with it. I would not touch this thing until it broke 130.120. So I wouldn't touch it until it broke it. Now, if it starts to curl up, on a 5 minute, you could take it. But the thing is, or the risk reward sucks on it. And
Yeah,
I'll show you.
I see that level. That makes a lot of sense. Cool.
So it needs to break. So there's a site number there. So, 10 cents is, whenever you get a smaller ticker, the site number is very important. So if you have one that's closer to like a site number, like 140, 141, 200, always let it clear that site number first. So we're so close to 131, you want to give it maybe 10 or 20 cents above it because the site number itself could act as price expansion. Right now, this is one candle. All this is smack in the middle of it. And as long as all this really is a compound inside bar. So the pivot high and the pivot low market, right? So all it's doing is chopping sideways here. You could possibly take this thing as it starts to bounce back up with the target being here. But then again, you've got prior resistance here. And the reason it being is because it came up here and stopped, touched it again, finally broke through and then failed, came back down. So really, I would not touch this thing until it broke at least 131.20. Could you trade in here? You could, but the chance of success is slim to none. And plus, that's only $3 there. If you're risking, 50, 75 bucks to make, 100, 120, it's not worth it. Because X is breaking through pivot low right now. Let's take a look at X.
I traded that one, Jerry. I mean, if you look at that 4 hour, if it don't clear that 135, you're just asking for trouble. It just chops around it. Takes your money unless you pick it. At least you catch it on the extremes from the bottom up or the top back down.
Etsy's fixing to be long here. Shopify's breaking. The guy kept asking about shop. It's fixing to be long. We need to make sure it's got high volume here. So volume's increasing right here. It does have that VWAP there. And Corey brought that to my attention the other day. It failed when it hit it. So we got an increase in volume. All right. It's breaking out of consolidation. I would not touch this until it broke VWAP. That's how important that VWAP is. So it looks like about 1,500. I wouldn't touch it until it broke $1,500. All right. Yeah, that's how important that VWAP is when it comes to shop. It's just trying to break. It is actually breaking that little pivot there. And like I said,
moving a little bit.
Nice. Yeah. Q2 inside. You look at Tesla on the 60, man, it's right in that very top of that candle's range, about 30%. Man, Net's been puking all day. Not puking necessarily, but pushing down. HD hit that bottom, come right back up, and it's normal little pattern it does, where it moves up in the morning, shoots the rest of the day, and then it comes back up at the one. Etsy.
It's 2 p.m., so things probably start moving again.
Yeah, second wind there. Etsy. Now, if you look at Etsy, I mean, it's been a strong ticker. It's got 3 or 4 red candles. It pulls back. Right now, this could be the sort of reversal. So just a major pullback on the month, or it could be the sort of a reversal downside. Now, if you look at the week, came down, consolidated near the base, which is basically just a 212. As it comes back through right now, it's made a lower high, or this could be a pullback to the upside. We don't know. So we got to look at the lower time frames to kind of figure out what's going on. If you look at the daily and the 4 hour, it's making lower highs and it's making lower lows. Now, on the 4 hour, it did make its first higher high, first lower low, or first lower high. So, but it's still chopping sideways, and that 4 hour still one inside middle. But we can definitely scalp this thing. So let's take a look. Right in the middle, to below 25% discount here. Still compound inside candle, $15 range. It's breaking above the pivot on the 30, the little pivot. It's breaking above pivot high on the 5 minutes. It comes back up. Breaking across VWAP. is currently inside on the 5 minute up. So volume, what time is it? 2 o'clock. So volume is decreased so far. This could just be a trap. And it's touching VWAP too. So I would not touch Etsy whatsoever until it breaks 194. I wouldn't touch it until it breaks 194.10 at least.
Hey, Jerry, the pivot low that Etsy is breaking is the pivot low for the day, the 4 hour, the 60, and the 30. When you've got those things stacked up, do you see that as like a much stronger probability of the trade working out?
Yeah, it's what it is. It's just a stronger support resistance zone. Yeah. So if it breaks through it, say if it's breaking through the pivot low, what it's doing is it's expanding. So if we look at the 4 hour, if that had a pivot low there, that's expansion. So it expanded through, taking out the stop support, and now it's trying to go back through range. Yeah. We gotta have those. It's gotta start. If it's gonna range, it's gonna start making higher highs and higher lows. But the thing that scares me is there's volume is decreasing on this thing. I really want to see it increase, even though it's pushing up here. You know, and sometimes it can still push up on low volume, but it's something to be mindful of. It's something to be mindful of. I like to see Apple bounce off this thing, make a double bottom, and come back through PNG up. Look here, DE sitting right on top of pivot high. So DE guys might be a really nice one for tomorrow. JP Morgan, I hope you got out of that guy. Let me take a look at snow. So Etsy is on its way back up here. Still in Disney. I'm going to put a trail stop on Disney now, just in case. 50% all day. All right, Etsy is pushing up here. So it breaks, they retested the pivot on the 30, trying to come back up here. I'd love to see volume increase on it. It's 3 minutes after the hour. So if you look on 5 minute, pushed up, come back down, retest, and now it's going. We can take a start position on this thing when it crosses 194.30. So just take one if you're going to take it. Target's ultimately going to be the pivot high. It is kind of risky because it's low volume, so just remember that.
Etsy has a bunch of volume today on the 200 calls.
Does it? What's something we got now? We go solid green here. We'll take one. Watching here. Need to go back solid green. All right, snow's trying to come up through range, so it's trying to reverse off that pivot back up. So 2-2 mark 3 inside Momo hammer on the weekly, trying to come back up. There's a hammer on the inside. Tell you what, if you find if you do a scan for inside hammers, man, that's a really strong signal. Amazon is making higher highs and higher lows right now. We can pull Amazon up. Snow's looking really good too. If it breaks the high on the 5 minute there, it's gonna be long. Starbucks trying to come up. Starbucks needs to break that 118.80. All right, Amazon. Amazon's got low volume. 37.10 is on its $14 range there. You know, I'm not really happy with Amazon right now. Only because where it's at, it's in an extremely tight range right here. You know, we could scalp this thing, but you know, it's not something you want to be in. Not for long. All right, there's Etsy. It's ready. 205, let's see if it closes the bottom. Space is sitting right in that lower 25%. All right, let's look at AMD. real quick. Always look at the higher time frame. All right. Ooh, I tell you what, AMD breaks that 97.11, just like Apple, when it breaks the high, it breaks that month, it's gone. It's like murmuring shop and Amazon. Starbucks is trying to right now. So it breaks through pivot high, come back down and retest. It's still sitting on the base, but it's above pivot high. Again, AMD, it needs to be strong. If it does, it can quickly take out this thing right here. Eat this dip up quick. So if it ever breaks above $92, it could come up and take out 95.30 very quickly. Right? As we see, it's been a strong uptrend. Starts to pull back. Now they're buying that base up. They're buying this at a discount here. It's important to know that kind of stuff. They're making money. Amazon breaking. Take Amazon here, it's going to be a scalp, and that's it. All right, that is it. Myrna puking right now. Boy, it's 21260 back up. The target is just not there. I'm not comfortable taking it. I'm not going to do it. Any other time I wouldn't have to hesitate. It's not there. Let's pull up a 10% scan right quick. See what's going on. Oh, well, hang on. Let me look at AMD. 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 It can quickly come up that red candle. It takes us to $92. Sometimes I like looking at the options to kind of see where people think this is going to go. So it's a lot of people that's smarter than me, and that's how you can kind of see insider information too. So right now we got about 19,000 sitting at 91. Plus 20, 6, and these are cheap. You know. When I first started being successful, what I would do is my strategy was I would target the smaller candles, the smaller tickers that had a high ATR. Right, the RR is very important. So the calls are cheap, and that could move a couple dollars. Right? I love them. That's how I made a lot of money. Had to sit down a little bit longer, but the potential was incredible. So I made a lot of money. All right, this thing's chopping sideways. You want to know why the market's all crap? All you gotta do is look at the 60. This is beautiful. It's a 2-2 with a hammer up. Gapped over pivot high. Currently inside. It's a break that 108.53 level. It's chopped sideways right now. You see it right here. It's in the top 25% of range. Could it gap up tomorrow? Good. It needs to finish. So when they finish in the top 25% of range after a big push, the key is it's got to finish the day strong. BA breaks the high to be you'll add to it here. So BA needs to break 239.20. Amazon still pushing here. Let's see if Amazon's got volume picking up on it. I'll try to eat this thing back up. 212 would be nice to come back up and hit pivot high. All right, Amazon's gonna be long when it crosses 37.16. Or yeah, 37.16. VWAP is where? 21. That's about $5 away, $5.50. Starbucks really wants to break. No, I'm not really crazy about Amazon still. Right? You know, it's all there here. It broke, it moves. $6. Volume is increasing on it. So guys, if it does break right here, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna scalp it. I'll go ahead and set a tight limit order in as soon as I enter here. So 37.16 is gonna be long. And as I go to push the send, if this thing starts to wick back any whatsoever, I will not send it. Right? So once you know that, Starbucks is breaking. All right, Amazon. Say. Amazon's long right now. I'm gonna scalp it. All right, let's look this call. I'm not gonna get it long. Watch the ask. Over 690. There's not many there's not many orders going there. Dollar spread. He is a selling a strength. There's a 70-cent spread from the price I'm getting to the price that selling for here. And if you're quick, there's a lag as well. And there's a disconnect. So when price is pushing up, the options are still go up in price for a split second, even though the ticker is coming down. All right, so remember that. So if you watch the ask and you watch the options actually lag just by a few seconds. So if you're quick, you can sell even at the top, even if it pulls back a little bit. 46A just came through. All right, the dollar spread here from the price I'm offered to the price that's coming up on across the ask, the $100 spread there. All right, 48.95 just through went through, so I'm gonna put one for 47. All right, $49. 4,900. And I just got kicked out. Shopify mobile hammer up. So
Kicked out means filled.
Filled out. Yeah, I got filled instantly. So the order 49 came through, and as soon as I did it, I put it in just a few, I think it was about a 75-cent lower, and it filled instantly. Just super quick. And the reason it works, you see how the price goes up. What happens is there's not many contracts for sale. So when somebody markets a big order, they'll sneak it in. I mean, you know what I like to do is I like to be able to, I'm recording it. I guess I can slow it down. I like to show you how fast they sneak them in. There's a 48 went through just now. There's another one. I'm gonna record this right quick because this is incredible. I don't think people understand what's happening here.
Jerry, can I ask a question just before we get started? So let me get clarity. You basically, I feel like you got in right around 46.70 or so, and you put an order in just below 49 and just got filled on that sideways movement. Is that correct?
Yeah, I got filled about 44, 44.25, 44.50.
And you just closed it out underneath just under 49, correct?
That's right. Yep.
Okay. Dang.
Yep. If you're paying attention, I'm going to record it. But those orders come through so fast. If you're paying attention, you'll see them. They'll sneak them in. They'll be 4,900. They'll be 51, right? And it's got to be algos pushing through that fast. So what I do is, they're smarter than me. I just stick one right in front of them. And as they queue the order, it just comes through so fast. I don't know exactly how it works, but I just know it does. It works incredibly well. And I tell you, once you get the hang of it, it's a whole new ball game. It's crazy. Dang, it puts you in a different level. It's 47. Trying to capture it now. Close to. I want to slow it down as they sneak and through. The key is you got to sell. And sometimes, like I said, there's a disconnect. So even as price pushes down, pull back, there's still about a 2-second lag between the option price and the actual stock price. And they know it. And I'm telling you, there's something that's moving this stuff in milliseconds. What else are doing? There's manipulation. I know it. I know this. There's some 4630s that just went through. 4610, 4555, 4610s. The key is it's got to be pushing up for them, center. So sometimes you'll see them up there, but if you see it, and if you see them up there and the price starts to pull back, you will not get fit on that price.
So those are only showing the limit. So if you see a big order come through, then you're seeing limit orders for 49.50, right?
All I'm seeing is, okay, so when I'm looking at the limit here, all I'm seeing is that number there is the people trying to sell at this price here. They're trying to sell it. I don't know how many market orders are coming in. I don't know how many people's wanting to buy them. I don't know that information, but I can kind of judge it by how fast these orders move through queue.
Oh, okay.
So there's 45, 80, 46, 47, and all of a sudden, the bottom ass at 47 is now at the very top. Those bottom orders just push through instantly, right? So I'm watching how fast it feeds through. Because right now it's 45, 80, 46, right? And when the price starts pushing up, these get ate up, and that's what moves the price of the ticker up too.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I thought there had to be somebody on the bid side to take your ask.
Have you watched
nope.
that video?
Yeah, you gotta watch it. Yeah. So buying bid if people want to buy, they're trying to buy, or no, ask. I'm gonna get confused here. Buy is sell. So if you want to sell and get rid of your contract, it's gonna be on the bid side. If you want to buy it, right now, you're gonna buy at the ask. If you want to limit in, you're gonna try to sell it at this middle ground at 45.90 or as close to this as you can get. All right. So if you're trying to get in, you're gonna be paying close to the ask. If you want to get out right now, like it's an emergency, you gotta get out now. You're gonna be putting it at the bid. Now, if price is pushing up, you're going to see a lot of volume on the ask side as people start buying ask. All right. So if price is pushing up, you want to see most of the volume on the ask side as they're buying this ask to the limit. Now, when people want to get in now because they're chasing the thing, right? Because they're young people or they're people, they see price move up, they want to get filled because they want to get in to try to catch the move. They're going to mark it in. All right. And I don't know what they're getting, how many they're ordering or whatever, but if you're in the queue on the limit, you will get filled if you're fast. You know, prices gotta be pushing up again. If it's not pushing up, nothing's gonna happen. You're gonna have to, you know, if you want to get out, you're gonna have to chase the bid.
You know that you can turn on time and sales and see the exact price that people are actually getting filled at, right?
The market.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. Right now, there's one at 48, 45. Price is moving down a little bit. All right, it jumped to, there's 49.50 at the bottom and 47. So between the current price is 46.50. The top of the ask is the current price for the ask is 47.35. You could play just the ask. So look, I could go in as soon as price is pushing up. I could enter at 46.89. All right, as soon as price pushes up, I can sell instantly at the ask and make $100. Instantly, without even having to do anything. So I could just scalp the ask. You know what I'm saying? The price is going to be pushed up. So say something breaks, I get in. I'm filled at 47. The top of the ask is 48. All I gotta do is set my order for 48 or 10 cents below it. It fills me instantly. I can literally be in there for 10 seconds. Shop's moving right here. Shop's starting to curl and come back up.
Jerry, how do you watch that and watch all the tickers that are moving? How do you manage your trades so well?
A lot of practice. And I've got my cell phone open too. And the cell phone allows me to see everything I'm in. I've got an iPad up too, and I'm sitting here watching my laptop where the spread fills. Yeah, and with the when I'm trading with the iPad, what I do is, you know, I explain I'm selling Disney on up 65%. Okay, say I wanted to sell Disney. All right, I'm going to hit the sell. It's a little bit different than Active Trader. I'll have a limit. I've got the number of contracts I want to sell. I'm looking at last net change. I'm looking at the bid-ask spread, right? So all I'm doing is looking at it. And right now the ask is going for 164. So if I want to get filled at a higher price, I'm going to see when it changes, when it jumps up, right? So I don't even have to look at it. I know how to do it so easy. I don't even have to look at the level 2. All I got to do is look at the ask bid. It takes practice. Once you get there, you'll get there, but you've got to understand how it works.
Okay, I'm starting to understand.
But you're showing more of the cells. But let's say you want to get in. Look at that spread.
Yeah, well, that's why you got to time it. If you're chasing it, if you're trying to get in after it starts moving, you're screwed. You see what I'm saying? You see the spreads now for it, but you don't see them. If you enter as it's moving, I'm going to be selling you a high price contract. If you wait until it pulls back and enters, it pops, these contracts tighten up. It's all about your timing. If you time it on a pullback, as soon as it breaks, these spreads are tight. They're tight. Yeah, I've showed it on here before. Now, if you're
Gary, can you turn on your time and sales so that we can actually see the actual transactions that are going through historically? Not your transactions, but not your transactions.
Amazon's fixing to break to the upside right here.
Time and sales.
Oh yeah, I can put it up there. Yeah, I can put it up there. Let me look at Amazon. Amazon's fixing to break. Look here, if Amazon breaks above 37, 18.50, it's going to be long again here. You got to be careful. You want to probably give it a little bit more here because it's wicked up twice there. It's showing some kind of degradation of the strength there. Volume's increasing. All right. On Amazon, I'll pull it up.
No, time and sales on the active trader window.
On a trader's window?
Yeah, active trader. You know, you can.
It's the same thing you showed him the other day. The other guy with the grid that you add on, and you can add on time and sales.
Oh yeah.
It's over. One time you were showing the one guy, you just didn't put time and sales.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Okay. What do we do now?
And so the prices on the right are the actual sold contracts, while, you know, the bid and ask are just the limits. So I guess you could see exactly what people are buying and the volume at which people are buying.
And the ones that are green are bought at ask, the red is at the bid.
Okay.
The white is the midpoint.
And these are just market orders, right? And the
No.
times and sales.
No, that's all orders.
These are actual sales that were made as well as what time they were transacted. So this way you can see, okay, so if you're going to play the spread, like Jerry was saying, you can see, well, are people actually buying, you know, these, you know, the prices, or are they not? You know, is it the spread that just keeps, you know, flashing back and forth, but nobody's actually buying it?
Yeah. Or they're seeing it through. How can I make mine move like that? I like to see more.
Well, there's no volume. People aren't buying the contracts right now, so there's not volume. But you can spread that column out a little bit more, so you could see the time itself. So the first column is time, and you could see the timestamp of the last order. There you go. So 1426 was the last, so that was, you know, a little over, I guess, a minute ago. But if you put this on for like Tesla, you'll see things, or Apple, you'll see things just slamming through. But there's just not a lot of, you know, volume with this strike in Amazon. And that's where I get caught up, because I'll end up buying something and, you know, trying to sell it, doing what you're doing, but I'm not getting filled because there's just not the volume going through the strike that I'm buying.
Yeah. I see that happen. I don't know. You know, a lot of this stuff.
That makes a big difference because Jerry's trading in the money.
Yeah. You know, I don't know, you know, I can't tell you all the ins and outs of how it works. I can just tell you it does. You know, I'm going back after Discovery to try to figure out how it works myself. I'm trying to explain something I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I just know it works.
I think the one guy said, if you look at the 3750s, you got 10,000 volume going through. Maybe the ones that have more volume, you're able to do it. Because the 3750's got a lot. That's 10,500. And then the 3700's got about $9 grand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Jerry, you were saying that you can watch from your P&L on your phone and be able to tell. Can you explain that again?
Okay. Okay, I can't tell what the bid ask is on my phone. I can tell you how much my P&L is on each contract I'm in. Broker's breaking here.
No.
When I'm in a contract, I'm looking at active trading. Because remember, when I'm scalping something, I'm only in it. I'm in it for less than a minute or two.
Right.
So
You were saying
if you need to do it, Nicole.
Maybe I was misunderstanding what you were saying. So when you are managing all your trades, because you do a few at a time, and you're looking at your phone, you said you could see something just from doing this so much. You could see something.
that's from the iPad. So I trade a couple accounts, okay? So I'm trading my account, I'm trading another account. And since I have a different account set up on the iPad, what I do is when I go to hit sell, it's different. It sets up different than Active Trader. So I'll hit sell. It's got a limit. I see how many contracts I'm in, and it aggregates. Well, I guess you can see the same thing from your phone. All right, has anybody got their phone open?
Well,
yeah, I do.
Nicole, last time Tim did a video on it. If you pull monitor, you can grab all your what you have and then detach it and put on the small spot of your screen and see everything that you have open.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking now.
So okay, so listen, so limit, and I got the sell tab open. All right, orders up on my iPad. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at last net change. All right, the last price this contract sold at. I know what my current price is. All I'm doing is I'm sitting here looking at the limit, the sale, and I'll take a picture. Let me take a picture. I'll send it to the store.
And you can tell by the rate that that's changing.
Yeah, I can see it moving.
I've seen it. You can see if the buy and sell orders are slowing down or speeding up.
Nope. All I'm doing is when I get, say I'm in something on my iPad, I'm looking at the monitor on my big screen. I see prices pushing up, so I'm ready to start selling it. All I'm going to do is sit over here and look at it until I see some big orders push through, and then I'll sell it, and then I'll set my limit there, and then I just sit here and wait, and it'll sell out.
Okay.
I'll take a picture and send it to you. I'm gonna put it in Discord.
Okay. It's not really the answer to my question, but I don't want to take up too much time.
Well, I want to answer your question. What is it?
So when you're managing multiple trades at one time and you are looking at the order flow, the level 2, how are you able to see the level 2 for all of these to know when to join the ask for certain ones that you're in?
Oh, because I'm just managing one at a time.
Oh, you're not in multiple at one time.
Well, I'm in multiple contracts at a time, but I manage, like, okay, say price is getting up or price is getting close to my target, right? Then I'll open up the active trader on that individual contract, and I'm going to sell it before I get there, right? Because I got targets on this stuff. Okay. And now in the first 30 minutes of the day, I'm usually in and out of a contract before I buy another one. Sometimes I'll get multiple that's going to push up, right? But I'm in multiple contracts, not all the time, but sometimes I am. But I'm still, when it gets close to target, I'm going to start taking my profit. Say, like on Tesla earlier, pushing up. Say I wanted to sell when it got close. Well, I'm going to open up active trader. When I start looking at level 2, I'm going to sell it before it gets to target, right? So I'm not just looking at level 2 on 10 contracts, and I'm going to sell it when I see a spike. No, I'm actively trading one contract at a time.
One contract meaning one ticker.
But are you in multiple trades, different tickers?
Yeah.
He manages his stuff. He's watching it through his phone, but active trader can only have one thing up at a time. When he sees the tickers going for him or against him, he'll pull it back up on active trader and then go hit it. He doesn't have them all up at once.
That's what you do, Jerry?
Yeah, look here. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, see, I got a watch list tab over here. Let me close all this stuff down. I'm gonna close all this down. Look, I've got one watch list called options, right? So what I do is if I'm in multiple tickers or multiple contracts, I've got them set to options. This watch list I made. So I can go from Amazon to Baidu to APPN to UNH all in one click.
Right.
So if it's getting close to target, Amazon's getting close to target, click Amazon. I'm watching it on this screen here. I've got my limit. I've got my orders brought up on my other laptop. I've got active trader open on it. I'm looking for the spike on level 2. I'll move my order up and I'll set a limit up on the top here. All right. And it'll be a little bit below it. And all of a sudden it just sends it straight through there.
Okay.
So usually in the morning, I'm in and out. I'm in and out pretty quick on each one because I'm scalping them. I'm not in them long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've got mine set up almost just like that. I think so far I haven't seen you do anything that I don't have. I've got the watch list with options. I've got it set up linked to active trader, and it just seems like it's a lot to juggle. I guess probably need more time on task.
So, and also I keep my phone open, and that way I can see my P&L on all of them. You see what I'm saying? I can see my profit and loss on each contract I'm in. Yeah, that's it. And then on the iPad, I hit positions. I can see everything that I'm in there. I can see my P&L and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, so I manage it differently on the iPad. It's actually, I like doing it on the iPad. To me, it's easier.
Is it?
Because I just look at the
Let me pull it back up. I don't know what's called. I just know what to look at.
Isn't
I
it
hit
hard to
sale.
get in and
Nope.
out of the trades on your iPad though?
What's that?
Isn't
Yeah,
it
it's the
hard to
same.
get in and out of the trades on your iPad?
No, it's not. The only thing I don't like about the iPad is I gotta put a password in every single time, which is a pain in the ass because it takes me about 5 seconds. So
You
if I'm gonna get in
do?
early-
There's gotta be
yeah.
a setting.
Yeah, I know. It's a pain in the butt though. So I just go to Disney, like I'm already at a Disney now, but sale limit. I'm watching up here where it says last net change, and you'll see right now it's showing $1.75. But if I see one come through at 10, 210, 220, because the last is the last price it's sold for, right? The last is the last price that somebody bought this contract for. So when I see it increasing, I will put a limit, above it, or it might be a few cents below it. I don't know. It just depends on how. I'm looking at the screen. It's hard to explain. I'm looking at the screen. If the price is pushing up, and all of a sudden the last price is raising up, I may put it higher.
Got it.
If it's close to target, I might put it lower. It's usually I'm going to put it higher. I might put it 50 cents higher. But when I'm managing on the Active Trader on my own account, I'm looking at the spread, and if I see them sneak it through there, I'll set my limit right above it or right below it. Usually I'm always setting it below it on Active Trader.
Okay.
It's a different management for each one.
Sure. Okay.
But I like the iPad because I can say, hey, this is the price, price is still pushing up. I'm going to set it at 50 cents above it, and I send it, and I just forget it, and it sends there. Pretty fun.
Okay.
I like it.
Yeah. I like trading on Thinkorswim from my phone too.
Yeah. Okay.
I've
Well,
never done it on my
all
iPad.
right. Say you got your phone. All right. Let's see here. So you pull a contract up, you're gonna sell it. So you know how you say sell by?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you'll hit sell. And then if you look, here, I'm gonna take a screenshot. I'm gonna circle it where you're gonna look at, okay?
Okay.
You're gonna look at the last price that they paid for this thing.
So you go to close selected.
You hit, what I do is I hit sale. It brings limit up on the phone. I don't use my phone much anymore. I use the iPad and the Active Trader. If you're using your phone, you're gonna be looking at the last, and it might be easier for you to look at that than an Active Trader.
Oh, so you hit sell. Okay.
Yeah.
If you're on your phone, probably it's the same on the iPad too. There's a caret, like a little arrow that points towards the ticker. If you touch that, it'll drop down and open up the option that you're in.
Yeah. So what I do is I hit the option I'm in, the contract, sale, limit, the contract amount, and then I'm looking at the last price on there. Because the last is, as long as the price is pushing up, the last is the last price that was used to purchase this thing.
Oh, cool. So a quick way to get in and out, a faster way than what it sounds like you're doing, is if you go back to that main page where your trades that you're currently in are, hit that little button to the left of, say, Tesla, and you'll see the option drop down. Do you see that?
Oh yeah.
So touch the box, the empty box.
All right, so I'm okay.
And it'll say
let me start
roll
over.
selected or close selected.
So am I going back to watch list? Where do we start at?
Positions.
Okay, now what? Okay, hit the arrow.
Hit the arrow,
Okay.
and then you'll see an option that you're in.
Yeah.
Touch the box that's empty to the left of the option.
Okay.
And you'll see roll selected, close selected.
I see sell by, close, create, show.
On the option?
Yeah, so I'm in positions. I pulled the option up. I see a box. When I click it, it says Tesla, the price, the option. I see a sell by order box.
Okay, hit sell. Mine says close selected.
All right, sell. Okay.
Yeah, so you should see that same page. It's just faster to get to it.
I don't know. What
And
I
you
usually
can
do is-
specify a limit. So normally what I do from my phone is specify a limit and it'll sell it at the current ask or better instantly. It's the easiest way to get in and out of positions.
it'll sell limit.
Yeah. So where it says sell by, that toggle, just go right and it'll say limit.
Well, I don't use my.
And it
I don't
auto
use my-
saves that setting. So it does that every single time. It's like
Yeah, I
two
don't use that.
buttons and you're out of it. You just touch two things and your position's closed. Before I knew about Active Trader, before you guys taught me that, that's how I did it so quickly.
Yeah, I don't hardly use my phone to trade anymore. I use Active Trader. Active Trader is so quick. Oh man, it's so
Active
quick.
Trader is awesome. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I use it. I use that. So. But I
Yeah,
use
so
my
I thought you
phone
were
too,
saying
man.
something about the phone thing. And I was hoping to learn something about the
Oh,
phone.
No, I just use it to see my positions and see my P&L and all of them.
Okay.
I can see my P&L for the day.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
you're welcome. Amazon might be going over here. It does. So it's gonna be 3708. Roku broke through that 15 pivot. Is trying to retest and it's forming a doji right now. Bob is trying to come back down.
You think deer is a good play for maybe going in overnight till tomorrow?
It looks really good. It's holding right there at the top of range, which is a really bullish signal. I really like it. It's sitting right above pivot high right now.
Or
Disney's
maybe
pushing
like
up again.
for a gap up open?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's finishing the day strong. Disney's the same thing. I sold my Disney a little bit early. I know it like 70%. So I'm happy with it. Never be mad at taking profits.
BlackRock BLK hit all-time highs today.
BlackRock, I like BlackRock. It's nice. It's got earnings coming up too. There goes Disney again. Disney's long volumes increasing on it. Disney's a beast. I put that on my screens the other day. What's Tuesday? Disney's nice little Disney. If you come up and see 20302. Nice one. Been moving all day. Remember, if they move all day and they move through lunch, a lot of times they'll continue the rest of the day. You gotta be careful around 3 or 4 o'clock. They'll usually pull the bottom right out of them. DE, yeah, I like it. I actually like it quite a lot. It did reject right here on the 5 minutes, so it failed to make a higher high, so it could sit here and chop right here on top of that pivot on the 15. Man, it's looking really good. Look at the month. You see the month, this thing's been rocking. So every time frame it's on pullback, you see it's kind of red right here on the month. You do have a reversal, so it's a 2-1 to be a 2-2. You still got a little time left in the month. Go up.
Small caps are running. Russell 2000 is running.
Which one?
Small caps, IWM.
Ah. Oh shit, SPY just broke too. Roku's fixing to break here, guys. So D looks good. If it breaks that high there on the 5 minutes, it's gonna go. All right, guys. Roku breaks the high here. It's going volumes increasing on it, which makes it look a lot better here. Breaks 435.60. Be long. Let's look at Etsy right quick. They usually run together. Novak is 2-2 back up. So Myrna's 2-1-2 back up. So when you keep an eye on that, Novak's got a huge red candle, and Myrna has a PMG setting up on the 30. This is flat top. Tesla breaks. Tell you what, Tesla breaks the high. Tell you what, Tesla could be a nice play to hold overnight, guys, for a gap up. Yep, guarantee you. I can't guarantee nothing, but actually 2-2 up on the month. Could just be a pullback to the upside here, off the downside. And that top 25% range. Etsy's still kind of stuck in the center here. We'll have to see more information on that thing. Let's see, volume increase. Let's put Bob list. I've got some really nice stickers right here if anybody wants a list of them. Some really good ones I found last night. Anybody's interested in them? And some long term. JP Morgan rolled all the way back down.
There's a Thinkorswim website also, right? And not the TD Ameritrade website, and not the desktop, but there's a Thinkorswim website also. And the benefit of that is if you go onto it, you can kind of project what the price of a equity is, and then see what the P&L is going to be for your contract. You can pull it up on your phone, and it doesn't like take away from a login from like a Thinkorswim.
Nice. Space is fixing to be short here, guys. Target's going to be pivot high, 38.47. Volume's increasing on it. We got 2 minutes in the next candle. SPCE is going to be short when it crosses 40.65. You keep an eye on shop here too. It's showing some strength. It's across the high. Roku could expand here and come all the way back down. All right. Ooh, the 5 minute on this thing. Not looking that good. Guess it's trying to come up. Roku's breaking down. Tesla's coming up. Target's gonna be 686.30. Tell you what, you look at the 60 here. This thing breaks this flat top, it's gonna rock. Still see 700. I still think it's gonna see 700 for that. Roku expanded on that 15 minute. Now it's coming right back down. Now Roku breaks the pivot high on the 5 minute. You'll see 426. So it's either a break and a retest, or it's going to crash on through there. Let's keep on shop here, because shop decides to go low here or short. You could do a PMG down. I hope that's what Etsy does here. All right, so if you see the 30 minute on Shopify, it's pushing up, going straight back down. Take all the stops out really quick. Snow's rolling over. Apple. All right, Apple's bounced 2 times up as it was. The Roku. All right, Roku needs a break and hold. Pivot high here. It does, it'll come down to 426. The PMG's down. Get it ready. Space is short. SPCE short. She's right here.
Can you look PDD?
What's that?
Pinduodio, PDD.
Pinduodio. All right, if Roku takes in a breaks in a retest here, then it can go back up to high. So we gotta keep a close eye on it. Pushes back up, it's long. If it breaks below, it's short. PDD. Novak's still trying to come up. One more hammer. A lot of stuff's coming down. Deal is in a really tight range right here on 60. Boys, other than a month, 2-1 weekly. This could just be a pullback to the upside right here on the daily. That's just chopping right now, though. I can tell you this: if it breaks 111.50, it's long. If it breaks, and go ahead and mark it. I want to know about it.
What's the target on the upside? Like 114?
Yeah, if it breaks 111, the first target's going to be 114, 115, and then gap fill or 116.
Yeah, on the 60, it's getting real tight on a ascending wedge.
Yeah, the only thing you got to keep in mind is, I mean, this thing could reverse, but this thing is freaking dying. It looks like it wants to go down to $88 this month, so you got to be real careful. This thing's been puking. It could come back though, so we can't really be biased. We got to play what we see. If it wants to go back up, we take it back up. If it wants to go down, take it down. You're right though. It's cooling here. It's in a really, really tight range, and you don't want to trade this thing until it gets out. So if it breaks 108.37, it's going to be short. And if it breaks 111.29, it's going to be long. Space is short here. Zoom coming down. Net puke all day. Carvana's chopping sideways all day. Etsy coming back down. Roku short. Hang on, let me pull it up. I don't want to just blindly tell you something. Yeah, Roku short. There's a break in a retest. Roku is short. You can scalp the hell out of it. Roku short. All right, we're going to ultimately target the 428 level, 426 after that. PMG right now, first target is going to be 431. Actually, let's do 432.17. There's some support there. 431.50. 431.
Yeah, here's one thing, Jerry, like I was telling you, we're active trader. It's not always first in the queue. I put something on a sell. No one was there. And next thing you know, someone comes in, it's got 50 contracts, sold them before mine, and I was there before them.
I know, but was your price cheap?
No, it was the same. What I'm saying is, let's say I'm selling a contract for 298. No one's on a 298, zero. There's maybe 299 and maybe a 296. I'm the only 298. Next thing you know, I'm the only one there. Then someone comes down, pushes down 298, 50 contracts. They sell theirs before they even sell mine.
Because you're an odd lot, I think. Most of the time, from what I understand, or from what I've learned in the past, is that market makers try to fill 10 at a time. So they would have to match. They would have to match 8. Like if there's someone there for 3, there's one person there for 4. Like they fill them at lots of 10.
Okay, thank you. Learned something.
Yeah, a lot of Roku short here. A lot of this stuff, I'm trying to figure out after the fact. I just know it works. I don't know all the ins and outs of how it works. I don't have a clue. I'm guessing. All I can tell you is it works. And that's all.
So I guess it could work too if you see someone with a a limit of 9 and you've got the one contract and, you know, if that matches up everything, I don't know. And it'll fill it.
Working short.
Yeah, that makes.
I think what you said is right. I think what happens is that if they have to bundle contracts, you know, they do that, but if they have a quick 10 to fill, they'll grab that first.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And then sometimes what they'll do is you'll see an order in the queue and they'll pull it right before it goes through. So if you see it, it could be them just canceling the order real quick. They can move it, cancel it, they can save it. Who knows?
Jerry, I'm still watching this HLT from last week, just kind of trending sideways. Almost looks like it wants to pop.
HLT. Shopify is puking here. Let me look at Shopify quick and I'll pull that back up.
That's the beauty of this room. There's a lot of wealth in this, a lot of wealth and knowledge in this room.
Absolutely. All right, Shopify breaks. Needs a break 20 for sure. 94. We'll keep an eye on it. Support there. Next almost to pivot low. The puke most of the day here. HLT, yeah, it's in a pretty tight range up there. Let's take a look at the higher time frame on this dude. Yeah, tight consolidation on the month. Boy, it'd be nice when it breaks out at 132.69. So inside, making higher lows in the week. Higher highs. Back. Well, it wants to see that 127. Oh yeah, it's got a clean chart on the 4-hour here. First pullback, second pullback, going up. It wants to say 127 and 128. Got a consolidation right here and a break above pivot 15. We had a couple retests, so they can't take it lower, so we're trying to take it higher. Looks good. Breaks above 126.40. Volume's decreasing a little bit, but it's something to keep an eye out for. All right, here comes Tesla, guys. We're gonna see 700 today. All right, this thing
Tesla's the best, the highest selling stock in the QQQs.
Yeah, it's fixing to break. Its volume's increasing on it too. It needs to break 687. It'll be long. Space is still short here. I still think it makes still think it's 700. I tell you what, if it finishes strong, this flat top breakout, this thing could gap up in there. All right. And 700 comes up these big red candles here. So 700 to 710, 711, 741. And then 785. You talking about a swing? Oh, if you want to swing something for a few months out, well, you just need one of these. $200 swing. You can buy this. Now, this is something you can buy out of money. Rejection. Rejection. Still keep an eye on it. Net's been on my screen the last few days, well, since last week. In a pretty strong uptrend. There's your month. Going back right now, starting to chop sideways a little bit right here on the 4-hour. It did expand range right here. So this. Now if you come back and test the base. Comes on down. Take up this price stop. And it could say 102. Hopefully it holds pivot and bounces right here on this 1530. Move down $6 for that consistently. Good, smooth, easy play right there. I've been watching. I haven't been in this one though. Those Tesla, she really wants to break. I'm gonna go ahead and take Tesla. I'm gonna go ahead and get in early. Tesla's long right here. I'm gonna go ahead and chance it. It is a chance. She's long there. I think we see 700. I think we see that 700. Oh. All right, both counts 8. Amazon trying to pick you up. It's got 2 big wicks there, so I went ahead and took a couple contracts on test. I got one on each account. Let's see what she wants to do here. I like the volume increase. We got 2 minutes, and there's already 121,000 shares trading in 2 minutes. I'll tell you another one's been beast mode. That's Target. Keep an eye on Myrna here. Just 2-2's back up through range. Should have been looking at this one earlier. I saw it pulling back, pushing forward. And it's got a Momo hammer. You want to talk about a swing, guys? Myrna hit 245 and keep going. That measured move right there. Let me get it for you. 182, 237. So it's a $60 move. Myrna. The Myrna's long. It wants to get that 242.39. We need a smaller pullback on it. First target on this thing will be 241.32. Space. There goes SPY. Space, how far you gotta go? Space is, the first target is $38.33 if you took it. And if it wants, you can come down $14. So you're talking about a swing. It's a swing and a half right here. Space. Unless something changes. SPY's pushing too. Yeah, I don't see space puking for too long. Space is short. I'm going to add to it here. Shy. Rainy nasty day. All right, Roku broke, retesting that bottom there. Right back up. You know what a chop across the bow. Space on down here. I'll probably be swinging space. It's so cheap. What to do? I don't know. Take half time. Disney, guys, is just a rocket ship today. Anybody taking Disney earlier? Okay, yeah, I could have been up to 125% on that. Disney's up 550. Shiraz TSN, say what? I'm still in Tesla. Let's see what it wants to do here. I'll give it somewhere. TSN, what you doing? Oh yeah, that's nice. 2 month. Trying to come up. Pretty tight range there. Not tight. That's a pretty big range. All right. It's definitely making its way higher. It broke out of the pivot high. So Momo hammer the upside too. It's a measure move as well. Yes, that looks good. Right now it's consolidating the top 25% of range. Had a pretty good push this morning. And if you look on the 5-minute, there it is. Consolidation we're looking for. You can break at 122.60. Look at that. Yeah, FedEx looked good. It rolled over. JP Morgan rolled over. Oh shit, here comes shot. Shot. All right, shot 2-2 back up. So it broke, retest, trying to come back up. All right, Shopify's gonna be long over 1503. And well, I would say if you take it now, just wait.
Jerry, I sent you my unusual whales login.
Oh, thank you so much. On Twitter or
on the private chat here.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Space is gonna be long over 1503.
You mean shot?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Shop 1503. So it's breaking right now. It just gapped up over this range. And look, when it breaks this range here, it can come up and see 1530. Look, there's nothing stopping this thing after this break. There's, you know how I always say we need to get out of this range, a safer place out of it. So there's nothing to start or stop it from moving. So we look at this thing. All this is just a danger zone. But up here, there's nothing, absolutely nothing stopping this thing from going up. It's a void. It's like a gap. There's no resistance in this range here. You just seen a clean break there and get solid grain. You always want to see it solid green. Yeah. Oh. A and W. The TOS script helps you visualize the wave. What script is that if you're still here?
I just got out of Disney at 150%.
Yeah, Disney. Nice, man.
I just
Yeah.
saw that spike on Disney there. That's crazy.
Yeah, it just spiked up like $2.
Yeah, we've been in, well, I sold my Disney, but man, we've been in that since shit, 10 o'clock, 9:45, 10 o'clock. Pretty good payday.
Look at Tesla. It's having a hard time getting through that 5-minute pivot. It's hit it 5-6 times.
Yeah, she's trying. Shopify is gonna be long. Yeah, it's really struggling. The only good thing is there's some major support right here at 685. Yeah, Disney's beast mode. Shopify's long here. Look at that. That's crazy. Yeah.
What you think about a swing play on Disney?
It's a little extended right now. So remember, every time for some pullback, we got a small pullback this morning for that breakthrough that daily. You know, it's probably going to pull back in the morning, and then you look for re-entry into it. You know, I don't know. It could finish going in the morning. I don't know. Zoom's 2-2 up with a hammer, but I don't know. There's exhaustion risk now because if you look on the 60-minute. Remember, every time frame needs its own pullback, and on the 60, there's hardly no pullbacks in the last 3 hours. Very little. This time frame needs its own pullback. Got one here. What a move, huh? Yeah. Y'all should have been in that Disney.
Space died, huh?
Yeah, still short space. Yeah, I'm up 78%, 76 too. Yeah, space is nice. You've been in that for most of
The
the
stock
day.
would have went to 5.
Yeah, it could. Space could go all the way to the dirt. If you look at the wicks on the monthly, this thing's dying. You know, the thing is too, it could go all the way back down to 14. But with Elon and all that stuff, or who was the one to space?
Branson went to
Sooner the
space
better.
this weekend.
Yeah.
Branson did, but supposedly he and Elon are going to join their Space Force together.
Yeah. So I don't see this thing dying forever.
But all it did is just fill the gap. Look at the 4 hour, fill the gap.
Yeah, for the gap. Let's see here. Zoom trying to take you back up. Next bouncing off the pivot, a little bit above the pivot, trying to come back up. We can see a lot of these tickers that puked all day, turn around them all. stop on spaces, 40, 60 if you're still in it. Let's say we're into the shop. Shop's not much moving. It's not moving that much. All right, TSN. TSN just alerted the volume of that. It's breaking on low volume here. It is pushing though. Okay, it curls. It's curling up on a month. 1.2, so it's about $20 at the top. AMD's flat top.
TSM is just a grinder. I've traded this before also, and it just does the same thing you're watching right now. It just trickles up. Just gotta be real patient with it. It's like the poor man's NVIDIA.
Slow grind, huh? Bib's been puking too. The IIB. And look, it's got PMG. This thing's gonna go see 340. See, that's what I'm talking about. These stops when they're stacked really, really tightly, it's even better. These when they're stacked real tight like that, it's better than a solid green candle or solid red candle. Price can quickly push through there. BIB. Oh, beautiful pattern. Look at there. Push, pulls back, shooter, bam. Once it comes down, it's going to see through 31. Hello?
Please.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
JMIA.
Oh,
John.
Yes, sir.
John Mary India Alpha.
Thank you. Take a look. Let's see what in a downtrend starting to roll over. Let's see 1790. Be a pullback here to the downside. We got a hammer. Okay, try to retest. Now it's chopping sideways. So this is just sideways. It really needs to break. It really needs to break the pivot high if it goes long at 2680. But if you look at the month and the week, this thing's going down. It's best to short it. I wouldn't take it short until it broke 2420. Short it. That hammer, you know, it could mean it could pull up and touch this pivot before breaking back down. Right now it's just chopping sideways. You can see it right here on the 60s. It's just a sideways movement here. It's about a $2 range right there. Coming up that big old red candle there, and it's starting to chop sideways right here and here. If it's going to reverse, and anything's possible, it's going to happen here on 5 minute burst. So it needs to get above 25.78 for long and 24 for short. So Also, we need to keep an eye on net too, because this thing could turn around for Tuesday. For most of the day. Let's take a look at it. It's strong in the month. Hammer, 2 down, 2 up hammer. Doji month could go solid too. As a pullback on the 3. Take a look at it. It's dropping sideways. It expands, comes back down. Something we want to be mindful of. Let's take a look at it. We'll work at 108, see what happens. Big still trying to come down here.
Disney might go back up.
She's looking pretty good right now, isn't she? The inside candle. Looking pretty. My thing is, it's get over that 184. That she needs to get over that big old wick. She could. I'd love to see net come back through this range right here. It's been pretty strong. So let's mark net 106.86 here, and we'll see if she starts to pop back up here. Disney. Lower highs and higher lows.
Would you swing BA overnight?
Let me pull that. Looking at top 25% range. Based off the bottom. Chopping sideways on a month. The week got a 2 down, 2 up. Maybe a higher low. 2. Boy, it's chopping sideways. It's a really tight range on a 4-hour. It could, boy. It could pop right up. Love to see it pop above 241. It breaks that, we can come possibly see 251. Let's take a look. Look, that range is kind of stuck right in the center. That's a bad place to be.
Yeah, that's what I don't like. It's right on in the middle of that thing. It can't make up its mind.
Now, the good thing is it's above the pivot high. It's holding it. And price is expanding off of it. You know, could easily, pop right back up this big red candle here. See 240.
You're talking about the 15-minute, right?
Yeah, you can come right up to it. I'd love for it to break that 239.30 range. If you get closer to that range toward the end of the day, you can swing it.
Understood. Okay. And what about HD? What are you still doing on that play? Because it took that pullback that you talked about right after the first hour and a half in the morning.
It's so weird, ain't it? It does it every day. Still holding. Still holding it. Yeah. At 2060.
Did you average more into it or on the pullbacks, or you stayed the same?
I added this morning, and that was on time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I didn't add too much into it today.
Can you check chop? It's torched 4 times 15-minute pivots. It's been rejected.
No shot, boy. It's got a lot of movement right now. So yeah, HD is still holding it for the long haul. It's at a flat top breakout at 324.15. It's tested it 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 different times here. Once it gets enough strength to break through there, it's gone.
There go Disney again.
Yeah.
Disney's gonna break 184.50. Shot. Yeah, Disney's strong as hell today. Yeah, you can, if anybody's not in Disney, you can enter when it crosses 184.40, I'd actually wait till 184.50. Shopify's looking good here. It is making higher highs and higher lows. So it's in an uptrend on the 5 minute. And again, you know, it's got that big red candle to come up. Shopify's gonna be long when it crosses. You really want to cross 15.05. And if it had a cleaner pattern, we could actually take it in a nice 2-2 right here on the 5 minute, but it's just not there. And we really need it to be there. So we can take, if we see a 2-2, we see the wave, we can easily play that bottom up to the top, but we're just not seeing it. Really, and right now it's kind of, if you're going to get in this thing, you know to be in it for 30 seconds, and that's it. So volatile right now. Let's watch Disney start to break here. And Disney broke and pulled back instantly. Price could expand here. Great. You know, it had a pullback right there on that big wick. We filled it instantly. That's pretty damn quick. Volume, look at that volume. Whew. There's a battle going on right now. Novak's might be short here in a second. Novak's breaks it slow here. If you go to 184. Yeah, really tight range too, so it's not very safe to trade it right now. See, as long as when these things are ranging, if you can find the ones that are ranging and moving, then you can make some really money. That range is a chop. It's a consolidation, it's a rest. Keep out on FG2. Chart break. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 tests on FG here. As it can break, you know, if it ever breaks that 208 level, it'll do something. So what we do is we go to these tickers and find the best setups as possible. Look at Discover. It's 4-1 right now in a beautiful uptrend. It's a 2-2 as it breaks that flat top on the month. There's 2 down, 2 up on the week. Breaking that flat top. It broke it today actually. Across 125. And it's ranging at the top. All you do is take it when it breaks 127.50. So, you know, here's that big move in the morning. Consolidation of 25%. Again, they've got to finish the day strong to hold it overnight. BA's trying to push up again here as it breaks this flat top. Looking around. Bookie, BKNG. Let's look at, hey, look at JP Morgan too. Pull back pretty good. It's some really nice red candles though. So if this wave starts to come back in, we can quickly pull back up. And JP Morgan's clean. Okay, 2 tests. Clean. Even JP Morgan is holding the top 25%. Even that rollover. Really clean price action here.
Are you still in Tesla, Jerry?
Yeah, I'm still in Tesla. Yeah, I'm down 8%. Yeah, I cut it max loss, but I'm still in it. I don't recommend anybody do it.
I cut mine at a loss.
Yeah, I'm down right now. Yeah, I'm sitting here. I'm taking a little risk on it.
You look at Disney, the daily range is 729 and the ATR is 3. It's most likely going to have a pullback tomorrow.
It very well could be. Yeah, it moved quite a bit today, and there's hardly no pullbacks on it. You know, if you're getting consistent pullbacks on it, it'd be different. You know, it's like we want to see like JP Morgan here. If you look at it, it moved nice this morning. Now it's chopping sideways all day. I mean, it's resting half the day. All right, so we get that 212 at Oakland.
I think that's all Amazon's doing, right? Just resting from last week.
Yeah, it's just chopping sideways, just like Shopify. The real move happens after it breaks out these compound ones. If you look at a lot of these tickers, man, every one is inside a range, and that's why they're so they're choppy. You know, you can still trade them, but you gotta know what you're doing. So choppy. Tell you what, Target's been a beast. And it broke the 15, retesting it. It's a beautiful wave on it. I mean, just perfect. Look at this thing. It's a ripper. So look here. Say Target is moving on the month, moving on the week. If you see this thing pull back on the day, a red candle, and you better be watching it because you'll take it when it starts to 2-2 back up and your target's the high. I mean, you're talking about an easy play. So we trade in conflict. I say the stretch says don't trade in conflict. Well, that's how you catch the best move. So push your 2-2 month, 2 up on the month. And it's 2 up on the week. And it's 2 up on the day. We really want to say, I'd love to see a big old red candle on the week. I like to see 2 big red candles on the week. You know, and then when it starts at 2-2 and I see it reverse on the 4 hour, man, I want to hit it with the target being the high. And when it starts to pull back up, they buy it back up so quick. They can take all those stops out in one day. Beautiful fly. It's weird to see it behind this thing. So that's a great test. We could have played that today. And speaking of that, I'm going to stick it on the chart. This is China again. Charge, yeah. Get a spot right there. All right, what's Disney here? AC's gonna break 194.26. Need to break on high volume. Well, I spent the whole day in here. Then you got decreased volume. I'm probably gonna swing these Tesla. Let's see. I might get one more here at close, so just to add to it. XP is a 2-2 month. I had a nice pullback on it last week. It comes back through. See at 2-2. Buy it right there. Target's 174. Yeah. Why? Because it's pushing up on the month. You see in red weeks there. I made a skin of finding these setups too.
Disney's not stopping.
Just be careful. It's got low volume. BX, the Blackstone move. Okay. Oh, that's a nice one. KKR in an uptrend. Momo Hammer month, 2-2 week. We're gonna go to $61.
but it's only 50 cents. Perfect setup. There's not no money there. Microsoft, you stick a Microsoft on the 60, it's just all stuck right in the middle of the range. And Microsoft's a beast. So red on the last 2 weeks, or this week and last week. It could easily come up to see 280.69. One I haven't saw in a while, Lockheed Martin. Oh yeah, UNH is starting to pull up. I gotta pull that one up. I need to add it to my charts. LMT is a really good ticker too. I like it. Shopping sideways, but it's consistent. I mean, look at this 4 hour here. Same thing. Patterns repeat. And channel.
Does anyone have a good website they use to check earnings? I heard Earnings Whispers is good recently, but I haven't looked too much into it.
It's called
Yeah, that's a good
Whisper.
one.
If you go to Whisper Earnings, you go on, they publish stuff even on Twitter. Tell you all that stuff.
Whisper Earnings or Earnings Whispers?
I think that's
Earnings.
Whisper Earnings.
Oh, it's earnings whispers. You can sign up for an email for free, and every week they'll give you a list of all the earnings that are coming up in a picture form.
So I
That's what
did break
use.
in.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Whisper, Earnings Whisper. They got Netflix tomorrow morning. Oh, wait. No, that's next week. No, that's this week. This week. Oh, next week. What week are we? 12th. Yeah, Netflix is until the 20th. It's got basically tomorrow, the big ones is JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, Pepsi, Conagra, Fastenal.
Hey Jerry, do you mind sharing your volume 20% increase watch list on the left?
Yeah, what that does is it finds 20% increase in volume in the last candle. Pretty good scan. I made all those scans up there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Anybody wants that volume 20% scan? It's in the chat. Keep an eye on
Yeah,
Baidu here trying to break. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Something happened with BA.
Which one? Oh, Baidu?
No, BA.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you gotta be careful the last little bit of the day, man. This thing will either run or puke. They do it on purpose. Brandy, thank you for that. Unusual Wells login. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'll experiment around with it. You know, if it works, we use it in the whole room, or I can tell you what I find.
Yeah, either way. If you figure out something and you want me to scan for it while you're trading when we're in the room, I'll be happy to too.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. There are a lot of new features that they've come out with recently, and I have no idea what they are and how to best use them.
Someone just bought 12,000 Apple contracts up for August monthly for 145.
Yeah, that was me.
Hey, good job.
This earnings website, it looks like on Wednesday, we got more bank, it's like all bank earnings this week. Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Citigroup, BlackRock, PNC.
Yeah, traditionally, if you guys look, you'll see that earnings week, the banks almost always report first. I don't know why, but they do.
So are we in the middle? Is earnings coming up for everything right now?
Yeah, this is basically the kickoff of earnings
Nice.
season.
Nice. Well, I want to tell you something. I've noticed the last Chuck Pass down here, but the last 4 or 5 earnings seasons, there's always a really nice run up on retail, American Eagle, LB, some of that stuff. So we need to start looking at that stuff as it comes closer to earnings and placing these run ups. That'd be really nice swings, but they consistently run up. So it might be easy plays. Oh, they got dark pool prints on there.
Yeah, that's a new feature.
Nice.
Actually, on Apple, I was wrong. They bought 6,000 Apple calls at 145 for August and sold 6,000 Apple puts at 145. So that's bullish.
Nice. Well, Apple's fixing to break all-time highs. It's breaking that flat top breakout any day. SPY's flat top right now. It can break. And if Apple breaks, SPY will break and run up. So it might be something. Some cheap ones to buy.
Wait, they bought calls and then they sold puts?
Yeah, they sold the put, so that's bullish. They're expecting it to go up to keep the put premium basically to buy the calls, and they're expecting it to go up. That's bullish.
Yeah, they might be playing ER.
My what?
They might be playing the earnings, which is in July 29th.
Hey,
Yeah,
Florida coach. I'm not, whenever I call something long or short, I don't buy shares, I buy options. So you can short space by using put options. Oh, okay. Brandy got me covered. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, George, did you get that 20% scan?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Sorry, I'm just now catching up on messages. Yeah, I don't think space is going to die for too long. I think they'll probably turn it back around pretty soon.
So y'all, so y'all think Disney's gonna die tomorrow because it's been going up all day?
I say it could pull back pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. It's fixing to break 185 now. It's hard to tell, man. I know this. It's kind of extended on the daily. You know, it's kind of extended on the daily. But there's a lot of tickers that push up 4, 5, 6 green candles. It's hard to say. I don't think I'd hold it overnight, though, to be honest with you.
Well, Disney's part of the Dow there too. I don't know if you look at the Dow, what we're holding at right at 35,000, but it looks like the industrials look like it can even go higher.
Yeah. All right, they're going to start pushing stuff down here at the close, so we can find the strongest tickers that they're shoving down, and might end up buying 1 or 2 of them just to catch the ride on the way back up tomorrow. Net right here puked all day, but it's really strong on the month and the week. It's starting to roll back up right now. You can see 112 by tomorrow. So it's making higher highs right now in the 5 minutes. It starts to curl. 212 reversal on the 30 and 2260. You can see 112 tomorrow pretty quick. I'm still in Tesla. I am down on Tesla, but I'm probably going to be holding. It's a gamble, strictly a gamble, guys. I don't lose money for them here. UNH, I keep forgetting to add that. I used to watch UNH all the time. You see it 2 month here, coming up 425. It is reversing 2 down, 2 up. It comes up to 426. 314 hour. Once you see that 420 and then 426 range. See it, it's making higher lows. It breaks that 416, 40 kind of spreading, but again, we can use it to our advantage. The Tesla's trying to run right here at the end of the day. Tesla's long, but target's only $1 away. I hope it breaks 700 real quick.
Me too.
Let's see what NVIDIA's doing. Nothing. Chopping. RCX. Chopping. NVS.
Can you check Zoom?
Yeah. Yeah. Zoom's kind of choppy right now. It's in that lower, it's tested that pivot low on the 60 3 different times. It's making higher highs and higher lows. It looks pretty good, but it's still in that compound inside bar. If you look at the 60 and the 30, it's just in the lower 25% of that candle. I'll tell you this, if it breaks 382, it'll be long. Yes, sir. Goldman Sachs. I like the
BA
bank.
bounced off the pivot.
BA. Thank you, sir. Goldman Sachs. 221. Want to see that 393. Is it finishing the top 25%? Volume increase in the last candle. 10% increase. There's Disney. Disney's starting to roll over here. Tell you what, now look, if you get Disney pulled back real hard right here at the close, you can buy it in the last couple minutes. But just remember, you know, after hours in pre-market, there's no telling what's going to happen. You can't get out. be easy in the top 25%, still pushing higher highs and higher lows.
What's the requirement? Does anyone know to trade after hours? Do you just call and ask to?
You can trade commons after hours. I don't
Oh,
know.
really?
I don't think you can trade. Yeah, I don't think you can trade options after hours.
You can trade options after hours, just the last, for the first 15 minutes after the close, only the indexed options.
Ah,
So you can do SPY, Qs, IWM, that kind of stuff. For, from, I guess your time's from 4 to 4:15.
Okay. So if you enter an order right before close, is it the same market maker, and order fill if you decide to sell it 2 hours later?
you gotta do GTC or extended thing.
You gotta
Not
do
a-
GTC_EXT if you're on TRS.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't, it won't steam through.
And that's on, is that the exchange?
No, it'd be in there like limit or special instruction.
Okay.
It's like where you put in day, order, or good to cancel. It's another option. So if you put EXT, right? Or GTC EXT, it's just another option in that area.
I'm looking on order editor right now. I'm not seeing it. Time and full, day, good to
NVIDIA's
cancel.
going.
The video's going yet. The video's breaking right this second. If you pull up your phone, you can see a lot easier.
Yeah, that's what I'm on right now.
Yeah. Go to the bottom of your phone, you'll see special instructions. Here, I pull mine up. I know exactly what's at. All right. That's scouting the video. Let me pull that up real quick. All right, see where it says exchange? No, say no TIF.
Time and full, okay.
Yeah. Now go to GTC. It should be EXT. Extended
that's
hours.
not-
GTC.
Okay.
But you're
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
don't
looking at commons. If you don't have commons in there, you won't see it.
Oh, okay.
So put in like a common. The video breaks again here. It'll be long again on 820/60. We got a big volume increase right here. It's long. The video's long right here. And also NET might be a nice swing. We're just scalping here. Scalping the close.
So EXT and GTC_EXT are both extended hours.
Extended has to be checked.
What has to be checked?
EXT. Extended hours.
Okay.
Otherwise, you won't be able to extend it at all.
Netflix is against the movement.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It just broke the 15 pivot. Yes, sir. Thank you. The video's long. Netflix is long. Increase volume. Also, guys, NET is long right now, and I'm going to swing NET, okay? That's what I'm going to do. NET. It's got a long way to come back up, PMG style. Could see 112 and gap up anymore. It's in a strong uptrend on a month, strong uptrend on a week. The pullback, it's eating it up. It's definitely rolling back up. Took a profit on Netflix, and I'm back out of the video. Tesla. I'm actually seeing green on Tesla now. Not much, 1.5%. Crazy. And I am swinging Tesla.
Do you think that's because they price in anticipated movement more in that direction?
What do you mean?
Because Tesla was up 28, 29 points, and I was down a little bit in my position, and now it's up that same amount, and I'm positive I'm green like you are.
It's because them options, man, there's a lag, there's a disconnect there. I don't know how or why I'm up 3%. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I don't know. I know there's a Momo hammer there, target being 687. But I'm swinging mine. You know, I expect this thing to break $700 this week and even more.
Did you buy this week's?
Yeah, I bought this week. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I did too.
Yeah. Let's see. Netflix still pushing here. And NET, I'm going to swing a couple of those. They're pretty cheap.
What would you do with the crowd and shop? Would you swing those or you to
No.
close them out?
Yeah, Shopify. Are you long or short on Shop?
I'm short on, no, I'm long on shop, I'm sorry, and I'm long on crowd, but I'm down on both positions about 12 and 16%.
So you're long Shop, long crowd.
Yeah.
What about that? Well, Shop's trending higher. It's got a higher high and higher low on the 60. The good thing is it bounced off that pivot the other day. I mean, all day it bounced and bounced and bounced. And I mean, it's strong. It could wake up in the morning and see 5:30 to open. CRWD, let me pull it up right quick. So crowd, I'd probably swing it. CRWD is right stuck in the middle. Crowd, I'd probably cut crowd. I'd probably leave Shop. Yeah.
Cut crowd and keep shop?
Yeah, because crowd's making lower highs and lower low. Well, it's just right stuck in the middle. It's not really making.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was looking at. Can't make up its mind.
Yeah. I mean, it's in an uptrend on a month and a week. I mean, it could turn around too. You know, I don't know. Need to break it because the inside is stuck right in the center. Really tight range. It could go either way. The thing with crowd, it could go up or down.
I'll close it just to be safe. No big deal.
Yeah. NET is a good one to swing, I think. And the video is making a strong push, and that was right here at the end too.
Tesla is also a good swing. You were saying I kind of like that one.
Yeah, Tesla is a good swing. I think I can't say anything certain. We might wake up and the whole market be down $80. I don't know.
Right.
So anytime we swing, it's a risk. It's just
BX is moving again.
Yeah, BX is just break at 102. Ain't it? 102. Nets, guys, I'm telling you, Nets probably the best one. They're cheap. Amazon's trying to break. I like the ones that kind of moved and then they consolidated and they're finished near the top.
That's how we're done.
X is doing that.
You know, for shits and giggles, I took 2 contracts on space for October.
Hey, you never know. You never know.
Jerry, I know you're not used to hearing that bell, but that means the market closed.
What the hell? You can't trade no more?
That's what it means to be at the computers until 4.
I ain't heard that in a while.
Jerry, they heard you liked it too much, and they said we're going to extend hours until 7 p.m. from now on forever.
Yeah. Like that. Well, I tell you what, it'd be nice at 4 o'clock to 7 or whatever. it'd be like a new morning. That would be
Yeah,
awesome.
for sure.
That first 30 minutes is where it's at. I mean, there's
I
no
gotta
doubt
get
about
better
it.
at that.
Oh my gosh, I love the morning. I woke up late this morning. I woke up at like 9:05 or something. I usually wake up at 6.
What'd you do? You end up partying too much last night?
Yeah, I got drunk. I broke some stuff. Kicked my dog. I stayed up looking at charts. I did some stuff on Zoom. Moved that logo around a little bit, a few different things. And I got a list. I'm going to put it in Discord of some of the tickers that I found. I don't know how they did today. I'm going to take a picture and put it, but some really nice stuff. Kind of sloppy. Now this is short term. And I've got another list that's really, really good for anybody with a long-term account. If you want to swing something for the long term, these tickers here, way to go.
How long of a term are we talking about?
3 months to a year. Yeah, and they're Visa, Apple, Oracle, PayX, Amazon, WELL, BX, and Home Depot. So look at a few of them. PayX has been on a ripper. We should have been looking at him today. Hell, PayX moves. You know, it don't move that much, but it's consistent and pretty cheap. So look at this thing, 2 months. Pull back on the day, which is good. What you're going to say? You want to catch, if you're going to take any of these as a swing or anything like that, you want to have a couple down days or a down week, and then catch a 2-2 back up. That way, as soon as you get in, you're going to start to be green. You don't want to enter any of them and be red. If you take any kind of swing, you always want to be green as you go at the end of the day too. That way you can sleep better at night. And you can buy a little bit out of the money. You know, of course, the closer to the money you can get, the better off you are. But you can swing these a little bit out of the money in the longer term holds. And Visa's another one.
Would you consider MA and Visa to be equal as far as future potential?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Well's another one, WELL. His target's going to be 93.17. And again, they're not very big movers, but they're consistent. Yeah, they're basically close to the same thing. I like Visa a bit better than MasterCard, but they move pretty similar.
Why do you like Visa better?
The chart's plainer on the month and the week. So let's look at MA on the higher time frame. So if you look at, I don't know. So MA is it's inside month. It's kind of it's between compound high and low, but it's right in the center of it. If you look at Visa, it's trending more. It's trending a little bit better. It's making higher highs, higher lows. McDonald's is setting up for some day trades. Of course, it needs a break. You know, it needs to break certain ranges. I just got them on a list so I can keep an eye on them. What else? ELD. 2-2 on that thing. It actually broke today. This on this list is the one we're looking to trade now. So it needs to break at 127.82. Okie. Turn up that big red candle there. This is a slow mover here. But its target's $78. Oh, EXPD. Kind of ranging right now. It needs to break that 129. Take another look at it. It's a 212 measure and move on the month. So it's got some potential there. And then 8. Right on the week. So we could be looking to take this thing back up. I've got another scan. Let me show you. I made it a while back. There you go. 2 down, 2 up, Davey. There you go. I made this one. And I found the 2 down, 2 up because we want to find that pullback, the upside. And that gives us continuation trend. It's a 2 up a month. All right, I'm gonna call it.
Yeah.
Hey, Jerry. Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir. I'm gonna put this 2-2 scan in the chat. I want it. That's pretty good stuff on it. So it shows a strong month and then 2 down, 2 up. So looking for that dip. All right, y'all have a good day. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I have a question for anybody else or Jerry too. But space, obviously it could be a sell the news thing, why it tanked, but they also diluted their shares. So does anybody know how much either one of those would affect it? More so the diluting the shares would affect the stock price and it falling so hard.